大家好，欢迎来到我们的频道。Welcome to Miffy Chinese.
The new HSK 3.0 standard course is finally here. Whether you're aiming for the official certificate or just want to master daily Chinese for real-life conversations, this series is for you. We're taking the new standards and making them actually practical. We're launching the ultimate HSK 1-9 marathon. We will break down every lesson of the new course, adding real-life scenarios and authentic dialogues you won't find in a dry textbook. We're going from the first 你好 all the way to level 9 mastery. This is lesson 0. Grab your coffee, open your notebook, and let's start. Don't forget to subscribe to join our marathon squad.
First, let's take a look at Pinyin. Pinyin is a spelling and phonetic notation system for Chinese. It is composed of Latin letters and tone marks. It assists learners in mastering Chinese pronunciation.
It also serves as a tool for inputting Chinese characters on electronic devices such as computers and mobile phones. For example, this is how we type 你好.
A Chinese syllable typically consists of 3 components: the initial, the final, and the tone. For example, in the syllable 好, H is the initial, ao is the final, and this represents the tone.
The initial is a consonant that begins a syllable. There are 21 initials in Mandarin.
The part that follows the initial is called the final. Mandarin has 36 finals.
Mandarin has 4 basic tones. These tones serve 2 different meanings. Take the syllable ma as an example. Ma, 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 ma. They all have different meanings. In addition to these 4 basic tones, there is also a light and short tone in Chinese, also known as the neutral tone. For example, in 谢谢, 谢谢, the second 谢 is a neutral tone here. Also, for example, in 好的, the second 的 here is also a neutral tone. For neutral tones, you don't need a tone mark on top of the pinyin.
Let's look at a tongue twister here. 妈种麻，我放马，马吃麻，妈骂马。Did you get all of the different tones? This is also an example of how efficient the Chinese language is. So you can express a lot of different meanings with just 1 syllable.
Next, let's read through all of the initials and finals all together. 波, 波, 冰块, 冰块, 饼干, 饼干.
坡，坡，害怕，害怕。
摸，摸，骑马，骑马，麻将，麻将。
佛，佛，米饭，米饭。发财，发财。
的，灯泡，灯泡。德国，德国。
特，特，兔子，兔子。吐司，吐司。
呢，奶酪，奶酪。奶奶，奶奶。
了，辣椒，辣椒。快乐，快乐。
歌，怪物， 怪物，骨头，骨头，
科，科，哭泣，哭泣，咖啡，咖啡，
喝，喝，火焰，火焰，红薯，红薯，
滋，滋，钻石，钻石，走路，走路，
刺，刺，刺猬，刺猬，彩虹，彩虹，
丝，丝，四，四，伞，伞，
蜘，蜘，猪，猪，蜘蛛，蜘蛛，
吃，吃，尺，尺，床，床，
诗，诗，水，水，睡，睡，
日，日，日本，日本，肉，肉，
鸡，鸡，姜，姜，警察，警察，
七，七，晴天，晴天，茄子，茄子，
西，西，雪，雪，血，血，
啊，啊，垃圾，垃圾，喇叭，喇叭，
哦，哦，魔鬼，魔鬼，老婆，老婆，
鹅，鹅，鹅，鹅，热，热，
衣，衣，衣服，衣服，狐狸，狐狸，
屋，屋，土，土，布，布，
鱼，鱼，雨，雨，鱼，鱼，
哀，哀，爱，爱，派，派，
A， A， 美国，美国，妹妹，妹妹，
凹，凹，桃，桃，猫，猫，
欧，欧，欧洲，欧洲，大楼，大楼，
安，安，三，三，篮球，篮球，
N， N， 森林，森林，门，门，
昂， 昂，糖果，糖果，狼，狼，
冷，冷，朋友，朋友，
儿，二，耳朵，耳朵，
鸭，虾，家，
耶，姐姐，地铁，
腰，脚，鸟，
悠，六，奶牛，
烟，面包，鞭炮，
音乐，金牌，
秧，枪，香港，
鹰，老鹰，铃，
庸，熊，胸片，
蛙，西瓜，牙刷，
窝，中国，落叶，
歪，拐杖，坏蛋，
微，腿，锤，
弯，温泉，旋风，
温，困，车轮，
汪，凤凰，窗，
翁，老翁，
翁，龙，恐龙，
月亮，学生，
圆，圆圈，贵宾犬，
晕，细菌，
Okay, so now we're looking at a complete chart of all the possible combinations of the Chinese pinyin. See the blanks? That means that this sound doesn't exist in Mandarin Chinese. Take a screenshot so you can always come back and check.
Okay, that is the end of our pinyin lesson, but the marathon doesn't stop here. To cross the finish line, you need to practice. I've prepared a listening challenge for you right here on the screen. You see these 10 words? I'm going to read them in a specific order. Your job is to listen carefully and write the correct sequence in the comments below. Here we go. 音乐音乐西瓜西瓜钻石钻石好喝好喝下雨下雨魔鬼魔鬼美国美国很热很热睡觉睡觉害怕害怕I've also left the details in the pinned comment. I'll be checking your answers and giving feedback to as many as I can. Also, tell me which sound was the final boss for you. Which one was the hardest to catch? Let's make the comment section our study room. Comment done to officially clock in. See you in lesson 1.
再见。Chinese。大家好，欢迎来到我们的频道。Welcome to Miffy Chinese.
The new HSK 3.0 standard course is finally here. Woo! Whether you're aiming for the official certificate or just want to master daily Chinese for real-life conversations, this series is for you. We're taking the new standards and making them actually practical. We're launching the ultimate HSK 1 to 9 marathon. We will break down every lesson of the new course, adding real-life scenarios and authentic dialogues you won't find in a dry textbook. We're going from the first 你好 all the way to level 9 mastery.
This is lesson 1. Grab your coffee, open your notebook, and let's start. Don't forget to subscribe to join our marathon squad. At the end of lesson 0, which was the ultimate pinyin guide, we left a little listening challenge. The correct answer is 7, 9, 4, 3, 8, 6, 10, 2, 5, and 1. Did you get it all right? Okay, before starting lesson 1, let's review what we learned in the pinyin lesson. First, let's practice the 4 basic tones with me. Take the syllable ma, for example. Follow me. Ma, 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 ma. And also, let's do a little exercise to refresh your memory about the pinyin. Listen carefully and choose the word you've heard, A or B. 自己自己简单简单安静安静发现发现龙舟龙舟 Okay, the correct answer is A, B, B, B. Alright, so now let's start lesson 1. First, we need to be clear about one concept, and that is 汉字. 汉字 are Chinese characters. So unlike English, which uses an alphabet to represent sounds, Chinese uses characters or 汉字 to represent meanings. Each character is like a mini picture or a symbol that stands for a specific idea and a syllable. While we use pinyin to help with pronunciation, the characters themselves are the building blocks of the language. They are one of the oldest writing systems in the world, functioning more like a visual code than a phonetic script. Whether you are studying for practical use or exams, mastering characters is essential. In China, everyday life, from street signs to menus, is written entirely in characters. Pinyin is rarely seen in the real world. And also, starting from HSK level 3, pinyin is completely removed from the test. To progress, you must recognize the characters. To help you learn efficiently, we strongly recommend starting your Hanzi journey now. At the end of every lesson, we will provide a Hanzi chart of essential characters for you to recognize. Okay, so in lesson 1, we want to explain to you guys one grammar point. 人称代词 in English, personal pronouns. Here is a chart of the personal pronouns in Chinese. In the first line, 我 means I, 我们 means we. You will notice that the second character of 我们 men is used to represent a plural concept. Let's look at the second line. 你 means you. 你们 of course means you, but in plural. 您 also means you, but this is a more respectful form of saying you. So it is normally used with your teachers, your bosses, or just a stranger, but you want to show respect. And of course, 你们 means you in a plural concept. In the third line, 她 means she. 她们 means they if they are all women. The second 她 is the same pronunciation as the first 她, but the Chinese character, if you look closely, is different. This 她 means he, and this 她 with 们, 她们 means they if they are all men or if they are men and women. In Chinese, there is a third 她 with the same pronunciation but different Chinese character. This 她 is for things or animals. But I feel that in daily use, if you have pet and you consider your pet as your family, of course, you would probably use the first or the second 她 to refer to your pet. That's what I do. Okay, and the last 她们 of course means they if they are things or if they are animals. All right. Next, let's look at the new words that we will encounter in the first lesson. Follow my lead and read them. 你好,你好, which means hello. 王老师,王老师. 老师 actually means teacher, so 王老师 you can say it means Miss Wang or Teacher Wang. 大家,大家, everybody. 好,好, just good or fine in general. 学生,学生 means student. The first character of 学生,学 actually means study. 们, men. We explained before that men is added to show a plural number. And also be careful because the 们 added at the end of the word is always a neutral light tone. So when you pronounce it, you just leave it very light, like 我们,你们. Next word, 老师. 老师 means teacher. 您, 您, you but with more respect. 你们, 你们, you in plural form. 谢谢, 谢谢 means thank you, thanks. And when you have to answer 谢谢, you say 不客气, 不客气. You are welcome. 同学, 同学 means classmate. So we see the Chinese character 学 again, which means study. And last word, 再见, 再见, which means goodbye. Okay, next step, let's look at the conversations in the textbook. Listen to Mimi and Feifei have the conversation and read it out loud if you can. 菲菲你好，
米米你好，
大家好，
老师您好，
你们好，谢谢，
不客气，
同学们再见。
老师再见。
Okay, so we're nearly at the end of lesson 1. Here is a little homework for you guys. Fill in the blanks of the conversation with the phrases at the right, A, B, or C. Leave your answer, or if you have any questions about lesson 1, leave your questions in the comment section. Last but not least, here is the Hanzi chart for lesson 1. It is not mandatory, but it's highly recommended that you should recognize all of these Hanzi after this lesson. You won't need to learn how to write them, but you should be able to recognize more or less 300 Hanzi to accomplish HSK New Standard Level 1. Alright, that's it for lesson 1. See you in lesson 2.
Chinese. So the previous lesson we have left a homework. Now let's take a look. The first one, 大家好. To reply, we can say 你好, right? So it's going to be B. Second one, 谢谢. That means thank you, right? So we answer with thank you too, which is going to be A, 谢谢. All right, so last one, 再见, goodbye. To answer 再见, we say goodbye back, which is going to be C, right? 再见, goodbye. So the answer is going to be B, A, C. Okay, so did you get it all right? Let's move on to today's lesson, HSK 1, lesson 2. First of all, let's go through the language point. 语言点 language point of this lesson. We're going to see the basic sentence structure in Chinese, right? 汉语的基本语序 basic sentence structure. Subject plus predicate plus object. So how do you understand predicate? In Chinese, actually there are multiple types of predicate. For now, because we are just learning the most basic sentence structure, we can understand it as verbs, right? So this basic sentence structure is subject plus verb plus object. We can understand it like this for now. For example, in an English sentence, I am a student, right? As the example here, I am a student. I, subject, right? And then am is the verb, the to be verb, right? And then a student, object. So in Chinese, the sentence structure is actually exactly the same in these kind of statement sentences. For example, 我是学生. So first, 我, we have gone through this in the lesson 1, right? So 我 in personal pronouns, it means I or me, right? So I and me in Chinese, it's the same. So 我, right? 我是 here, 是 is the to be verb. So a good news in Chinese is that, well, I mean, there are a lot of Hanzi that we have to tackle in Chinese, but the good news is the grammar system in Chinese is pretty much very flexible and very easy. So for the to be verb, 是 doesn't change the form at all. So whether it's 我们 or 他们 or 我们 in the past or 你们 in the future, it's always just 是, right? We don't need to change this one. So 我是 I am. Then 学生 is student, right? 我是学生 I am a student. Subject plus verb plus object. All right, so let's see one more sentence, one more example. My name is Fifi Lee. Right, so here, my name is the subject. Is to be verb, Fifi Lee, the object. Right, so in Chinese, 我叫. So 叫 here. This is the verb. The literal meaning of 叫 is to be called, right? To be called. So 我叫 I am called Li Feifei. Li Feifei is the name. So here, even if the literal meaning is I am called, but in Chinese, the meaning is just my name is, right? So, of course, you can also say 我的名字叫Li Feifei. This is literally my name is called Li Feifei. But here, for simplicity, we can also just say 我叫李菲菲. I am called 李菲菲. Right. Okay. So same structure. Subject, verb, object. Right. So now let's move on to the new words of this lesson. Let's go through them one by one. First one, 请问. 请问. It means excuse me. So if we break it down and then see every word translated literally, 请 means please. Please, 请 please sit down, right? Sit down, 坐下，请坐下. Please sit down, right? So whenever you want to say please, you want to ask somebody to do something, you can use 请 please. Okay, and then 问 here is ask. 问 ask. So please ask or may I ask can be understood as excuse me, right? Excuse me. You want to ask something to somebody, you can say 请问, excuse me. Second one, 你, the singular you, right? We mentioned this in lesson 1 in personal pronouns. Next one, 叫, to be called, right? Be called as 叫, as in 你叫什么名字? What is your name? Next one, 什么 what, right? 你叫什么名字? What is your name? 什么 It can also used in a very casual way. For example, if somebody says something and then you didn't hear it clearly, you say 什么 right? What did you say? What? 什么 Okay. So next one, 名字 name 名字 and then 我 again mentioned in personal pronouns, right? 我 I or me. It's the same in Chinese. I and me are all 我. Next one, 不 不 here is a general word that indicates negativity. So it can be translated into no or not. For example, if you say 我不是, right? 不是 是 the to be verb. I am not. Or it can also be translated into no. For example, if you ask 你是李菲菲吗? So asking a question. Ma is the word that is used at the end of a sentence to indicate a question. 你是李菲菲吗? You can answer with 不，我不是. So no, I am not. Right? So here 不 is used twice, but these two times the meanings are different. Right? So 不，我不是. No, I am not. Next one, 是 the be verb. Right? 是. So following every personal pronoun, it's going to be the same. 我是，我不是。他们是，他们不是。Moving on, next one. 对不起，对不起。Sorry, 对不起。Right? So this is the most common way of saying sorry in Chinese, 对不起. Also, another phrase that is often used here is 不好意思，不好意思. It's going to be this one. 不好意思, right? 不好意思. So it expresses a lighter tone of apology. For example, in scenarios where you want to say, excuse me, for example, excuse me, can you make the way? You can say 不好意思, right? 不好意思. Okay, next, 没关系. To answer 对不起 or to answer 不好意思, you can say 没关系, 没关系. That's all right. Or never mind, 没关系. Okay, next. Same logic with 不好意思 and 对不起. 没事, 没事. Also, another version or a slightly lighter tone to say it doesn't matter, it's okay, right? 没事，没事。很，very, very. 高兴，高兴. It means glad and happy, right? 高兴. Next one, 认识，认识. To know or become acquainted with. 认识. And then last one here, 也 also and to. Actually, we can connect these three words and then plus the personal pronoun you to become 很高兴认识你. Right? Nice to meet you. 很高兴认识你. All right, so that was all of the new words of lesson 2. Next, let's move on to the text.
请问你叫什么名字？
我叫李菲菲。
你好，王美美。
你好，黄米米。 我不是王美美，我是李菲菲。
对不起。
没关系。
你好，我叫黄米米，
你好，我叫李菲菲。
很高兴认识你。
认识你，我也很高兴。Okay, so for this lesson, we have prepared a cultural corner for you. After each lesson, we will include some cultural backgrounds so that instead of just learning the language, you will know more about Chinese and China. Today, let's look at how are the names of different countries around the world called in Chinese. A rule of thumb is that normally, probably 90% of all names of the countries are translated based on pronunciations. For example, first one here, 美国,美国. I'm sure you already know what country it stands for, right? It stands for the United States of America. So here, it chose the pronunciation of America, this me sound, and then they will find a Chinese character that has the similar pronunciation as me. So they chose mei, mei. So normally they will choose a character that has positive, beautiful meanings. For example, mei, the literal meaning of mei is beautiful, right? So mei, guo, guo means country. Next one, 英国, 英国. So 国, the same country, right? And then for 英, they picked the England, the ing sound. And then they chose in here, could mean hero. So 英国 becomes the Chinese name of UK. Okay, next one, 泰国, 泰国. So they picked the Thai sound of Thailand, and then they chose this character, which means peace or prosperity, to become the name of Thailand. 泰国, 泰国. Let's move on to the next group. For the first group, something in common is they all have the word 国, but in group 2, there is no 国at the back. The reason is that the translation of these countries are already long enough. It has either 2 or 3 characters. So there is no 国 at the end to make the name too long. For example, 墨西哥, Mexico. 墨西哥. Right? So they also picked some words that has a similar pronunciation as Mexico. Right? So 墨西哥, Mexico. Here, 墨 means ink, 西 means west, and 哥 means brother. Okay, next one, let's see. 印度, 印度. Can you guess which country it is? Right, it's India, right? India. Also, 印度 sounds a bit similar to India. India. Okay, next one. 越南, 越南, Vietnam, Vietnam, right? Vietnam, 越南. Okay, next one also. 意大利, 意大利, right? Italy, 意大利. And then next one. 卡塔尔, 卡塔尔. So Qatar, right? Qatar, Qatar. All right, so let's see the final example here. So this is a little bit different than all the others. So 南非, 南非. This is South Africa. So instead of translating everything based on pronunciation, this one is half-half. First one, 南, 南. It has nothing to do with the pronunciation south, right? That's because 南 means south in Chinese. And then fei is again a translation based on a pronunciation, which is Africa. Frit. So they picked fei. So 南非, South Africa. The first half translated based on meaning, second half on pronunciation. Right. Okay, so that is some examples of how the names of countries are translated in Chinese. Have you found your country in this list? If not, let me know in the comments what is the Chinese name of your country. Okay, so before we finish today's lesson, again, we have some homeworks. So I would like you to translate the below sentences using new words and sentence structures that we learned today. Right. First one, what is your name? Second, my name is. Here you can put your own name. Third one, nice to meet you. Fourth one, sorry, never mind. Last but not the least, let's look at the Hanzi chart of lesson 2. Once again, for all these characters here, if you're interested, of course, you're more than welcome to learn to write them, but it is not mandatory and not required at this stage. But we would definitely highly recommend you to try to recognize them. Okay, so that is all about lesson 2. See you in lesson 3. 再见。
Chinese。大家好，欢迎来到我们的频道。Welcome to Miffy Chinese. Here at Miffy Chinese, we will publish the ultimate HSK 129 marathon. We will break down every lesson of the new course, adding real-life scenarios and authentic dialogues. This is lesson 3. Grab your coffee, open your notebook, and let's start. Don't forget to subscribe to join our marathon squad. At the end of lesson 2, we had a little homework. So now let's see the correct answers. The homework was translate the following sentences. So what is your name? 你叫什么名字? My name is 我叫 or you can say 我的名字叫 and add your name. Next one, nice to meet you. 很高兴认识你. And the last one, sorry, 对不起. Never mind. You can say 没关系 or 没事. Did you get it all right? Okay, so let's move on to the language points of lesson 3. Here in lesson 3, we have 3 language points. Every language point in lesson 3 is about a specific Hanzi or Chinese word. 是, 的, ma. Okay, so now let's break down every point. The first point is 是字句, sentences with 是. So 是 essentially is the to be verb in Chinese. In the previous lesson, we already talked about it. So in Chinese, we can use it to indicate that somebody or something equals or belongs to. The negative form is 不是. 不 before 是. 不 always before the verb. Let's look at some examples. 我是法国人. I am French. 她是中文老师. She is Chinese teacher. She is a Chinese teacher. 我老师不是法国人. My teacher is not French. My teacher is not a French person. So remember, the verbs in Chinese, they don't ever change their form. Not according to the person, not according to the time. You don't have to conjugate. So out of all the difficulties of learning Chinese, this is one definite easy side of the language. The second language point, let's look at the Chinese character 的. So 的 is used after an attributive and before a head noun or nominal to express a possessive relationship. Maybe all these grammar terms are a little bit confusing, so let's break it down. So attributive refers to a word used to describe another word. For example, let's look at the example. 白芳芳的中文老师. 白芳芳's Chinese teacher. So here, 白芳芳 is used to describe whose Chinese teacher? 白芳芳's Chinese teacher. Let's look at the second example. 你的名字. 你 here is the attributive. So whose 名字 whose name? Your name 你的名字. But to every grammar rule there is exceptions. So if 的 is preceded by a personal noun, like 你, 我, 他, 我们, 你们, 他们, and followed by a kinship term or a noun referring to a person. Kinship means like maybe my family, my friends, my teacher, my co-workers, my classmates, anything like this. 的 can be omitted. So for example, 我妈妈, 我老师, 我同学, 我学生. Attention here that the can be omitted doesn't mean that it must be omitted. You can always add the. Like here, you can always say 我的妈妈,我的老师,我的同学,我的学生. Okay, so let's do a little quiz. Here we have some word written in English, and your job is to put the English word into Chinese. You guys can pause here, and when you finish, you can continue, okay? Okay, so let's look at the answers. 这是 my teacher, 我的老师 or 我老师老师您好请问 your classmate 你的同学叫什么名字 or you can also omit the 你同学叫什么名字我的同学 or 我同学叫王美美 Great job! Okay, so let's move on to the third language point. Yes or no questions with ma at the end of the sentence. So in English, we use tones or we change the sequence of the words to make a yes or no question. But in Chinese, we just have to add the ma at the end of the sentence to change it from a statement to a yes or no question. So let's look at the examples. 你是他的中文老师吗 Instead of saying you are his Chinese teacher, 你是他的中文老师 We add the ma at the end, so it's a question. Are you his Chinese teacher? Next one. 你也很忙吗 Are you also very busy? 你有姐姐吗 Do you have a sister? Another detail is that the ma at the end of the sentence is always a neutral light tone, so we should leave it very light. Okay, so don't forget to add the ma if you want to ask a yes or no question, or else people will think that you are not asking a question, but only stating a fact. Okay, so that's it for the language points. Let's move on to the new words. First, let's look at the new words for text 1. If you want, you can read it out loud with me. 人 This means human or person. If you look at the character for 人, it actually looks like one person with two legs walking. Next one, 的 We explained it before. It's used after an attributive. Next one, 中国 So in the previous lesson, we learned about different country names. So now let's look at how to say China in Chinese. 中国 Guo, we already know from the previous lesson that it means country, and 中 means center. So 中国 actually means the country of the center, because for us Chinese, we considered China as the center of the world. And actually, if you buy a map of the world in China, you will see that China is at the center of the map. Another country, 法国 France. Next word, 中文 the Chinese language. You probably guessed that the 文 after the 中 is used to indicate that it's a language. That's why 中文 is the language of China. And starting from here, we can try to guess. For example, 法文 French, the language of the country France. On the right, 这 this. 谁 shui. Both pronunciations are okay, but I would say that 谁 is used more commonly. This means who. Next one, 女朋友 girlfriend. So actually, 女 means girl or woman. 朋友 means friend. So it's actually the same as English. Next word, 哪 哪. Another question word, which. Next word, 国 国 country. We can actually use 哪 and 国 to ask which country. 哪国哪国. We even add the 人 the person after this. 哪国人哪国人. This is a question to ask what nationality is this person? What nationality? Next one. 他 他. So look carefully. This 他, the Chinese character for girl or woman at the left. So this 他 is not he, him, it's she, her. Next one. 泰国泰国 Thailand. Alright, so now let's look at text 1. 我是中国人。
我是法国人，我的中文老师也是中国人。
Alright, so now let's look at text 2.
这是谁？
这是我女朋友。
你女朋友是哪国人？
她也是泰国人。Okay, let's look at the new words for text 2. 喂喂. This means hello or hey, but attention here because this way is only used when you are making a telephone call. If you use this way in real life, it will seem quite rude. So don't use this way unless it's a telephone call. Next one, 姐姐姐姐 elder sister. So in Chinese, we actually have different words for elder sister and younger sister. Younger sister is 妹妹妹妹. Next one, 工作工作 job or work. 还 still. 忙 busy. You can actually combine 工作 and 忙. You get 工作忙. This means busy with his or her job. Next one, 妈. We explained this in the language point. It is used at the end of the sentence to make it into a yes or no question. 对对 right. So you can actually use 对 as yes in English. To confirm something, to say, okay, yes, you can say 对. Moving on, 太means too, excessively, so too much of something. 我们 we. 想 miss, or you can also use it as think. Alright, let's look at text 3. 喂，菲菲，
姐姐，
你工作还忙吗？
对，还很忙。你也很忙吗？
我不太忙，我们很想你。
我也想你们。
Okay, so in the class, let's do it between you and me together, a comprehensive exercise. So we have 5 words up on top, and we have 5 blanks down below, and we need to find the right place for every word in these conversations. You guys can pause here, and when you finish, continue to watch the video for the answers. So the correct answer should be 你工作忙吗？吗 at the end of the sentence to indicate a yes or no question. 2. 我很想你们 I miss you very much. 很 means very. 3. 白芳芳 says 你是哪国人？黄咪咪 says 我是中国人。So 白芳芳 asks, what nationality are you? Huang Mimi says, I am Chinese. Number 4. 白芳芳 asks, 他是谁？黄咪咪 answers, 他是 陈鹏鹏的女朋友。So 白芳芳 asks, who is she? 黄咪咪 answers, she is 陈鹏鹏's girlfriend. Very good job, guys. And now we are at the end of lesson 3. This is the homework for lesson 3. Fill in the blanks with the words we learned in this lesson, and we have 2 very short texts. At the very last, of course, here is the 汉字 chart for lesson 3. How are you doing with the 汉字? If you are with us on the 汉字 journey, please let me know in the comment below. Also, let me give you a big thumbs up because you are doing great. Remember, you don't have to know how to write all these 汉字, but just recognizing them is highly recommended. Okay, so that's it. See you in lesson 4. Chinese.
大家好，欢迎来到我们的频道。Welcome back to Mifi Chinese. First, let's go over the homework from our last lesson. If you haven't watched lesson 3 yet, you can click the card on the screen to head over there now. The first sentence, the word in the brackets should be 是. So it becomes 他是陈鹏鹏, which means he is 陈鹏鹏. So 他是陈鹏鹏，是泰国人. Here we use the to be verb 是. Sentence 2. For the first bracket here, you can fill in any person. Last time we learned new words like 姐姐, older sister, and 女朋友, girlfriend. So if we use those, the sentence becomes 他女朋友也是泰国人. His girlfriend is also Thai, or 他姐姐也是泰国人. His older sister is also Thai. Of course, any words for people like mama or baba, so mom and dad, would be correct here too. Now, for the last one, actually the first part could be a complete sentence on its own. 王美美是中文老师. Wang Meimei is a Chinese teacher. This way, it's already correct. But if we want to add a bit more detail, we can use the possessive marker, the, that we learned in the last lesson. That gives us 王美美是我的中文老师. So Wang Meimei is my Chinese teacher. And then looking at the picture, we can see Wang Meimei is busy working. We learned the words for busy, 忙, and work, 工作, last time. So the sentence would be 她工作很忙. She is very busy with work. Putting it all together, it becomes 王美美是我的中文老师，她工作很忙。How did you do? Did you get it all right? If you have any question, feel free to leave a comment below and we can discuss. Today, we will start lesson 4. Are you ready? Let's go. The title of this lesson is 我有两个孩子. I have 2 children. 我有两个孩子. First up, let's do a quick warm-up. You will see 6 pictures and 6 words on your screen. Your task is to match the correct word to each image. Go ahead and pause the video now to make your choices. All right, hopefully you've got your answers ready. Let's see how you did. First, let's pick out the ones we've already covered. Option F, 老师. 老师. We know this means teacher, so that goes with picture 1. Option E, 妈妈. Mama. You can probably tell by the sound that this means mom. That's picture 2. Option C, 学生. 学生. We've mentioned this one before too. It means student, which fits picture 6. Now, let's look at the new vocabulary. Option B, 哥哥. 哥哥. In Chinese, this means older brother, so we will match that with picture 3. And then option A, 五. 五. This is part of the Chinese number system we're learning today. 5 stands for 5, so that belongs to picture 5. Option D, 60岁. 60岁. This means 60 years old, which leaves us with the last remaining image, picture 4. And that wraps up our warm-up. Did you get them all right? Next, let's go ahead and listen to the text for this lesson.
美美忙吗？
她很忙，
她有多少个学生？
她有20个学生。In the text we just heard, there were some new expressions like 有. So let's take a closer look at this important grammar point, 语言点 grammar point. The word 有 in this lesson indicates possession. Its negative form is 没 or 没有. Let's see some examples. First one, 他有20个学生。他有20个学生。So here, 他 we learned in personal pronouns, it means she, right? She. And then 有 have, right? To have. 有. And we talked about this before, so good news about Chinese is that the grammar system is quite easy. Whether it's she, he, they, us, the verb doesn't change its form. So it's always 有，他有，我有，你们有，他们有。Right? So 他有 she has. 20个学生 20个学生 means 20 students. Right? 20, 20. We will learn numbers very soon. 个 here is a measure word. We will cover this in the vocabulary part. 学生 students. Right? So 她有20个学生 she has 20 students. Next one. 我没有姐姐。我没有姐姐。To express negative form, 没有，没有。I don't have sisters. 姐姐 sister, older sister. I don't have sisters. 我没有姐姐。As I mentioned earlier, in this lesson, we're also going to learn how to express numbers in Chinese. In Chinese, numbers can be written in two forms, Arabic numerals and Chinese characters. So these are the Chinese characters for numbers 1 through 10. Let's read them through. 一 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 5 6 6 7 7 8 8 9 9 10 10 Not too bad so far, is it? 1 to 10 is fairly simple. But interestingly enough, the Chinese character for 0 is quite a bit more complex than the others. So this is how we write 0 in Chinese. As you might expect, hand signals for numbers can vary across cultures. Let's check out the Chinese versions. While 1 to 5 are fairly normal, things get interesting once you hit 6. These gestures are quite unique to China. For example, the gesture for 6 is shaped like the character 6 flipped over. And it's same for number 8 and the character 8. Go ahead and give this a try yourself. Now let's move on to numbers larger than 10. Expressing these in Chinese is very logical. To say 11, it's just 11, 11. So we said 10 is 10, 一 is 1, 11, 11. And for 20, it's 20, 20. R is 2, 10 is 10. So 20, 20. This pattern continues the same way through 99. Let's test it out. How do you say 29? Right, it should be 29. 29. Did you get it right? And how about 74? 74 is 74. 74. Once we hit 100, Chinese introduces some new units. 100 is 百, 百. 1,000 is 千, 千. And 10,000 is 万, 万. So here is a major difference with English. In English, for 10,000, we don't have a unique unit, right? It's just 10,000. But in Chinese, we have a new unit here. It's 万, 万. From there, it follows the same pattern. 100,000 is 10万, 10万. Literally 10,000. 1 million is 百万, 百万, which is 110,000. And 10 million is 千万, 千万. Finally, at 100 million, we get a new unit, 亿, 亿. Now, let's give it a try and see if you can figure out how much these numbers actually represent. 280, 280. 999, 999. 1528, 1528. Finally, there's one really important rule we have to mention. In Chinese, the number 2 has two different forms, 二 and 两. Think of it this way. We generally use 二 for counting and ordinal numbers, like saying second, 第二. 第二 is second. However, we use 两 whenever we're counting specific things, basically anytime you use a measure word. For example, instead of 二, we say 两本书. 本 is the measure word for books. So 两本书, 2 books. Or 两个人 for 2 people. 个 is the measure word for people. 两个人, 2 people. But if we're saying the number 22, it's still 22. So in order to speak a more native, a more natural Chinese, pay attention to the difference between 二 and 两. Finally, let's wrap up part 1 by looking at the new vocabulary for this part. First up, 有. 有. We just touched on this, right? It is used to show possession, meaning to have. Next, 多少. 多少. This means how many or how much. The great thing about Chinese is that we don't distinguish between countable and uncountable nouns. Whether you're asking how much or how many, it's always just 多少. Third, 个. This is a really important one. In English, you sometimes use measure words like a piece of paper. This piece is a measure word. But in Chinese, we always need a measure word to connect the number to an object. Think of 个 as the universal counting bucket in Chinese. Use it for people, abstract ideas like dreams, or objects that don't have a specific category. Or, here's a pro tip. If you ever forget a specific measure word, like the ones for books or chairs, just use 个. It might sound a bit informal, but everyone will understand exactly what you mean. All right, that's it for the first part of lesson 4. We will stop here for today, but stay tuned for part 2.
Chinese.
欢迎回到我们的频道. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we're moving on to the second part of lesson 4. First, let's get started with a quick warm-up. Please listen to the dialogue and choose the correct answer from options A, B, and C. 我有2个哥哥。米米，你呢？
我没有哥哥，
你家有几口人？
我家有4口人，爸爸妈妈、妹妹和我。
Were you able to find the answers? Let's take a look together. For the first one, the correct answer is A, 妹妹. And for the second one, the correct answer is B, 4口人. Now, let's hear again the text of Lesson 4, Part 2. 我有2个哥哥。米米，你呢？
我没有哥哥，
你家有几口人？
我家有4口人，爸爸妈妈、妹妹和我。
Today, the language point we're going to cover is the modal particle n. Modal particles are words used primarily in spoken language to convey the speaker's attitude, emotions, or to add emphasis without changing the core meaning. The word ne in this lesson is used at the end of a sentence to indicate a question inquiring about the situation mentioned previously. How exactly do we use this? Well, think of it as a conversational shortcut. Instead of repeating a long formal question, you just say subject plus ne to bounce back the topic to the other person. It basically translates into and you or how about you? And of course, here you can be replaced with other person or other objects. The coolest part is that the meaning of ne depends entirely on the context of the conversation. If we're talking about coffee, 你呢 means how about your coffee? If we're talking about names, 你呢 means what about your name? It's a great way to sound more like a native speaker. Now, let's give it a try. For the first example sentence here, 我有2个哥哥，你呢？我有2个哥哥，你呢？ I have 2 older brothers. What about you? 我叫黄米米，你呢？我叫黄米米，你呢？ My name is Mimi Huang. What's yours? 我是中国人，你呢？我是中国人，你呢？ I am Chinese. What about you? Moving on, the second language point we're going to cover today is nominal measure words and its structure. 名量词和名量结构. When expressing quantity, a Chinese numeral is generally followed by a measure word. How do we understand measure word? For example, in the phrase, a piece of paper, here piece can be considered as a measure word. In this lesson, we focus on nominal measure words that indicate the quantity of people or objects, such as 口 and 个. And the structure is the number plus the measure word plus the noun. For example, 4口人 4 family members and 2个哥哥 2 older brothers. Let's see some examples. 我有2个哥哥，你呢？ I have 2 older brothers. What about you? 我家有4口人。我家有4口人。There are 4 people in my family. All right, let's go over the new words for this part of the lesson. 哥哥，哥哥. This means older brother. In Chinese, we have specific words for older and younger brothers. For a younger brother, we say 弟弟,弟弟, which we will cover in a future lesson. Next, 呢,呢. Like we just discussed, this is used at the end of a question to bounce the same topic back to the speaker. 没有,没有. We saw the character 有 in part 1. 没有 simply means to not have. 家,家. This means family or home. For example, 我的家 means my family. Next one, 几,几. This also means how many. Now, you might remember 多少,多少 from part 1. If you're wondering which one to use, just remember the rule of 10. We use 几 when we're expecting a small number, usually under 10, and it almost always needs a measure word right after it, like when asking someone how many family members they have. 你家有几口人? 口 measure word here. On the other hand, 多少 is your go-to word for larger amounts, prices, or when you have no idea what the number might be. A big bonus is that with 多少, the measure word is totally optional. Next one, 口, 口. This is the specific measure word we use for family members. 爸爸, 爸爸. Father, 妈妈, 妈妈. It means mother. 妹妹, 妹妹. And just like brothers, we have specific word for an older sister. 姐姐,姐姐, older sister. Let's summarize how to call our siblings in Chinese. Older and younger brother is 哥哥,哥哥. 弟弟,弟弟. Older sister, 姐姐,姐姐. Younger sister, 妹妹,妹妹. Okay, one last new word. 和,和. This means and. You will see this hanzi a lot in Chinese. For example, 你和我,你和我, you and me. A quick heads up. In English, and is a multitasker. It connects nouns, verbs, and even entire sentences. But in Chinese, 和 is much more specific. It's primarily used to link nouns or non-phrase only. Let's look at an example to see how this works. In English, you might say, my name is Fifi, and I have a brother and a sister. In that English sentence, you're using and twice. The first time to join 2 full sentences, and the second time to join brother and sister. But in Chinese, it's different. We say 我叫菲菲,我有一个哥哥和一个姐姐。我叫菲菲,我有一个哥哥和一个 姐姐. As you can see, we only use 和 to connect the brother and the sister. We don't use it to link the two main ideas, the two main sentences. Instead, we just start the next sentence directly. It's much more streamlined. All right, that's all for part 2 of lesson 4. If you found today's lesson helpful, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss out on more. See you in the next lesson. 再见. Chinese. 大家好，欢迎回到我们的频道. Welcome back to Miffy Chinese. Today, we're moving on to the final part of lesson 4. First, let's get started with a quick warm-up. Please listen to the dialogue and choose the correct answer from options A, B, and C.
菲菲，这是您儿子吗？
是的，我有2个孩子，一个儿子，一个女儿。
您儿子几岁？
他今年5岁。
您女儿多大？
他今年12。Were you able to find the answers? Let's take a look together. For the first one, the correct answer is B, 2个. She has 2 children. And for the second one, the correct answer is B, 12. They're talking about the age of her daughter, so it should be 12, 12 years old. Now let's hear the text again.
菲菲，这是您儿子吗？
是的，我有2个孩子，一个儿子，一个女儿。
您儿子几岁？
他今年5岁。
您女儿多大？
他今年12。Now that we've heard the text, let's see what you can remember. Based on what we just listened to, try to answer these 2 questions. Number 1, 菲菲有几个儿子，几个女儿？ Number 2, 菲菲儿子今年几岁？菲菲儿子今年几岁？ Okay, let's take a look at the answers. 菲菲有一个儿子，一个女儿。According to the text, Fei Fei has 1 son and 1 daughter. Number 2, 菲菲儿子今年5岁。Fei Fei's son is 5 years old this year. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to ask someone's age in Chinese. In China, asking about age is actually a common part of daily conversation. It's not usually meant to be nosy or intrusive. Rather, it's a way to facilitate better communication. Sometimes people ask so they know the proper way to address you and avoid being disrespectful. Other times, it helps them choose the right topics to chat about. But remember, depending on who you're talking to, the way you ask will change. In our previous lessons, we learned that both 几 and 多少 mean how many or how much. However, 几 is specifically for quantities under 10, while 多少 is for numbers over 10 or when the amount is unknown. When it comes to asking about age, we have a similar rule. 几岁 is used to ask about the age of children under 10 years old. For people over 10 years old, we generally ask 多大 instead of 几岁. Let's look at some examples. 你儿子几岁？你儿子几岁？ How old is your son? In this sentence, we're asking about the other person's son. Since we know we're talking about a young child, we use the phrase 几岁. Number 2, 你姐姐多大？ 你姐姐多大? Here, the question is about an older sister. Since we're talking about someone who is clearly over 10 years old and no longer a small child, we use the phrase 多大? Next, let's go ahead and learn the new vocabulary for this lesson. Our first word is 儿子,儿子, which means son. Next one, 孩子,孩子, children. 女儿,女儿, daughter. Pay attention to the pronunciation here. 女儿,女儿. Next one, 岁,岁, year of age. For example, 3岁, 3 years old. Next one, 他, he or him. It is the same in Chinese. He and him are both 他. While we're talking about family and people, let's take a quick moment to review some other third-person pronouns we've encountered. Besides the masculine 他, we also have the feminine 他and the version used for objects, animals, or abstract concepts, 他. You'll notice that they all share the exact same pronunciation, 他. But even though they sound identical, their written characters and meanings are completely different. Moving on, 今年,今年, this year. Next, 多, how, to what extent. When we use 多 in a phrase, we've already learned that 多少 means how many or how much. However, we can also use the combination 多大 to ask about someone's age. We typically use this specific phrasing in situations where the person is over 10 years old. That brings us to our final word, 大, which literally means big. In the context we just discussed, 多大, it functions as a way to ask how many years old. So even though it usually describes size, here it's all about someone's age. Okay, let's do a quick exercise to consolidate everything we've just learned. Please look at the screen. You will see 5 blanks below. Your task is to choose the correct answer for each of them from the 5 options provided: A, B, C, D, and E. I highly suggest you pause the video right here, take your time to think it through, and fill in those 5 blanks. Once you're ready to check your work, go ahead and hit play. We will go through the answers together. All right, let's take a look at the answers together. For the first one, the sentence is 王美美老师有个学生. Since we need to fill in a specific number here, the correct choice is B, 20, which means 20. Next, the second sentence is 米米家有4人. Remember, when we're talking about the number of family members, we need that specific measure word we learned earlier. So the answer is D, 口. Moving on to the third one. 菲菲,我有2个孩子,你米米,我孩子. In this context, the speaker is bouncing the question back to ask about her situation. Because we're asking the same thing back, we choose A, 呢. Here, the speaker is saying they do not have children. To express this negativity or absence of something, we use C, 没. And finally, the last one, 菲菲,您女儿今年多?米米,我女儿今年12. Since we're talking about the age of a daughter who is likely older than a small child, we use the phrase we just studied. The correct answer is E, 大, completing the phrase 多大. All right, that's it. How many did you get right? If you had any trouble with these, feel free to rewind and review those specific language points again. To wrap up today's lesson, I've prepared some homework for you to practice what we've learned. Please take a moment to complete these exercises after class. You're more than welcome to post your answers in the comment section below. We will be happy to check them over and give you some feedbacks. It's a great way to make sure you've really mastered the difference between 几 and 多大, or when to use the special measure word 口. I can't wait to see your responses. Last but not the least, here is the Hanzi chart for lesson 4. So you should be able to recognize these Hanzi after this lesson. Remember, according to the official new HSK standards, you should be able to recognize more or less 300 Hanzi to accomplish HSK 1. So let's start the journey now and learn a few every lesson. Okay, that's it for lesson 4. See you in lesson 5. 再见.
Chinese. Hello everyone, welcome back to Miffy Chinese. Today we are going to break down the lesson 5 of HSK 1 of the standard new HSK course. Alright, before we dive into lesson 5, let's do a little review and check our homework for lesson 4. Describe the pictures using the newly learned words in lesson 4. First picture, 他家有6口人. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 people in his family. Second picture, 这是他的妈妈和爸爸. These are his mother and father. Third picture, 我儿子今年10岁. My son is 10 years old this year. Last picture, 我有一个哥哥 or 弟弟. I have a brother. If you want to say elder brother, it's 哥哥. If you want to say younger brother, it's 弟弟. Alright, how did you do? Did you get the homework all right? So now let's start lesson 5. The title of lesson 5 is 今天我休息. I'm off today. First, let's do a warm-up vocabulary exercise. So these are the keywords for this new lesson. Let's match them with the pictures. Option A, 2025年5月. You can probably guess it's the picture 1 because it has the number 2025 and number 5 in it. It's actually May of 2025. Option B, 星期一. You can also probably guess it's the picture 6 because it has the similar Hanzi in this picture. 星期一. This means Monday. Option C is number 4, picture 4. 电脑. So 电脑 means computer. And if we separate the two Hanzi, 电 actually means electricity and 脑 means brain. So 电脑 actually you can translate into electronic brain. Option D, 做饭. This is picture 5. 做饭 cook. 做 actually means make, produce. 饭 means food or meal, so 做饭 means cook. Option E, 休息. 休息 means take a rest, so we match it with picture 2. The final option, option F, 饺子. You probably have tasted this Chinese food, more commonly known as dumplings in English. In Chinese, it's called 饺子. Picture 3. Okay, let's move on to the 语言点 and the language points of lesson 5. The first language point, we are going to learn some expressions of time in this lesson. Of course, time is a very big concept, and today we are going to focus on how to say which year, which month, which date, or which day of the week. Second language point is 名词谓语句, nominal predicate sentence. Okay, so let's break them down. First, let's see how to express a year, how to say a year in Chinese. Okay, so now let's pause a little and match the above years written in Arabic numbers with the down below years written in Chinese characters. If you remember how to say the numbers in Chinese, you can probably guess which one is which. Did you get the answers all right? Let's read it out loud with me. So the first one, 1874, is said 1874年1874年 1956 1956年1956年 And the last one, 2008 2008年2008年 Alright, so really, how do we express a year in Chinese? Apparently, we just have to read the numbers, the four numbers, one by one, and then add the word for year, 年. So now we learned how to express a year in Chinese. Now let's see how to say the month in Chinese. In English, every month has a different name, and in Chinese, it's much simpler. It's also just with numbers. So we have 12 months, and so we just use the numbers 1 to 12 to express them. And we add Chinese character for month, 月, afterwards. 月 actually also means the moon, which makes sense because every month more or less is a lunar cycle. Let's read the months with me. 1月 2月 3月 4月 5月 6月 7月 8月 9月 10月 11月 12月 Which month is your favorite month? Can you answer in Chinese? Last, let's look at how to say the days of the week in Chinese. We add the Chinese word week, 星期, before the numbers 1 to 6, and that's how we say from Monday to Saturday. Let's read them out loud with me. 星期一 星期二 星期三 星期四 星期五 星期六 Finally, there are two ways of saying Sunday. 星期日 or 星期天 There are absolutely no difference between 星期日 and 星期天. It's just a habit of speech. If you want to say 星期日, you say 星期日. If you want to say 星期天, you say 星期天. Alright, so when we put year, month, day of the week, all of these things together, what happens? In Chinese, there is a very common principle, and that is we move from bigger units to smaller units, always from bigger to smaller in this sequence. Not only applies with time, this principle, but it also applies with space. For example, when we want to say an address in Chinese, we start with the country, and then we move on to the province, and then to the city, and then to the street. So in terms of time, we start with the year, which is the biggest unit, and then the month, and then the day of the month, and then the day of the week. Look at these examples. 1992年5月16日 or 16号. So when we express a date of the month, we can say 日 or we can say 号. Not so much difference between 日 and 号, but I would say that 号 is more casual, more informal. And finally, we add 星期六, Saturday. So this translates to Saturday, May the 16th, 1992. The sequence is totally reversed in English. from smaller to bigger. But remember, in Chinese, we always start with the biggest and move on to the smallest. Next example. 2024年10月22日 or 22号 星期二 Tuesday, October the 22nd, 2024. Alright, so let's move on to the next language point. 名词谓语句 nominal predicate sentence. So in lesson 2, we talked about the basic structure of the Chinese sentences, and we said it's something like subject, predicate, and object. And in lesson 2, we said that we can start to understand the predicate as the verb. But today we are looking at another different structure of the Chinese sentence, and that is nominal predicate. Or you can just understand it as the subject plus the predicate. And actually, predicate can be a verb, but it also can be a noun. In lesson 2, we focused on situations where the predicate is a verb, and here the predicate is a noun. We focus on situations where the predicate is a noun to indicate time, date, age, and so on. Let's look at the examples. 今天几号? 今天5月1号. Here, the subject or the nominal is 今天, which means today. And the predicate is the expression of the date of today. First, the question, 今天几号? What date is it today? And then the answer, 今天5月1号. 5月1号 is the predicate, and it's also the expression of the date. The next example, 我妹妹12岁. Here, 我妹妹, my younger sister, is the nominal or the subject. 12岁, 12 years old, is the predicate and the expression of her age. So if you look at these Chinese sentences, there is no verb, but still it is a complete sentence because it has the nominal and the predicate. Alright, now it's time for the new words for text 1. Let's read them together. First, 今天, 今天, today. If we break them down, 今天, 天 actually means day or sky. Next word, 号, 号. So we explained before that it is used to express a date, but 号 generally means number, so actually you can ask people his telephone number or more commonly in China, WeChat number. WeChat is 微信 in Chinese, so you can ask, what is your WeChat ID? 微信号 WeChat ID 微信号 Next word 月 月 month or moon. Next word 日 日 another way to express a date, the more formal way. 星期 星期 this means week. And if we add 日 星期日 or we add 天 星期天 they both mean Sunday. 星期日星期天 Next word 休息休息 have a rest. And there is an extra word I added 明天明天 this means tomorrow. Before we jump into the text, let's do a translation exercise together so we can do a very quick check on the grammar and vocabulary we just did. Look at the Chinese sentence and translate in your head. You can pause and then look at the answer. First sentence. 今天是9月8号. Today is September the 8th. 今天是2025年5月22号. Translation: Today is May the 22nd, 2025. 明天是2024年8月18号，星期天。Tomorrow is Sunday, August the 18th, 2024. Did you translate all right? Okay, so now let's look at the text. Read the text with us. 今天几号？
今天9月8号，
星期几？
星期日。今天我休息。
Me
speak
Chinese. Okay, now let's look at the language point for text 2. 能源动词会 The modal verb 会 So the word 会 can be placed before a verb to indicate the knowledge or ability to perform an action that is acquired through learning. So in simpler words, 会 can be translated into can or be able to, but this depends on the context because it is very important that the action after 会 is something you acquire through learning. Let's look at some examples of verbs that can be added after 会. You will find that they are mostly skills that you learn from practice or you learn from having some lessons. For example, 做饭 to cook, 说中文 to speak Chinese, 游泳 to swim. So let me give you an example on the contrary. So you can do something, but this thing is not acquired through learning. For example, I can eat 20 饺子. So this can cannot be translated into 会 in Chinese because I can eat 20 饺子is because I have the stomach for 20 饺子. It's not because I learned how to eat 20 饺子. I understand that this language point is a little bit complicated, but if you have any questions, you can leave it in the comment section, okay? And we can solve it together. Now let's look at some examples with 会. First, 你会做饭吗？你会做饭吗？ Can you cook? Or do you know how to cook? 我会做面条。我会做面条。I can make noodles. I know how to make noodles. 我不会做菜。我不会做菜。I can't cook. I don't know how to cook. Right. Let's move on to the new words for text 2. First word, 会, can, or be able to. We already explained it before in the language point. Next word, 做饭. If we separate the 汉字, 做 is make, and 饭 means food or meal. So 做饭 is cook. 做 separately means make or produce. So of course, we can add some name of the dishes after 做. So this means to make this dish, to make this food. For example, 做面条, to make noodles. Next word, 面条, noodles. You will notice that 面条 has 3 Chinese characters. But when I read this word, I don't pronounce all of the 3 characters separately, like 面条 No, this is not right. I pronounce it like 面条. So the last Chinese character is united with the second last Chinese character 条, 条. So this habit of speech is actually very common in the northern areas in China, especially in Beijing. And people in the south actually never pronounce words like this. So if you find it hard to pronounce, you can just ignore the at the end of some words. It's simply 面条, 面条. Or if you find it interesting, you can of course always pronounce it like people in Beijing, 面条, 面条, noodles. Next word, 饺子, 饺子, dumplings. Next one, 一些, 一些, some. And the last one, 菜, 菜. So 菜 can be translated into a dish or it can be like a cuisine. For example, 中国菜. 中国菜 means Chinese cuisine. So what kind of cuisine do you like the best? I like 中国菜. Alright, let's look at text 2. 你会做饭吗？
我会做。
你会做什么？
我会做面条、饺子，也会做一些菜。星期天我也做饭。
Moving on, let's look at the new words for the last text of this lesson. First word, 下班. 下班 means get off work. So the first 汉字下 actually means off or down. And the next one 班 actually means your shift, your work, your duty. So 下班 means get off work. Next word, 新. 新 This means new. Next word, 电脑. 电脑 computer. Also, let's separate the 汉字. 电 means electricity and 脑 means brain. So actually, computer in Chinese is electrical brain. 真 真 really, truly. 真 is usually added before an adjective or a verb to express that you have like a high level of something. 好看好看 good looking or nice. 好 means good or nice, and 看 means look. So good looking, 好看。喜欢喜欢 means like. I like something. For example, 我喜欢饺子. I like dumplings. And the last word, 他他 This is the personal pronoun for it, animals or things. Before we explain the text 3, we have a little listening challenge. So listen twice and answer these questions. First question, 黄米米也 Option A, 上班 Option B, 下班 or Option C, 休息 Question 2, 黄米米有一个新 Option A, 名字 Option B, 工作 or Option C, 电脑
米米，下班吗？
下班
这是你的新电脑吗？
是的，是我的新电脑，
真好看。
我也很喜欢它。
米米，下班吗？
下班
这是你的新电脑吗？
是的，是我的新电脑，
真好看。
我也很喜欢它。Alright, so the correct answers are B and C. The first sentence, 黄米米也下班 means 黄米米 also gets off work. Option A, 上班 means go to work, so the opposite of option B, 下班. And option C, 休息 means take a rest. Question 2, 黄米米有一个新电脑 means 黄米米 has a new computer. Option A, 名字 name, 黄米米 has a new name? No. And option B, 黄米米有一个新工作，黄米米 has a new job? Also not right, so the option C is correct. Here you have the complete conversation, and we actually have 2 other bonus questions that you have to answer in Chinese. The first question is, 黄米米的新电脑怎么样? So 怎么样 is actually used to ask how is something. How is the new computer of 黄米米? Maybe you can answer, 黄米米的新电脑真好看. The next question is, 黄米米喜欢他的新电脑吗? Maybe you can answer, 黄米米喜欢他的新电脑. Does 黄咪咪 like her new computer? 黄咪咪 likes her new computer. Alright, so to quickly review the vocabulary of Lesson 5, we have a comprehensive exercise. Let's do it together. Pause here and then move on to look at the correct answers. Alright, let's see if you got it right. 今天6月22号. Today is June the 22nd. 黄米米有一个新电脑。黄米米 has a new computer. 王美美 says, 你会做这两个菜吗？ Do you know how to make these two dishes? 黄米米 says, 我会做。Yes, I do. 王美美 says, 你的电脑真好看。Your computer is really good looking. It's really nice. 黄米米 says, 我也很喜欢。I also like it very much. Perfect. So at the end of lesson 5, we prepared a little bit of Chinese culture for you guys. So if you are learning Chinese, you absolutely have to try our famous 饺子 or Chinese dumplings. Today, I want to give you a quick, simple introduction to what makes them so special. For Chinese people, making dumplings is rarely a solo activity. It's always a family event. The whole family is gathered around a big table because to make dumpling, there are so many processes. So some are rolling the dough, some are mixing the filling, and some are pinching the edges to seal them to make the dumplings. We really value this process because it represents the family reunion. And that is why 饺子 is the must-have food for Chinese New Year. The fillings of the 饺子 are also incredibly versatile, so you can have the classic 猪肉白菜 pork with cabbage, or 韭菜鸡蛋 chives with eggs, a vegetarian option, or 三鲜饺子 which means dumplings of 3 delicacies. So maybe there are some shrimps, maybe there are some mushrooms, maybe there are some vegetables. The possibilities are endless. When we are eating 饺子 in Chinese New Year, there is actually another level of wishing all the good and all the fortune for the new year because the shape of the food is very similar to the ancient Chinese gold ingot or 元宝. So when you are eating dumplings, you are symbolically eating fortune. It's a fun traditional wish for wealth and prosperity. All right, so that's all the content for lesson 5. Here is a little homework. We have 4 pictures and we have to fill in the blanks with the words we learned today to describe these 4 pictures. The last part is the Hanzi chart for lesson 5. We highly recommend you try to recognize these Hanzi for each lesson along the way so you won't find it so hard when we raise the levels. Okay, that's it for lesson 5. See you in lesson 6.
Me
Chinese.
大家好，欢迎回到我们的频道。Welcome back to MeFi Chinese. The new HSK 3.0 standard course is finally here. Woo! Whether you're aiming for the official certificate or just want to master daily Chinese for real-life conversations, this series is for you. We're taking the new standards and making them actually practical. We're launching the ultimate HSK 1-9 marathon. We will break down every lesson of the new course, adding real-life scenarios and authentic dialogues you won't find in a dry textbook. We're going from the first 你好 all the way to level 9 mastery. This is lesson 6, part 1. Grab your coffee, open your notebook, and let's start. Don't forget to subscribe to join our marathon squad. First, let's go over the homework from our last session. If you haven't watched lesson 5 yet, you can click the card on the screen to head over there now. Let's identify the information circled in red. Today is September 7th, 2025, which is Sunday. In Chinese, you can say either 星期天 or 星期日 for Sunday. Both are perfectly correct and interchangeable, so you can pick whichever one is easier for you to remember. The answer is 今天是2025年9月7日星期日。今天是2025年9月7日星期日。Next, looking at the image, the person in the scene is cooking, so the answer is 杨同乐, which is the name 杨同乐会做饭. In this case, we can say 我会做2个菜, which means I can cook 2 dishes. Notice how we use the word 菜 here to refer to specific dishes or type of food. And we use the measure word 个 because we're counting the items being prepared. It's a very practical way to describe your cooking skills. 我会做2个菜. I can cook 2 dishes. For the final question, following the same logic, the date circled here is May the 1st, 2025, and it's a Thursday. So the answer is 今天是2025年5月1号，星期四。Today we will start lesson 6. Are you ready? Let's go. The title of this lesson is 你的手机号是多少？你的手机号是多少？ What's your cell phone number? First up, let's do a quick warm-up. You will see 6 pictures and 6 words on your screen. Your task is to match the correct word to each image. Go ahead and pause the video now to make your choices. Alright, hopefully you've got your answers ready. Let's see how you did. First, let's pick out the ones we've already covered. Option B, 晚饭. In our last lesson, we learned 做饭. Since 饭 means meal and 晚 means evening or night, 晚饭 translates to dinner. So that matches with image 6. Option F, 米饭. This word also contains 饭, since 米 means rice. 米饭 matches with image 4. A quick tip, we usually call the raw uncooked crop 米, but once it's cooked and ready to eat, we call it 米饭. Now let's look at the remaining options. Option A, 手机. This is a new word for this lesson, and you might have noticed it in our lesson title earlier. It means cell phone. So we match this with image 2. Option C, 超市. This means supermarket, which goes with image 1. Option D, 牛奶. This is milk, so we will pick image 3. And finally, option E, 出租车. This means taxi, which matches perfectly with image 5. And that wraps up our warm-up. Did you get them all right? Don't worry if you missed a couple. We're going to dive deeper into these words right now. Let's listen to the first text of lesson 6. As you listen, try to pay close attention to the context. Listen for the keywords we just practiced in our warm-up, like 手机, and see if you can catch how the speakers use them in a real conversation. Ready? Let's listen.
菲菲，你的手机号是多少？
我的手机号是86-138-805-6745。
我的手机号是86-189-7638-760。
好的。Now let's look at the new words that appeared in the text we just listened to. First up is 手机, which means cell phone. Literally, 手 means hand, and 机 means machine. You will find many nouns in Chinese that end with 机 because it represents a mechanical device. For example, we have 飞机. Since 飞 means to fly, a flying machine, 飞机, is an airplane. Another one is 耳机. 耳 means ear. So an ear machine refers to your headphones. 耳机. Next one, we have 电话. 电话. This can refer to the physical telephone itself, or it can mean a phone call. Nowadays, people in China sometimes use the word 电话 even when they are talking about their cell phones. So 电话 and 手机 can both mean cell phone. Our last word is 号, which means number. So if you want to say phone number or cell phone number, you can say 电话号 or 手机号. Regarding phone numbers, there is a very important rule to remember. Cell phone numbers are always pronounced digit by digit in Chinese. Also, specifically when giving out a phone number, the number 1 is pronounced as 幺 instead of 一 that we learned. That's why in the text you heard the number 1 being read as 幺. This helps avoid confusion with the number 7, 七, as they can sound similar over the phone. Now let's move on to the second text of this lesson. First, let's get started with a quick warm-up. Please listen to the dialogue and choose the correct answer from options A, B, and C.
菲菲，明天你去哪儿？
我想去超市买东西。
你去超市买什么？
我想买些牛奶。Were you able to find the answers? Let's take a look together. For the first one, the correct answer is C, 明天. 明天. And for the second one, the correct answer is B, 牛奶. 牛奶. Let's hear again.
菲菲，明天你去哪儿？
我想去超市买东西。
你去超市买什么？
我想买些牛奶。In the text we just heard, there were some new expressions like 想. So let's take a closer look at this important grammar point. The modal verb 想, when you place 想 before another verb, it indicates a desire or an intention to do something. You might be wondering, what exactly is a modal verb? Think of it as a helping verb. Just like in English when we use words like would like to or want to before an action, 想 helps express the mood or the attitude of the speaker toward that action. Let's look at some examples to see how this works in a sentence. 我想去超市。我想去超市。I want to go to the supermarket. Now, what if you want to express the negativity? It's very simple. To say you don't want to do something, you just add 不 right before 想 to make it 不想. For example, 我哥哥不想休息。我哥哥不想休息。My brother doesn't want to rest. Finally, let's take a look at the new vocabulary words from our second text. First, we have 明天, 明天, tomorrow. 去, 去, go to. 哪儿, 哪儿, where. Here we have 哪儿, which means where. You might also hear people say 哪里, 哪里. Both are perfectly correct and mean the same thing, so feel free to use whichever one feels more natural to you. Next one, 想, 想, want, would like. 超市, 超市, supermarket. This is actually an abbreviation for the full word 超级市场. If we break it down, 超级 means super, and 市场 means market. Just like in English, Chinese speakers love to shorten long words for convenience. So 超市 is the way we refer to a supermarket in daily life. Then we have 买, 买, to buy. 东西, 东西, thing or stuff. If you look at the characters individually, 东 means east and 西 means west. So why does east-west mean thing? One popular theory is that Back in the Tang Dynasty, markets were often oriented on an east-west axis. When you went out to buy items from both the east market and the west market, you were essentially buying all the things. Over time, the two directions fused together to represent any physical objects. Next one, 些, which means some or a few. You'll often see it used in the phrase 一些, which is a very common way to describe an unspecified amount of something. Finally, we have 牛奶, which means milk. More specifically, it refers to cow's milk because 牛 means cow. The great thing about this word is that it's like a formula. If you want to talk about other types of milk, you just replace the 牛 with the name of other animals. For example, if you change it to 羊 for goat or sheep, you get 羊奶 or goat's milk. All right, that's everything for the first part of Lesson 6. We've covered a lot today. I hope you find today's lesson helpful for your Chinese journey. Don't forget to review the new vocabulary and try using 想 to express your own intentions this week. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you in the next lesson. 再见!
Chinese.
大家好，欢迎回到我们的频道。Today we're going to learn the second part of Lesson 6. In the first part, we covered quite a bit of ground from the logic behind 手机 and 东西 to using the modal verb 想 to express what we want to do. Now, we're going to build on that foundation and dive even deeper into the rest of this lesson's content. Make sure you have your notes ready from the first half because we will be using some of those patterns again as we introduce new scenarios. Let's get started with our next set of vocabulary and texts. First, let's get started with a quick warm-up. Please listen to the dialogue and choose the correct answer from options A, B, and C.
星期天我们去哪儿吃晚饭？
我还想去西安饭店。
那边的包子非常好吃，我想吃包子。
米米，我想吃米饭，不想吃包子。
好的，我们怎么去？
坐出租车去。Were you able to find the answers? Let's take a look together. For the first one, the correct answer is C, 吃晚饭。吃晚饭. And for the second one, the correct answer is B, 包子。包子. Now let's hear again the text.
星期天我们去哪儿吃晚饭？
我还想去西安饭店。
那边的包子非常好吃，我想吃包子。
米米，我想吃米饭，不想吃包子。
好的，我们怎么去？
坐出租车去。The language point we're going to learn today is serial verb sentences, 联动句. A serial verb sentence consists of two or more verbal phrases in the predicate. It typically expresses two types of meanings. Let's say number one, indicating the purpose of an action. For example, 我想去超市买东西。我想去超市买东西。I want to go to the supermarket to buy things. Here, 去超市 and 买东西 are two verb phrases placed right next to each other. The first phrase represents the action itself, and the second phrase expresses the purpose of that action. Unlike in English, you don't need to use a word like to connect these two phrases. You simply say them one after another. It's the same logic for our next example. 我们去西安饭店吃晚饭。我们去西安饭店吃晚饭。We go to the 西安饭店 for dinner. 西安饭店, 西安 restaurant. 饭店 means restaurant. We will learn that in the future. Here, 去西安饭店 and 吃晚饭. These are two verb phrases joined together without needing to or for in the middle. You can express your purpose directly by just placing the target action immediately after the movement. This is a great feature of Chinese grammar. It's very direct. As long as the sequence of events makes sense, you can stack the phrase to show exactly why you're going somewhere. Next, let's look at the second way to use a serial verb sentence, indicating the manner of an action. This is where the first verb phrase tells us how the second action is being performed. For example, 我们坐出租车去西安饭店。我们坐出租车去西安饭店。We take a taxi to the Xi'an restaurant. 坐出租车 take a taxi. In this sentence, 坐出租车 and 去西安饭店 are two verb phrases placed right next to each other. The first phrase describes the manner of the trip, taking a taxi, while the second phrase describes the action itself, which is going to the Xi'an restaurant. Let's look at another example. 他坐出租车去超市。她坐出租车去超市。She takes a taxi to the supermarket. Here, 坐出租车 and 去超市 are also two verb phrases joined together. Again, the first part tells us the manner. You're traveling by taxi. And the second part is the main action, going to the supermarket. It's a very logical way to build a sentence. You just state how you're moving and then state where you're going. Today, we're going to learn a very important word that will help you ask for directions, methods, and ways to do things. This word is 怎么?怎么? In English, we can translate this as how. When we want to ask about the manner or method of an action, meaning how something is done, we use 怎么. Let's look at the first sentence. You can read after me. 我们怎么去?我们怎么去? How do we go? 去 means to go. So we're asking, how do we go? Are we taking a bus? Are we walking? Or taking a taxi? We use 怎么 to find out the transport method. Now look at the second example. 他怎么去超市?他怎么去超市? How will she go to the supermarket? 超市 is the supermarket. Again, notice the position 怎么 how 怎么 comes right before 去, which means to go. It asks for the specific way she gets to the store. Now, let's try to build some of our own. Think about other verbs we know. For example, to say 说 说. If you want to know how to say a word in Chinese, you can ask 怎么说?怎么说? How to say 怎么说? Do you see the pattern? Just put 怎么 before the action, and you can ask about any method. Now, let's dive into the vocabulary part. Our first word is a very important verb, 吃,吃, eat, to have. Notice the mouth radical on the left side. It literally shows you're using your mouth to eat. You can say 吃饭 to mean eat a meal. Next, 晚饭,晚饭, dinner, supper. 晚 means evening or late. So your evening meal is dinner. 吃晚饭, eat dinner or eat supper. Moving on to a location word, 那边,那边, there. When you want to point to something away from you, you say over there. For example, the restaurant is 那边. Next one, 包子,包子. These are fluffy steamed buns with fillings inside. They're very delicious. Next one, 非常,非常, very, extremely. This is an intensifier. 非常 is stronger than 很. If something is really, really good, you can say 非常好. Very, very good. 非常好. Next, 好吃, tasty, delicious. If we add 好, which means good, before 吃, eat, then we get 好吃. In Chinese logic, if it's good to eat, it is delicious. So you will use this quite often when you try Chinese food. Next one we have 米饭,米饭. This specifically refers to the white steamed rice you see in a bowl. Remember, in China, 米饭 is the soul of almost every meal. Next one, 怎么?怎么? We just saw this in the grammar part. Use this before a verb to ask about the method. For example, 怎么吃? How do I eat? 怎么吃? Next, 坐,坐. Well, it literally means to sit. But here we use it for transportation. So if you sit in a car or bus to go somewhere, you use the verb 坐. So it translates into take or travel by. Finally, we have the word for taxi, 出租车,出租车. Now that we've finished learning all the new vocabulary and grammar points for this lesson, let's head back and take another look at the text. Try your best to answer the following two questions related to the text in Chinese. This is a great way to practice your reading comprehension and your ability to form sentences on the spot. Take your time with these. You can even write down your answers or say them out loud to practice your tones. Number 1. 西安饭店的包子好吃吗？西安饭店的包子好吃吗？ Number 2. 他们怎么去西安饭店？他们怎么去西安饭店？ Okay, let's see the answer together. Number 1, you can say 西安饭店的包子非常好吃。西安饭店的包子非常好吃。The buns in 西安饭店 are very delicious. Second one, 他们坐出租车去。他们坐出租车去。They go by taking a taxi. Okay, let's do another quick exercise to consolidate everything we've just learned. Please look at the screen. You will see 5 blanks below. Your task is to choose the correct answer for each of them from the 5 options provided: A, B, C, D, and E. I highly suggest you pause the video right here. Take your time to think it through and fill in those 5 blanks. Once you're ready to check your work, go ahead and hit play, and we will go through the answers together. Okay, number 1, 我想超市牛奶. We see 超市 and 牛奶. What do we want to do with the location? We go there, and what do we do with milk at store? We buy it. So full sentence is 我想去超市买牛奶. Second one, 我们出租车去西安饭店吃晚饭. Remember our rule from the vocabulary. When you see 出租车, what verb do we use to mean take or travel by? Yes, it's going to be D, 坐. 我们坐出租车去西安饭店吃晚饭. Number 3 is a dialogue. Mom asks, what do you want to eat? The child answers, 我想吃. All right, so after the verb 吃, we need a food item. Which one from the list is a food? Yes, it's going to be C, 米饭. 我想吃米饭. Now, last one. The teacher asks about a 手机号, right? Phone number, 手机号. So here we say 多少. We learned the word 多少 before, right? It means how many. So here in Chinese, when asking for a phone number, you can use 多少. So 你的手机号是多少? What is your phone number? Okay, excellent work. You've mastered how to talk about where you're going, how you're getting there, what you're eating, and even how to ask for a phone number. All right, to wrap up today's lesson, I've prepared some homework for you to practice what we've covered. Please take a moment to complete these exercises after class. You're more than welcome to post your answers in the comments below. We'll be happy to check them over and give you some feedback. Last but not the least, here is the Hanzi chart for lesson 6. So you should be able to recognize these hanzi after this lesson. Remember, according to the official new HSK standards, you should be able to recognize more or less 300 hanzi to accomplish HSK1 exams. So let's start the journey now and learn a few every lesson. Okay, so that's it for lesson 6. I will see you in lesson 7. 再见。
Chinese. Hello everyone, welcome back to Miffy Chinese. 大家好，欢迎回到我们的频道。In today's lesson, we are going to break down the lesson 7 of the new HSK 3.0 standard course. Follow us to join the journey of the ultimate HSK 129 marathon. Alright, let's dive into lesson 7. Before we start the new content, we will do a quick review of lesson 6 homework. So we have, as usual, 4 pictures, and we have to describe them with the new words we learned in lesson 6. First picture, 他的手机号是多少? Remember, we use 多少 to ask a number. Second picture, 我想去超市买牛奶. I want to go to the supermarket to buy some milk. Here we have 2 verbs, 去 and 买, go and buy. Third picture, 王美美想坐出租车去超市. Wang Meimei wants to go to the supermarket by taxi. 坐出租车 by taxi. Remember to express how we do something, the way in which we do something. We put the way, the how, before the verb. 坐出租车 before 去. And last picture. 这些包子非常好吃. These 包子 are very delicious, are extremely delicious. 非常 extremely 好吃 delicious. Alright, so now let's start lesson 7. The title of lesson 7 is 我晚上6点半下课. I'll finish work at 6:30 in the evening. One of the most important things we are going to learn in lesson 7 is how to express an exact time or the hour. So let's do a warm-up exercise. Match the expressions with the clocks. You can probably guess which is which because we have already learned the numbers. So let's try this exercise even before I explain what are the rules of expressing time in Chinese. Let's look at option A, 8点15. This matches with picture 6, 8:15. You can see the numbers for 8 and 15 in this expression. Option B, 15点20, 15 and 20. We match it with picture 4. It's 3:20 in the afternoon, or it's 15:20. Option C, 10点10分, 10 and 10. We match it with picture 1. It's 10 minutes past 10. Option D, 13点45. So 13点 13 is actually 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We match it with picture 3. 1:45. Option E, 12点半. We match it with picture 2. We can see the number 12 in this expression, so we match it with 12:30. And last, option F, 18点, belongs to picture 5. It's 6 o'clock or 18 o'clock. Alright, so after doing this exercise, I don't know if you already find some of the rules of expressing an hour in Chinese. Let's see. The language points for this lesson are 2. First, the expression of time, and then we learn about the modal particle 把. First, let's look at the expression of time. The first word we are going to be looking at is 点. 点 means hour. So if you want to say a time which is something o'clock exactly, no extra minutes, you just say the number and you add the 点, the 汉字点. Let's look at the examples. 9 o'clock, 9点, 9点. 5 o'clock, 5点, 5点. And 2 o'clock, 2点, 2点。2 o'clock, attention here, it's not 2点 because 2 is also 2, but we use 2 here. To express an hour, we say 2点. So we explained before that 2 is used before a quantifier. So you can understand 点 for hour as a quantifier, and that's why we use 2 and we don't use 2. Now, what if it's not something o'clock exactly? If there are extra minutes, we use the word 分. But there are some details to keep in mind. First of all, 分 can be omitted. Look at the first example, 9:20. We can say 9点20分, or we can just omit the 分. We say simply 9点20. Both ways are totally fine. Only in one case, 分 cannot be omitted, and that is when the minutes are exactly 10 minutes. Let's look at the second example, 6:10, or 10 minutes past 6. 6点10分. Here, it's not acceptable to say 6点10, doesn't make any sense. Okay, so remember this detail. Another special case is when the minutes are less than 10 minutes. Look at the third example, 5 minutes past 8. We have to add 0 before the number of the minutes. So 8:05 is said 8点05分. Or we can also omit the 分. We can say 8点05. Alright, that's it for the minutes. Let's move on, and now let's look at the 汉字半. So 半 means half in general, and in case of expressing time, when we want to express half past some hour, we add 半. So let's look at the examples. 7:30 or 7:30. 7点半. 7点半. 3:30. 3点半. 3点半. 11:30. 11点半. 11点半. Of course, if here you want to say, for example, 7:30, to say the number 30 is also right. So you can say 7点30. It's also right. Okay, so the last 汉字 for expressing time is an extra that I added. It's not on the textbook. It's 刻. So 刻 means 15 minutes. When it's exactly 15 minutes, we can use 刻. Let's look at the examples. First example, 15 minutes past 4. We can say 4点1刻, or we can say 4点15. 15 past 10. We can say 10点1刻 or 10点15. And last, what if it's 3:15 minutes and that is 45 minutes? 1:45, we can say 1点3刻 or we can say 1点45. So the two ways are both very common in Chinese daily conversation. Alright, now let's do some exercise. Match the clocks with the right expressions. Okay, so the first clock, 13:30, 13点半, or you can say 13点30. The second clock, 20:38, 20点38. You just say the numbers. And the last clock, 6 minutes past 10, 10点06. Or you can add the 分, 10点06分. Alright, did you get it all right? We see here that the first two clocks actually exceed 12 o'clock. It's a number bigger than 12, so it's actually an hour in the afternoon. And actually, it's not very common in Chinese to say an hour and use a number bigger than 12. Like in the exercise, we used 13 or 20. It's actually more common to use the word 上午, 中午, 下午, and 晚上. And that means morning, noon, afternoon, and evening before we say the hour to express whether it's, for example, 8 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the afternoon or evening. So let's look at some examples. 10:58 in the morning. If we want to say 10:58 in the morning, we say 上午10点58. If we want to specify it's 12 o'clock a.m., we can say 中午12点。中午 means the noon. Now 14:30, 2:30 in the afternoon. We can add the word 下午, which is afternoon in Chinese, before the hour 2:30. So we can say 下午2点半. Last example, 10 minutes past 9 in the evening. We can say 晚上9点10分. 晚上 means evening. So there is no confusion if you are saying 10 minutes past 9 in the morning or in the evening. Alright, that's it for the expressions of the time of the hour. I hope you find it clear. If you have any questions, please leave your questions in the comment section below. Great, now let's look at the modal particle 把. So the modal particle 把 in this lesson is pronounced with a neutral tone at the end of a sentence, so we leave it very light at the end of the sentence. It is used to express suggestions, consultations, advice, or requests. Let's look at some examples. 我们下午3点见吧。好的。See that I leave the 吧 very light at the end. Okay, so in this sentence, 见 means meet. It's actually a suggestion or a consultation. It says, let's meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Next example, 你去超市买吧。超市没有。超市 supermarket. So here you can understand the sentence as some kind of a request. You go to the supermarket to buy it. There isn't any in the supermarket. Last example, 我们去西安饭店吃晚饭吧。好的。Let's go to restaurant 西安 for dinner. Okay. So here it's some kind of suggestion or consultation. Alright, now let's look at the new words for text 1. 现在. 现在. This means now. 点. 点. We explained in the expression of time it's when it's something o'clock exactly. 早上. 早上. Morning or early morning. 上午. 上午. Morning. So a lot of my students ask me if 早上 and 上午 are anything different. I would say they are actually pretty much the same when we use it in daily conversation. But if we have to differentiate, like in the textbook, 早上 is maybe earlier, even earlier than 上午. So 早上 you can translate it as early morning and 上午 morning in general. But actually in daily use, I don't think there is any difference. 分. Minute, we explained it before. 课. Class, lesson. 下午. Afternoon. So if you compare the word 上午 morning and 下午 afternoon, you'll see the only difference is that morning is 上 and afternoon is 下. The 汉字午 is the same. So let's break it down. 汉字上 actually means up, over, on top of something like this. And 下is the opposite. It means down, below, under something. You can see the two 汉字 are actually also written like the opposite of each other. So these are very useful 汉字 that will appear in a lot of words. For example, we can add 上 to 课, class, lesson. 上课 means attend class. And we can also add 下 to 课. 下课 means dismiss a class. Alright, let's move on. 见 meet. 把 the modal particle. Perfect. Now let's listen to the text and read the text with us if you will. 现在几点？
早上8点40。
我上午10点10分有课。
好的，我们下午2点见吧。
Alright, let's look at the language points for text 2. So the first language points, position of adverbs and time expressions as adverbials. Second language point, modal particle ne. Let's look at the first language point, possession of adverbs and time expressions as adverbials. So in Chinese, when adverbs and time expressions function as adverbials, they are generally placed before verbs or adjectives. Maybe adverb is a little bit abstract, so let me give you some examples of adverbs. The adverbs we have already learned, for example, 不, 不. So this is the negative word, 很, 很. This means very. It's actually also an adverb. And the last example, 上午, is a time expression. So all of these kind of words are added in a sentence before the verbs or adjectives. Let's look at some examples. 我不想去，我不想去。I don't want to go. Here the 不 is the adverb and 想 is the verb. 不 before 想。妹妹很高兴，妹妹很高兴。The younger sister is very happy. 很 is the adverb, very. 高兴 is an adjective and also the predicate of the sentence. So how happy? Very happy. 很 before 高兴。他上午10点半上课。他上午10点半上课。She has a class at 10:30 in the morning. 上午10点半 is the time expression. 上课 is the verb. 上午10点半 is placed before 上课 the verb. The last example is what I want to emphasize because the sequence of this sentence is very different from English. So in English, you will say she has a class at 10:30 in the morning. Has a class, the verb always before the time expression. But in Chinese, bear in mind that it's always the reverse. The time expression always before the verb. Let's do some immediate exercise. So complete these dialogues. Okay, let's read them together. 我们8点见。我们下午8点见吧。We meet at 8 o'clock. Let's meet at 8 o'clock in the afternoon. 你上午去上课，是吗？ You go to class in the morning, right? 对，我上午有课。Yes, I have a class in the morning. 我们下午去超市吧。Let's go to the supermarket in the afternoon. 对不起，我下午有课。Sorry, I have a class in the afternoon. Great, let's move on to the modal particle ne. So the modal particle ne in this lesson is placed at the end of a sentence to indicate confirmed facts. So the basic structure is very simple. It's just whatever you want to say, whatever sentence, and then you put ne at the end. So why would you repeat something that is already confirmed? Is because you want to emphasize it. Let's look at some examples. 我明天下午2点还上课呢。I have a class tomorrow at 2 p.m. I added the blue words in the translation in English to make it clear that when you end a sentence with ne in Chinese, it's because your tone is that you want to emphasize what you are saying. So maybe you can even translate it into, I do have a class tomorrow at 2 p.m. Second example, 妹妹会做2个菜呢。The sister can actually cook 2 dishes. 李菲菲晚上还有事呢。李菲菲 is actually occupied tonight. Great job, guys. Now let's move on to the new word for text 2. First word, 电影院，电影院 cinema. Actually, we will see very soon that 电影 is the word for movie or film, and 院 is the suffix for a place. So it is used at the end of the word to express a lot of places. Another example we are going to see very soon is hospital. It's also said with this word 院. Right, next word, 看，看 watch, see, read, or look at. So actually we can say 看电影, 看电影, watch a film, watch a movie. Next word, 是, 是. So this translates into thing or affair. You probably remember we explained in previous lessons a word that is 东西. So 东西 is also translated as thing. But what's the difference between 是 and 东西? So 是 is something to do, an appointment, an affair you have to attend to. And 东西 is thing, but it's always like a physical object. So what if you want to say, I'm occupied, I'm not available? In Chinese, we say 我有事. It's like I have something to do. I am not available. I'm occupied with a thing. All right. Next word, 上课, 上课. Attend a class. Next word, 呢. Next word, 办, 办. Have. And the last word, 下课, 下课. Dismiss a class. Before we jump into text 2, let's do a listening challenge. So listen twice the conversation and try to choose the correct answer for these questions. Question 1. 黄米米下午想去 A. 超市 B. 看电影 and C. 西安饭店 Question 2. 李菲菲明天下午还 A. 上课 B. 有事 C. 去超市下午我想去电影院看电影，你去吗？
我不想去，下午还有事。
好的，明天呢？
我明天下午2点还上课呢，4点半下课。
下午我想去电影院看电影，你去吗？
我不想去，下午还有事。
好的，明天呢？
我明天下午2点还上课呢，4点半下课。
All right, so the correct answers are B and A. Question 1. 黄米米下午想去看电影。黄米米 wants to go watch a movie in the afternoon. Question 2. 李菲菲明天下午还上课。李菲菲 has a class tomorrow afternoon. Here you have the complete conversation. If you have any question, leave it in the comment section. All right, let's look at the new words for text 3, the last text. First word, 在. 在. The English translation is be at, be in, be on. So it is generally to express a location. Where is something or someone? You can answer with 在. Next word, 家. 家. So this means home or a family. Next word, 里. 里. Inner or inside. We normally say 在家里, 在家里 to say at home. Next word, 晚上, 晚上 evening. Next word, 医院, 医院 hospital. You can again see the suffix for a place, 院. 医院 is also a place, hospital. 上班, 上班 go to work, 店, 店. So any kind of shop or store is said 店. For example, coffee in Chinese is 咖啡. So a coffee shop is 咖啡店. 菜. 菜. We saw in lesson 5 that 菜 is dish or cuisine. And here 菜actually has another meaning, vegetable or greens. So not meat, vegetables. 分钟. 分钟. Minute. We learned that 分 is already minute, and 分钟 is just another way to say minute. 后. 后. after or later. So in this lesson, 后 is used to express in time after something or later. But 后 has another meaning and it is behind, in a space, behind. Okay, let's listen twice to text 3 and answer these questions. Question 1. 罗乔乔 A. 上班呢 B. 买菜呢 C. 在家里呢 Question 2. 黄米米 A. 5点下班 B. 6点下班 C. 6点半下班喂，你在哪儿呢？
我在家里呢。
我晚上6点半下班。
我8点去医院上班。
好的，你去店里买些菜吧。
好，我10分钟后去。
喂，你在哪儿呢？
我在家里呢。
我晚上6点半下班。
我8点去医院上班。
好的，你去店里买些菜吧。
好，我10分钟后去。
Okay, the correct answers are C and C. 罗乔乔在家里呢。罗乔乔 is at home. And we add the "ne" at the end of the sentence to express that it's a confirmed fact. We want to emphasize this fact. Question 2. 黄米米6点半下班。黄米米 gets off work at 6:30. 6:30, 6点半。Here you go, you have the complete conversation. You can read it out loud 5 times just to get some muscle memory. All right. Actually, we have 2 bonus questions for this conversation. So the first question is, 罗乔乔晚上还去做什么? Do you know what this means? What else is 罗乔乔 doing tonight? So you can answer with 罗乔乔晚上去医院上班。罗乔乔 goes to the hospital to go to work in the evening. Second question. 罗乔乔10分钟后去做什么? This means, what is 罗乔乔 doing after 10 minutes? So you can answer, 罗乔乔10分钟后去店里买菜。罗乔乔 goes to the shop to buy some vegetables in 10 minutes. Perfect. Now let's do a comprehensive exercise together. Let's look at the 5 important words we learned in the lesson 7. Option A, 医院 hospital. Option B, 12点半 12:30. Option C, 课 class. Option D, 现在 now. And option E, 见 meet. Okay, so now you can pause here, and when you are finished, move on to the next page to check your answers. 她星期天没有课。She doesn't have any class on Sunday. 我们中午12点半下课，下午2点见吧。We get off class at 12:30 at noon. Let's meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 白芳芳，对不起，我现在有事呢，你去吧。陈鹏鹏，好的，你忙吧。白芳芳 ，Sorry, I'm occupied now. You go. 陈鹏鹏 ，Okay, you go do your thing. 黄米米，你今天晚上几点去医院上班？罗乔乔，晚上8点。黄米米 ，What time do you go to the hospital to go to work this evening? 罗乔乔 8 o'clock in the evening. Wonderful job, guys. Now we are at the end of lesson 7. We have a little homework, so we have 4 pictures as always, and we have to complete these sentences with the words we learned in this new lesson. And at the very last, we also have the Hanzi chart here for you guys. Very good, very nice job. If you have watched all the videos till now, you have completed half of the HSK 1 3.0 new standard course. It's a long journey, but you are off to a wonderful start. I will see you in next lesson. See you at lesson 8. See you guys. Bye bye. 再见. Chinese. Hello everybody, welcome back to Miffy Chinese. Here at Miffy Chinese, we are launching the ultimate HSK 129 marathon according to the new 3.0 standard course. Don't forget to subscribe to join us on our Chinese learning journey. Okay, so in today's lesson, we are going to guide you through the lesson 8 of the 3.0 new standard HSK 1 course. Before we start to explain the new points of lesson 8, we are going to review our homework of lesson 7. So we have 4 pictures and we are going to describe the pictures with the words we learned in the lesson 7. First picture, 现在是7点19分. You have to look at the clock and express the hour, so it's 7:19, 19 minutes past 7, 7点19分. Second picture, 我们上午10点10分见吧. Let's meet at 10 minutes past 10 in the morning. Don't forget to add the verb 见 to meet. The ba at the end of the sentence, remember, it's to express the suggestion, consultation, advice, and so on. Next picture. 我今天晚上9点还上课呢. I have a class at 9 this evening. So 今天晚上9点 is the time expression. 上课 is the verb, and we learned in lesson 7 that the time expression always comes before the verb. At the end of this sentence, we see 呢, the modal particle 呢, to express, to emphasize a confirmed fact. The last picture of the homework, 妹妹2点有课. The younger sister has a class at 2 o'clock. Here we also see that the time expression comes before the verb. Alright, if you have any remaining questions about the content of lesson 7, please write it in the comments below and we can answer them together. Now let's dive into lesson 8. The title of lesson 8 is 我爸爸也在医院工作. My father also works at a hospital. Alright, here is the warm-up exercise for the important new vocabulary of the lesson 8. We have 6 pictures and we have 6 words. Let me guide you through. First word, 小猫. 小猫 is picture 4. Kitten, little cat. 你有小猫吗? 我有2只小猫. Second word, 学校. 学校. Maybe you will remember this 汉字学, the first 汉字, from previous lessons. 学 means study, learn. So we will put it with picture 3. It's the school, 学校. Option C, 书店. Maybe you remember 店 from lesson 7. 店 means store. So which one of these is a kind of a store? It's picture 1. 书店, a bookstore, because 书 means book. Option D, 医生. 医生, we also learned a word similar to 医生 in lesson 7, 医院. 医院 means hospital. So 医生 is something related to hospital. It's picture 5. Doctor, 医生. Option E, 桌子. 桌子 is picture 6. Table, desk. If you look closely, I don't know if you can see that, but I think the 汉字 for 桌, for desk, table, looks kind of like a table. The legs and the platform, anyways. 桌子, table. Option F, 房间. 房间. Of course, it's the picture 2. Room. Now let's start to look at the language points, 语言点, of lesson 8. So in lesson 8, in total, we have 3 language points. The first language point, 方位词, the position words. So to express where is something, is it on, in, outside, under, something like this. Next language point is 介词在, preposition 在. So 在 is very important also to express the location, where is something because it can be translated into be at, be on, be in. To express a location, we always use 在. The last language point, 能愿动词能, the modal verb 能. Alright, in this book, in the new 3.0 standard course of HSK, HSK1, we are only required to know these position words. 上下里外前后 and 外边. Alright, we will be looking at them one by one very soon. So first, let's learn about the basic structures to express a location. We have two structures here. The first structure is position plus the 汉字有 plus the noun. So where is something or someone? The noun is the something or someone. So the first structure means there is or there are something or someone in some place. The second structure is we put the noun first. So the someone or something at the beginning of the sentence, and then we add a verb. Here we will see the verb 在. So be in, be at. And then we will see the verb 去, to go to some place. And then at last, we will add the position word. Let's look at some examples. The first example, 小雪的手机在桌子上呢。小雪 cell phone is on the table. 小雪 is a name. 小雪的手机，小雪 cell phone. 在 be on. Where is it? 桌子上 be on the table. The 呢 at the end to emphasize the fact. Attention here, another detail is that in Chinese, we put 桌子 before 上. So in English, it's on the table. The on is before table, but in Chinese, it's reversed. It's table and then 上. On the table, table on, 桌子上. Right, the next example, 小猫在桌子下. The kitten is under the table. We see here that the word for under, 下, is also after the word for table, 桌子. Under the table, 桌子下. Next example, 房间里有一只小猫. There's a kitten in the room. Here we have the different structure, the first structure we talked before. So first we have the position word, 房间里, in the room. Here also the word for in, inside, 里 is after the word for room, 房间, 房间里, in the room. 有一只小猫. 只 we will learn afterwards is the measure word for some kind of animals. So 一只小猫 means one cat. There is a kitten in the room. Next example, 我们去书店外吧. Let's go outside the bookstore. Why the word for outside is also after the word for bookstore, 书店. And the 吧 at the end of the sentence is used to express a suggestion. Next example, 小猫在电脑前. The kitten is in front of the computer. And the last example, 小猫在电脑后. The kitten is behind the computer. Alright, that's it for now for the position words. Now let's learn about the new words we will see in text 1. Read them with me if you will. 房间, 房间, room. Why? Outside, we also learned this before. 只is the measure word for certain animals like dogs, cats, rabbits, etc. In this lesson, we will see an expression 这只. Maybe you will remember 这 in previous lessons. That means this. We add 这 and the measure word 这只 to express this cat. So this is a reminder that we can put the pronouns for this or that, these or those with any kind of measure words. Next word, 小. This means small or little. 猫, cat. 我喜欢猫. 美, no or not. Maybe you are confused because we learned a word for no or not in previous lessons, and that is 不. So what is the difference between 没 and 不? First of all, we should remember that if the verb of the sentence is 有, have, has, possession, existence, 有, we will have to use 没 as the negative form. 没有, 没有, it's always 没有. Doesn't exist, 不有. Second of all, we should remember that if we want to describe or talk about something in the past, we always use 没 as no or not. And if we want to talk about something in the present or in the future, we use 不 as no or not. Alright, next word, 看见, 看见, see or catch sight of something. So here, 看见 really emphasizes that you catch sight of something, that this something is in your sight. It's not only the intention of looking for something, it's that you have seen it, you have caught sight of it. So it's a little bit different than just 看. Right, next word, 桌子, 桌子, table or desk. So in a lot of words, we will see 字 at the end of the word, and it's always pronounced as the neutral tone, so we leave it very light. 桌子, 桌子. Next word, 下, 下. We explained before that this is for under low possession or rank. And the last word, 漂亮, 漂亮. This means pretty, beautiful. Alright, now let's look at the text with us. Read the text 5 times just to get some muscle memory. 房间外有一只小猫。
我没看见，它在哪儿呢？
它在桌子下呢。
这只小猫真漂亮。
Great job, guys! Chinese. Now we are entering the second part of Lesson 8. Now let's first look at the language points for the last 2 texts. The first language point is the preposition 在. The preposition 在 combines with words or phrases that indicate a location or place. Now we learn something new about 在, and that is this structure, we place it before the actual verb of the sentence to show that we do something in some place. Where does the action take place? So let's look at some examples. First example, 我在学校吃午饭. Okay, so if we count 在 as a verb, actually this sentence has 2 verbs. 在学校, the first verb, be at school. 吃午饭, the second verb, have lunch, eat lunch. But here, actually, 在学校 is not the actual verb. It's only the expression of the place where does the action eating lunch take place, at school. So look at this structure. 我在学校吃午饭. 在学校 the location is placed before 吃午饭, the verb, eat lunch. So that is also a difference from English. We place the location where the action takes place before the word for the action. Next example, 他爸爸在医院工作. His father works in a hospital. Also, 在医院 in a hospital, before 工作 work. Last example, 你在哪儿买菜? Where do you buy vegetables? Here is a very useful expression, 在哪儿?在哪儿? If you want to ask someone, where does she or he do something? Where does this action take place? We will have to use 在哪儿. Alright, that's it for 在. Let's move on. The next word we are going to learn is 能愿动词. So the modal verb 能 is placed before the verb to indicate the ability, the condition, or possibility of doing something. So 能 can be easily translated into can or be able to. And we will probably remember that we have seen one word before that also translates into can or be able to, and that is 会. So what is the difference between 会 and 能? Actually, there is an important difference. So we learned before that 会 is to be placed before a verb that expresses a skill you acquire through learning. So for example, speak Chinese, play the piano, swim. More than can or be able to, I think 会, if you can translate the sentence into I know how to do something, he knows how to do something, we can use 会. But 能 is much more general. So basically, if you in English, you can say someone can do something, you can use 能. Much more general than 会. Let's look at some examples of 能. First example, 下午2点你能到吗? Can you arrive at 2 p.m.? So here, arrive at 2 p.m. is definitely not something you have to acquire through learning. You just arrive because you have the time and you can make it. So it just talks about the conditions. Next example, 爸爸能去, father can go. Again, it's very general. It just says father can go. The last example, 我不能去学校吃午饭. I can't go have lunch at school. Also not something you have to acquire through learning. So these 3 examples, we cannot replace the 能 with 会 because they are not things we acquire through learning. Wonderful job. Let's dive into the new words of the text 2. First word, 在, 在. Next word, 学校, 学校, school. Next word, 书店, 书店, bookstore. We explained before that 店 is the word for store, so any kind of store, we just have to add the thing that they sell at first and then add 店. 前, 前, front or in front of, we explained it before. 能, 能, can or be able to. 到, 到, arrive or reach. 午饭, 午饭, lunch. We learned the word for 中午, which is noon, in lesson 7. So we take the 午 of 中午 and we put it with 饭, which means meal or food, and we get lunch, meal of the noon, 午饭. All right. We will listen twice to the text 2 and we will have to answer these questions. Question 1. 黄咪咪和李菲菲在 A. 家里见 B. 书店里见 C. 书店前见 Question 2. 李菲菲下午 A. 2点能到 B. 2点半能到 C. 3点后能到我们在哪儿见呢？
在学校书店前见吧。
好的，下午2点你能到吗？
我能到，我在学校吃午饭。
我们在哪儿见呢？
在学校书店前见吧。
好的，下午2点你能到吗？
我能到，我在学校吃午饭。
All right, so the correct answers are C and A. 黄咪咪和李菲菲在书店前见。黄咪咪 and 李菲菲 will meet in front of the bookstore. 李菲菲下午2点能到。李菲菲 can arrive at 2 p.m. Did you understand the text? Did you get the answers? All right, here you go. You have the complete conversation. If you have any further questions, please leave it in the comments. With no further ado, let's dive into the new words for the last text. First word, 饭. 饭, meal. We actually have talked about 饭 a lot before. So we learned 做饭, which means to cook, and we learned 午饭, which means lunch. Next word, 大. 大, big or large. So we learned just before we learned 小 for small and little. 病人, 病人, patient. So the 2 汉字, the first 汉字病 means ill, sick, or disease. And the next 汉字人 means person, people. Next word, 多, 多, many or much. Next word, 医生，医生 doctor. And we learned before that 医院 is the hospital. Next word, 李医生，李医生. This is not really a new word. It's just 李, the surname of Li Feifei, plus 医生, the profession of Li Feifei, doctor. Family name plus profession as a respectful way to call someone. So 李医生 is Dr. Li. In the text, we will also see that the elder doctor calls the younger doctor 小李, literally the small Li. It's also a very common way for people older than you or more experienced than you in China to call you by 小 plus your family name as an informal way to call you, especially between co-workers. The last word, 工作, 工作, work or job. Great. Now let's look at these two questions. We will listen twice to the text 3 and then we will have to answer these questions. First question, 大医院里 A. 人很少 B. 病人多 C. 医生不忙 The next question, 李医生加油 A. 一个医生 B. 两个医生 or C. 三个医生小李还没吃饭呢。
没吃呢。
大医院病人多，医生非常忙。
是的，我爸爸也在医院工作，他也非常忙。
你家有两个医生？
对。
小李还没吃饭呢。
没吃呢。
大医院病人多，医生非常忙。
是的，我爸爸也在医院工作，他也非常忙。
你家有两个医生？
对。
Perfect. The correct answers are B and B. 大医院里病人多。There are a lot of patients in big hospitals. Next question. 李医生家有两个医生。There are two doctors in the family of Dr. Li. Wonderful job, guys. Now you have the whole conversation. Look at the conversation, and we have actually two bonus questions for you. The first bonus question is, 李医生的爸爸在哪儿工作? Where does the father of Dr. Li work? You can answer it with maybe 李医生的爸爸也在医院工作。李医生的爸爸也在医院工作。The father of Dr. Li also works in a hospital. Second question. 李医生的爸爸工作忙吗？李医生的爸爸工作忙吗？ Is the father of Dr. Li busy with his work? This is a yes or no question because it ends with 吗 So you probably can answer. 对，他很忙。Yes, he is very busy. Okay, so that's it for the new words and the new conversations. Now let's do the comprehensive exercise of the vocabulary as always. Let's look at the 5 new words. A. 哪儿 Remember the has to be united with the second last word, 哪儿 right. B. 在 the word to express location. You put before and location. C. 桌子 table. D. 书店 bookstore. E. 能 can or be able to in general. Take as long as you want to finish this exercise and then continue to look at the answers. 1. 李医生的爸爸在医院工作。The father of Dr. Li works in a hospital. 2. 我下午2点能到学校。I can arrive at school at 2 p.m. 3. 陈鹏鹏，小猫在哪儿呢？白芳芳，小猫在桌子下。Where is the cat? Where is the kitten? The kitten is under the table. 4. 白芳芳，我们去书店 你去吗？李菲菲，我现在有事，不能去。We'll go to the bookstore. Do you go? Will you come? I'm occupied now. I cannot go. All right. Did you get them all right? 100%? Very nice. Very good job, guys. Now we are at the end of lesson 8. We have 4 pictures and we have to describe them with the words we learned in this lesson. The homework will be reviewed in the new video of lesson 9. And at the very end of the video, we have provided you guys with the Hanzi chart of lesson 8. We highly recommend you guys make a screenshot of every Hanzi chart of every lesson. So at the end of 15 lessons for HSK1, for example, you will end up with all the complete information for the Hanzi of the exam of the 3.0 new standard course HSK level 1, which will be very convenient if you want to review before taking the exam. Okay, guys, that's the end of lesson 8. See you in lesson 9. 再见。
大家好，欢迎回到我们的频道。Welcome back to Mifi Chinese. This is lesson 9, part 1. Grab your coffee, open your notebook, and let's get started. Don't forget to subscribe to join our marathon squad. Okay, let's do it. This lesson, we learn lesson 9 of HSK level 1. Alright, so let's have a look at the title. 我明天上午在学校学习. I will be studying at school tomorrow morning. Okay, so first one, 我 learned it before, right? 我 it means I or me. 我明天 tomorrow. 上午 tomorrow. 上午. Okay, we will learn this word 上午 later in the vocabulary part. 在学校学习 studying at school. Right? Okay, so let's dive in. First of all, let's take a look at the objectives of this lesson. First of all, we will learn the existential sentences. Right? We will explain further in the language point part. Right? So this is going to be the first usage of existential sentences. All right. Second one, the sequence of time and location expressions when they co-occur. Right? So when you both have time and location in one sentence, and how should we place them in a sentence? Right, so these two language points we're going to explain later in detail. And then third one, the very important word 地, right, in Chinese, 地. Okay, and then finally we will cover the leisure activities of contemporary Chinese people. Right, so these 4 are the main objectives of lesson 9. Okay, so now let's dive in. First of all, of course, let's take a look of homework from lesson 8. So if you haven't checked lesson 8, you can pause the video now and then go study lesson 8, and then you can come back here. All right, so first, let's take a look. What can we put in the blank under this picture? How can we describe this picture? So, 医生, right? 医生, remember 医生? Doctor, right? 医生. Okay, so last lesson, we learned 非常忙, right? 非常忙, 非常 very, right? 非常 is used to describe something is very or extremely something. You can use 非常 like 非常好, right? So 非常忙 busy. So doctors are very busy. 医生非常忙. Right? Okay. Next one. From the picture, it's clearly a bookstore, right? A bookstore. So in the blank, we can fill in the word for bookstore, which was 书店, right? 书店. So 我们在书店见吧. Let's meet at the bookstore. Okay. Next one. So from the picture, of course, this is a supermarket. We learned the word supermarket, not lesson 8, but I think like a few lessons back. So what is supermarket in Chinese? 超市, right? 超市. So here, 你 something 去超市吗? It's a question, right? It's a question. So in lesson 8, we learned 能, right? 能, the modal verb 能. Can you do something? 你能去超市吗? Can you go to the supermarket? Right? Okay, very good. Now, last one. 桌子上, and then the blank. So on the table or on the desk, there is a cat, right? There's a cat. So in lesson 8, we learned there is a cat. How to say there's a cat? 有一只小猫. Right? So 桌子上有一只小猫. Right? Okay, very good. So that's everything about homework of lesson 8. Next, let's do the warm-up session of lesson 9. Okay, there are 6 pictures on the screen, and then there are also 6 words, right? 6 words here. So some of them you might see it before, and some of them are the new vocabularies of this lesson, but don't worry, you can make a guess, and then you can match them with the corresponding pictures, right? So you're able to, you can pause the video here, and then make your answers, and then after that you can resume, and then let's check out the answers together, right? Okay, so take your time. All right, so this is all the answers here. Let's take a look. So first of all, the easiest one. So 书, right? 书. From the homework here, 书店, bookshop, 书店. So of course, 书 means book, right? 书 means book. So F is this one. So books, 书. And then let's take a look at number A. 小狗, 小狗. 小 is what? 小, small, right? Small. So 狗 means puppy. Sorry, 狗 means dog. So 小狗 is puppy, right? 小狗. So picture this one. And then B. 电视. Right? New vocabulary of this lesson, we will see 电视, right? 电视, this one. 电视, television, 电视. And then C, 学习, to study, 学习, which is also in the title of this lesson right here. 我明天上午在学校学习, study. So it would be this picture, right? This picture here. Right, next one, D, 玩, 玩 means to play. So this one. And then E, 椅子, 椅子, it means chair, 椅子. So it will be this one. Right, okay, so this is the warm-up. Next, let's see the text of lesson 9. Here it is. All right, I'm gonna read it for you, and then you can read after me, or you can rewind and listen to the text for a couple more times until you get familiar with it. Right? Okay, so let's start. 学校前边有一家电影院。对，我们晚上去那个电影院看电影吧。好，我们7点在电影院外边见，好吗？好的，晚上7点见。Okay, did you get the meaning of the text? Right? If you didn't, it's okay, because there are a couple of new words and new expressions we will learn. All right, so first of all, let's take a look of all the new words, new vocabularies of this text. I'm going to read it through, and you can read after me. 前边, 前边. Next, 边, 边. 家, 家. 那个, 那个. 外边, 外边. Okay, next let's take a look of them one by one. First, 前边, 前边. Alright, so it means front or the front side. So the first character, 前, it means forward or before. And 边 means side. So together, they literally mean the front side. So front, right? So look at this sentence here. 我在他们前边. Right? This means I am in front of them. Right? Just like the girl in the yellow shirt is in front of everyone, right? 我在他们前边. Right? Next example sentence here. 超市前边是一家书店. Right? In front of the supermarket is a bookstore. So we use this to describe the location of the building, the 书店. Right? So the 书店 is located in the front of the 超市. Okay, so first word, 前边. Okay, next one, 边, right? 边. So on its own, it's a suffix or it's a noun meaning side or edge, right? So we use 边 to create many direction words. So look at the list, the red words here, right? 前边 front, 后边 right? This one 后边 back, back. And then 上边 the top, 下边 so bottom, bottom. 里边 inside, inside. 外边 outside. So it's like a so like these ones are like all the possible directions using 边, right? Okay, and then let's take a look of the example sentences here. 你后边是谁? Right, 后边, what is 后边? Right here, right? We just said backside, right? The back. So who is behind you, right? 你后边是谁? Who is behind you? And then next one, 桌子有四条边. So here it's not side anymore because we see another meaning of 边 is edge, right? Edge. So here it actually means the table, 桌子 table has 有 four sides or four edges, right? Here is more the meaning of edges. So 桌子有四条边, just like right here, right? The red line here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the 桌子 table has four edges. 桌子有四条边, right? Okay, so this is 边. Next one, you might already know 家 as home or family, right? Maybe we see it before already, but today we were learning this as a measure word, right? Measure word. Remember measure word, right? So like 一个人, right? This 个 is the measure word for human, for people, right? But here for families or enterprises, right? Enterprises, you can call it 家, right? As the measure word. So in Chinese, for example, when we say one shop, we will use 家, right? For like business establishments like shops, restaurants, companies as the measure word, right? So the fruit stand, right, in the picture, this is a fruit stand. It's a 水果店, right? Remember 店 as in 书店, right? So shop. When you add 店 at the end of something, it's the shop of that thing. So 书店. Bookstore. And here, 水果 means fruit. So 水果店 is fruit shop. So here, the measure word is 家. When you want to say one fruit shop, you say 一家水果店. 一家水果店. Okay. And then, the example sentence here. 那是一家新书店. Right? That is a new bookstore, right? 新 here means new. So 那是一家新书店. Okay. Then 你想去哪家店? Which shop do you want to go? Right? Which shop do you want to go? So here, between which and the shop, again, we also need the measure word 家. Right? 家,你想去哪家店? Which shop do you want to go? Right? So, okay, this is 家. Let's move on. Okay, next one. All right, next one. 那个, that, right? 那个, that. This is a very common word in Chinese you will see again and again. Right? So 那 means that. And 个 is the measure word, the general one that we just covered. Right? So we put them together to point at something specifically. Right? Okay, let's look at the image where a finger points at a specific figure, a specific person. 那个人, right? 那个人, that person, specifically that person. 那个人, right? Okay, and then let's see the example sentence here. 那个人我认识. 认识 means I know someone. 那个人我认识. I know that person. Okay, next one. 我觉得那个菜非常好吃. 我觉得 I think 我觉得 I think that dish, right? 菜 dish. I think that dish is very delicious, right? 非常好吃. 我觉得那个菜非常好吃。All right, so here, the pronunciation we see very clearly. The pinyin is 那个, right? 那个. But here, I want you to know that actually in spoken language, in everyday Chinese, except 那个, right? 那, we can also pronounce 那 as 内. That's why also in the text earlier, you hear me read it. 我们晚上去那个电影院看电影吧. Right, so these both ways, 那个 and 那个 are both correct. Right, so it's just like according to which accent you're using or like the habit, like different provinces in China, people have different habits of speaking. So maybe some people will say 那个, some people will say 那个. Right, it's scored. I think like in the northern China, more often you will hear 那个. And then in the southern China, some places, some provinces, probably they say 那个. Right, so both are correct. Just know that they mean the same. Right, so this is 那个 or 那个. Last one of the new words of today. 外边, right? 外边, which means outside, right? It's one of the 6 direction words we just saw, right? The last one here, 外边. All right, remember, okay, so let's take a look at the picture here. Imagine you're looking out the window in the picture. So 外边在下雨, right? Outside this window, 外边, it's raining outside. So 外边. Okay, and then the second example sentence here. After studying hard, you need a break. So you can say 你学了30分钟了. You've been studying for 30 minutes. Take a look at the outside. 看看外边吧, right? Take a look at the outside. 外边, right? Okay, so this is the last new word for the first text. Next, let's do a little activity here, a little exercise. So the 5 new words we just learned is right here, right here. And then these are the English translations down here, but they are not corresponding. I need you to pick which one means which one, right? So you can pause the video here and then make your answers, and then we're gonna look at them together, right? Okay, if you are ready, let's take a look. So first, 前边, it means the front, right? So it should be this one. And then 边, side or edge, right? So here, this one. And then 家, so it's a measure word for, it means family, or it's a measure word for enterprises, right? So this one. And then 那个, right? That, right? I'm missing a line here, so it should be this one. 那个, that. And then last one, outside, 外边, right? We just saw, right? Outside, 外边. Okay, so this is the answer. All right, next, let's try to reinforce the memory a little bit more. So here, I don't have the pinyin for all these words. Can you try to still remember what does it mean? All right, first one, it means, all right, 前边, right, means the front or the front side, right, 前边. Okay, next one, 外边, right, 外边. Means outside. Okay, last one here. 边, right? 边, it means side or edge. Okay, very good. We have 2 more. This one. It means family or the measure word for enterprises. Right? 一家书店, one bookstore. A bookstore, right? 一家书店. Okay, last one. Very common, very important word in Chinese. 那个, right? That, 那个, or 那个, right? 那个. Okay, so these are the 5 new vocabularies of text 1, right? So if you don't remember them, that's okay. We can repeat, right? Learning language is all about repeat. Okay, now let's dive into a very important grammar structure here, existential sentences, right? So what does it mean? First, let's take a look at the definition. Existential sentences indicate the existence of someone or something in a specific place or location, generally marked by 有 or 是. When negating, no numeral measure word phrase is used before the object. What does it mean? So, normally in English, when you want to say something exists somewhere, right? The sentence starts with there is or there are, right? But in Chinese, we start with the location first. So let's take a look at the example sentence here. Location first, 学校前边, right? 学校, school, 前边, we just see, means front, right? In front of. So in front of the school, 学校前边, then followed by a verb, whether 有 or 是, right? You can use 有 or 是. So 学校前边有, and then you say the thing that exists somewhere. So here 一家电影院, right? 一家. So a cinema or a movie theater. 学校前边有一家电影院. Right? So let's take another example. First, start with the location. 电影院前边. So in front of the cinema. Right? 电影院前边, location word. And then 是. Right? 是. And then something, what exists there? A supermarket. So you say 一家超市. So 电影院前边是一家超市. In front of the cinema is a supermarket. Right? Okay. And then when negating, when you want to express the negativity, you don't add the numeral measure word phrase. So here, to say like the statement sentence is 电影院前边是一家超市. Here we have the 一家, which is the numeral and measure word phrase, right? But in negative sentences, you don't use that anymore. You just simply say 电影院前边不是超市. Then that's it, right? That's correct like this, right? Let's see one more example about negativity. 桌子上有一只小猫. That's the sentence we learned before, right? That's the homework right here. Let me get there. Yeah, it's right here, right? To say the statement sentence, 桌子上有一只小猫. But if we want to change it into negativity, we say 桌子上没有小猫. Right? 桌子上没有小猫. That's it. You don't need to use the 一只 anymore. Right? Okay, so this is existential sentences. To mean something exists somewhere. The basic structure is location plus 有 or 是, and then you add what exists there. The thing or the object or the person exists there. Right? Okay, existential sentences. All right, and then next one, let's see the second language point of this lesson. So when location and time, these two contents, these two blocks exist in a sentence simultaneously, how should we place them? What is the order? What is the sequence of them? All right. So firstly, let's see the definition here. When time and location expresses function as adverbials simultaneously, the time expressions should precede the location expressions. What does it mean? Right? Let's take a look at the example sentence here. 我们7点在电影院外边见. Right? First, let's take a look of the meaning of the sentence. 我们, what is 我们? Us, right? Us or we. 7点. This is the time expression. 7点, 7 o'clock, right? It means 7 o'clock. 7点. And then the green part here, 在电影院外边. 在电影院外边, outside the cinema. So here is the location expression, right? Locations expression. So they exist simultaneously, right? They exist at the same time. So when this kind of situation happens, the time expression should precede the location expressions. So you put the time in front of the location, Right? 我们7点在电影院外边见。We will meet outside the cinema at 7 o'clock. Right? So you can see that the order, the sequence of Chinese is different from English. Right? Okay. Okay, next let's look at some more example sentences. So first one, 我们7点在电影院外边见, right? And then second one, 米米下午在家里学中文. So can you locate the time expression and location expression in this sentence? Right, time is 下午, right? 下午, afternoon, 下午. And then location, 在家里. Right, 在家里 location 在家里 so we put afternoon in front of 在家里 so 米米下午在家里学中文 okay, very good. And then last one, 菲菲明天中午在学校吃午饭 Right, can you locate the again time and location expressions? Okay, so 明天 is the time, all right, time. And then 在学校 location, right? At school. So 菲菲明天中午在学校吃午饭. All right, so this is this language point. Just remember, if we say it in a really simple way, just remember, if you want to meet a friend, tell them when first, then where, and finally what you're going to do, right? So the sequence, when, where, and what you're going to do, right? That's simple, easy. All right. Okay, so that's everything about the first part of lesson 9. So we actually covered quite a bit, right? So if you don't remember everything, that's okay. You can replay the video again and again until it sticks, right? And then if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask us in the comment section, and then when we see it, we will solve it for you. Right? Okay, so this is everything about today. I will see you in our next lesson. 下次见。
大家好，欢迎回到我们的频道。Today we will continue with part 2 of lesson 9. Let's go. First of all, text 2 of lesson 9. I'm going to read it through. Please read after me. 椅子上有一本中文书，那是谁的书？是我的书，谢谢。这是我的第2本中文书。不客气。你明天上午在哪儿？我明天上午在学校学习。Okay, so now I have 2 exercises for you. I have 2 questions, and then please choose the correct answer from A, B, and C. First one, 椅子上有 A, 一本书 B, 一只猫 C, 一个手机 Question 2, 这是菲菲的中文书 A, 第1本 B, 第2本 C, 第3本 Okay, I will read the text again, and after that, you can make your choices. Okay, so 椅子上有一本中文书，那是谁的书？是我的书，谢谢。这是我的第2本中文书。不客气。你明天上午在哪儿？我明天上午在学校学习。Okay, did you get it? Let's take a look together. First one, it should be A, 一本书，椅子上有一本书。Right, from the first sentence we know, 椅子上有一本中文书。Second one, 这是菲菲的 B, 第2本中文书。From this sentence right here, 这是我的第2本中文书。Right? Okay, very good. Now, let's take a look of all the new words from text 2. I will read it through. Please read after me. 椅子 椅子，上，本，书，那，地，学习。Now let's explain all of them in detail. First one, 椅子, which means chair. The second one here, 子, is a very common noun suffix in Chinese. You will see it a lot. All right, example sentence 1. 小猫在椅子上睡觉。小猫, the kitten, 小猫, 小 means small or little. 小猫在椅子上睡觉。睡觉 means sleep. So the kitten is sleeping on the chair. 小猫在椅子上睡觉。Second one, 椅子下边有一本书。椅子下边有一本书。椅子 chair. 下边 we learned it in part 1 of lesson 9, right? It means under or at the bottom of. So 椅子下边有 also 有 we learned it in part 1, right? It means something exists somewhere. So 椅子下边有一本书 there is a book under the chair. 椅子 Second one, 上 This is a versatile word that indicates a position higher than something else. So in Chinese, we put the position word after the noun. So on the table is literally a table plus on. So right here, 桌子上 table plus on, it means on the table. So right here, 椅子上 what does it mean? 椅子上 on the chair. Right. Example sentence 1. 书上的这些字，你认识哪个？那书上 book plus on the book. These characters on the book, which ones you recognize, which ones you know, right? 认识 we learned it in previous lessons, right? 认识 recognize, to know. Second one, 桌子上面有什么？桌子上面有什么？ So here, 面 we know 面 could mean noodles, right? Noodles. Another meaning of 面 is surface. So 上面 on the surface, 上面有什么？桌子上面有什么？ Okay. Next one. We've talked about measure words before. 本 here is the specific measure word used for books or magazines, anything that look like a book. So think of it as a volume of. So one book isn't just 一书. We said this before, right? But between number and the object, we always need a measure word. So one book should be 一本书, right? 一, the number, plus the measure word 本, and then 书, 一本书, one book or a book. Example sentence 1, let's take a look. 今天发了7本书. Here, 发了 means handed out. 今天 today handed out 7本书. 7, remember, what number is 7? It means 7. So 7本书, 7 books. 7 books were handed out today. Second sentence, 我喜欢读这本书. 读 to read, right? 我喜欢读这本书. I like to read this book. 这本书, this book. Okay, next one. Here is the noun itself, 书 meaning book. We have 3 common verbs we use with books. First one, 看书, 看书 to read a book. 读书, 读书. This could also mean to read a book, but sometimes it can also mean to read out loud. And then 写书, write a book. 写 to write. Example sentence here, 我上午在家读书. 我上午 I was at home reading or studying or reading out loud
a book this morning, right? 我上午在家读书. Okay, next word. From part 1, we learned 那个, right? 那个. So now let's look at 那 standing alone. It's a pronoun meaning that. You use this to, you can point at something further away from you, and then you say 那, right? 那. So let's look at the example sentence here. 那是什么? 是 the to be verb. 什么 what? So what is that, right? 那是什么? What is that? Then how do we say what is this? How do you say what is this? It should be 这是什么, right? 这是什么? 这 this 那 that. Okay, next one. 那只小狗真好看. So here 只 is another measure word. So we know the measure word for human is 个, right? 那个人. So for small animals, we can use the measure word 只那只小狗. That puppy 真好看 is really pretty. 那只小狗真好看. That puppy is really pretty. Okay, this is 那. And then now let's look at an important 汉字 地. So how do we say first, second, or third in Chinese? We simply add the prefix 地 before the number. So the formula is 地 plus number plus the measure word. So the first one, 第一个, the first one, 第一个. So for example here, 你看的第一本中文书是什么书? 你看的第一本. So 本 measure word here, right? 第 plus the number plus the measure word. 第一本 the first Chinese book you read. What was the first Chinese book you read? Right? So this is one of the usage. Next one, 我是第一. So here there's no measure word after the number, right? 我是第一. This could mean I am number one. So like if you're in a race and then you can shout 我是第一, I am number one, right? Okay, don't worry if you're still a little confused, because this is also the language point of this part. We will talk about it in detail very soon. All right, and now let's look at the next word first. All right, so now we have the verb for what we are doing exactly right now. We are studying, and so 学习 to study or to learn. You can use it alone, or you can use it like you can follow a subject like Chinese. So 学习中文, study Chinese. The phrase here, 好好学习. This is a very famous and like common phrase that Chinese people always say. So you can say this to like a student or a little kid. You say 好好学习. It's like study hard, study well, something like that, right? So the sentence here, 我想好好学习. 想, what does 想 mean? We learned it before, the modal verb. 想 means I want to, right? So I want to study hard, or I want to study well. So 我想好好学习. Next example, 他想学习中文. Can you please try to translate this one? 他想学习中文. Okay, it means he wants to learn Chinese. Right? He wants to learn Chinese. Okay, this is 学习. All right, so that's everything. That's all the new words of text 2. So here I'm going to give you a little exercise. Please connect the Chinese word with its correct meaning. You can pause the video here and then resume after you've got the answers, okay? So if you get it, let's take a look. First, 椅子, chair, right? Chair. And then 上. So it's above or at the top of, right? And then 本, the measure word for books. 书, the noun book itself. 书 book. And then 那 that. 地 the marker of ordinal numbers, so just to mean first, second when you put it in front of a number. And then the last one, 学习 to study, to learn. Okay, very good. Next, I'm gonna, because like we were seeing everything with pinyin, but because we were emphasizing from lesson 1, we have to try to recognize the Hanzi, right? Not with the pinyin. So here, I'm gonna give you more exercise. Let's try to recognize these new words in just Hanzi without pinyin. It's okay if you didn't get all of them because we just learned it, but if you can, like do some of them, you can catch some of them, let's try, right? Okay, so these two. What does it mean? What's the pronunciation? First one. Okay, so these two are, first one, 椅子 chair. And then 上 at the top of or above. Okay, good. These two. 本 measure word for books. And then 书 is book itself. Okay, next pair. These three. Okay, first one, 那 that. And then 地 the marker of ordinal numbers. And then last one, 学习 to study, to learn. Okay, very good. If you didn't get them all, it's okay. You can spend some time memorizing the new words, and then you can come back here to do the exercise, like try to recognize them, right? Okay, good. Okay, next, let's take a look at the language point of text 2. The word indicating ordinal numbers, 地. The definition is 地 precedes cardinal numbers to indicate ordinal numbers. What does it mean? So, in a word, 地 is the word for turning regular numbers into ordinal numbers, like first, second, or third. So in English, ordinal numbers can be tricky. We have to change 1 into first and then 2 into second. But in Chinese, it is actually much easier. You just take the cardinal number and then put 地 in front of it, and then you have it. So the structure, here are actually 3 ways we use this word as shown in the red text here. So first one, 地 plus the numeral. So this is used for simple counting, like number 1, number 2, just like the example here. 第一, 第二, 第三, right? Just like the example we see in the vocabulary part. If you finish a race, first place, you can say 我是第一. I'm number 1, 我是第一. And then second structure, 第 plus numeral plus the measure word. So this is used when referring to a specific item in a sequence, like the first one. Like, for example, 第一个, right? 第二个, or 第一本. So, for example, when people ask you, 你, for example, 你要哪个? 你要哪个? 要 also means like which one do you want? 你要哪个? Which one do you want? You can just answer with 第一个, the first one. I want the first one. 第一个, right? Okay. And then the third usage, 地 plus numeral plus the measure word and plus the noun. So this is used when you want to name a specific thing. For example, the first book, the first person, right here. 第一个学生, the first student. And then 第一本书, we have to change the measure word according to the object, right? So 第一本书, the first book. So this is how we use 地, right? 地. Okay, very good. Last, just remember, in Chinese, you almost like need the measure word if you are following the number with a noun. So you cannot just say 第一书, the first book. 第一书, no, it's not correct. You need 第一本书, right? So don't forget the measure word here if you are following a noun at the end, Right? So, 第一本书。Okay, that's everything about the second text. Now, let's look at text 3. Again, as usual, I'm going to read it, and then you can read after me. 明天星期六，你做什么？我白天在家里读书，晚上和朋友们去外边唱歌。你唱歌很好听，谢谢。您星期六做什么？我在家里做饭、看电视，和孩子们、小狗玩。我也有一只小狗。Okay, that's all. As usual, I have 2 questions for you. You can listen to the dialogue again and then choose the correct answer. First one, 米米唱歌 A 不太好 B 不好听 C 很好听 Second one, 菲菲家里有一只 A 小猫 B 小狗 C 大狗 Okay, let's hear again. 明天星期六，你做什么？我白天在家里读书，晚上和朋友们去外边唱歌。你唱歌很好听，谢谢。您星期六做什么？我在家里做饭、看电视，和孩子们、小狗玩。我也有一只小狗。Okay, did you get it? So, first one, 米米唱歌 should be C, 很好听。Right, let's take a look. 你唱歌很好听 Right, so Fei Fei is saying to 米米，你唱歌很好听 So we choose C, 很好听 And then second one, 菲菲家有一只 B, 小狗 Right, in here, 我也有一只小狗Right, 我也有一只小狗 So, 菲菲家有一只小狗小狗 Okay, good. Next, let's take a look at the new words. 做白天读书和朋友唱歌好听电视狗玩 Okay, let's take a look at the detail. First one, 做 It's a verb meaning to do or engage in. You will see this very often, but here specifically, we see it in cooking, like 做饭 So 做 make or do. 饭 a meal. So make a meal, it literally means to cook, right? And then also 做菜, right? 做菜 to make a specific dish, right? 菜 dish. Okay, let's do an example. 爸爸在做早饭. Right? Dad is making breakfast, right? 早饭 making breakfast. Second one, 我有很多事要做. I have many things to do. 是 things. I have many things to do. So remember when you want to say you're busy doing something, 做 is your go-to word. Okay, next one, 白天. So this literally translates to 白 means white, 天 means sky. 白天 white sky, it actually means daytime or the day, daytime. So 今天白天我在家. I was at home in the daytime today. 白天. Next one, 人们白天工作，晚上休息。人们 people, right? 人们 people 白天工作 to work. So people work in the day, 休息 to rest. 晚上 means nighttime. So people work in the day and rest in the night. Right? Okay, so 白天. Next one, 读书. We actually already see this in part 2, in text 2. 读书, it means to read a book. Both if you are reading it, or sometimes it also means that you're reading it out loud. Right? So first, 星期天我要去书店读书. I'm going to the bookstore to read on 星期天 Sunday. Right? 星期天 Sunday. Right? Next one, 妹妹非常喜欢读书。妹妹非常喜欢读书。妹妹 younger sister. Right? 妹妹 younger sister. My younger sister really likes reading. Right? 非常 really likes reading. 喜欢读书. Okay. Next one, 和 This is a very common and important 汉字 in Chinese. Here it means with, right? With someone. So, for example, 我和你去吧. I will go with you. 和你 with you. Right, next one. 我喜欢和我家的小狗玩。和我家的小狗. So, my little puppy. 和我家的小狗 with my little puppy. Right. 玩, the new word we will see very soon, it means to play. So this sentence, can you please try to translate it? Right, it means I like to play with my little puppy. Okay, very good. Next one. 朋友. You might have seen this before. It means friend. 好朋友, a good friend. 好朋友. And then if you want to make it plural, just add 们 at the end. 朋友们, so friends, 朋友们. For example, 我们是好朋友. We are good friends. 我们是好朋友. And then 他的朋友很多. Many, right? 很多. He has many friends. Next one, 唱. This verb means to sing a song. 唱歌, to sing a song. 他会唱很多中文歌. So 中文歌 is Chinese song. She can sing a lot of Chinese songs. And then 王老师唱歌很好听. 好听 means like something is very good to hear. So Teacher Wang sings very well. Okay, good. So we were talking about sing, and here it is the noun for songs. 歌 For example, 唱歌 to sing a song. 听歌 listen to a song. 写歌 to write a song. Okay, and then, for example, 妹妹喜欢唱歌. 妹妹喜欢唱歌. 喜欢 likes. So my younger sister likes to sing, or you can say my little sister likes to sing a song. Right? 唱歌. And then next one, 我喜欢听法语歌. I like to listen to French songs. 法语. Right? 法国 France. And then 法语, right? 语 means the language. So 法语 French. I like to listen to French songs. Okay, good. Next one, 好听. Earlier we saw 好听, right? 好听. So in Chinese, actually the logic is quite straightforward. Like, do you know how to say delicious? Delicious. 好吃, right? 好 good, 吃 eat. So it's literally good eat, and then it translates into delicious. So here, 好听, 听 means to hear. So 好听, pleasant to hear, or like it's like a beautiful voice. So 他唱歌很好听. He sings very well. 他说话真好听. So here, her voice or the way she speaks is really good, is really lovely. So 她说话真好听. Okay, very good. Next one. This is an interesting word. 电视. So let's break it down. 电 means electricity, 电 electricity, and then 视 standing alone, it means vision. So electric vision is television. Television is TV. Right? So the logic in Chinese is quite straightforward. Same logic we also have like 电影 影 means shadow. Electric shadow. Can you make a guess? Yes, it means movie. And then one more, we have also 电脑 脑 brain. So electric brain is, can you make a guess? It means computers. 电脑 computers. Electric brain. Yes, it's quite interesting. Yes. So to watch TV, we can say 看电视, right? 看 to look, to watch. It's the same word in Chinese. So watch TV, 看电视. Right? 妹妹要看电视. My younger sister wants to watch TV. 我们去买新电视吧. Let's go buy a new TV. 新 new. Let's go buy a new TV. Okay, good. Next one. Go. Puppy or dog. Go. So 小狗. 小 means little or small, right? So puppy, you can say 小狗. And then here, 一只狗. 只 is the measure word for like small animals, like dogs and cats. We all use 只. So 一只狗, a dog or one dog. Okay. 我们喜欢小狗. We like dogs or we like puppies. And then 我家有一只狗. There's a dog in my family, or my family has one dog. 狗. Okay, last new word of text 3 and also the whole lesson 9. 玩, to play or have fun. So this word, normally people sometimes will add the right? The at the end, so it becomes 玩. Specifically in the north of China, you will hear this accent very often. 玩. Like here, earlier we talked about 电脑. Right? So this word is 电脑. So 玩电脑, or sometimes you will hear 玩电脑. And then next one, 手机. 手机 means cell phone. 手 hand. 机 machine. So hand machine is literally cell phone. So 玩手机, play with your phone, play with your computer. Okay. For example, 我喜欢玩电脑. 喜欢 like, right? 我喜欢玩电脑. I like to play with my computer. And then next, 我和小狗玩. 和 we just learned, right? So with someone or something. So 我和小狗玩. I play with my dog. I play with the puppy. Okay, very good. So that's all the new words for text 3. It's quite a lot, right? But don't worry. Let's do an exercise to reinforce our memory. So here, all the words, new words here, you can pause the video again and then try to connect it with the right meaning. Okay, the answer should be like this, right? Did you get it all right? Okay, very good. Next, as usual, let's try to recognize them without pinyin, right? Without pinyin. So you can pause if you need longer time to try to recognize them. First, these two. It means, first one, 做, right? To do, to make, engage in. And then 白天, day or daytime. Okay, so these two means 读书, first one, 读书, read a book. And then 电视, television, right? Electric vision, 电视, television. And then, yes, 和, with someone, with something, 朋友, friend. Okay, these three. First one, 唱, to sing, 歌, the song. So you can say 唱歌, sing a song, 唱歌. And then if someone sings really well, you can say 好听,好听, pleasant to hear. Okay, very good. Last two. So they are go, dog, and then one, play, have fun with, right, to play. Okay, very good. That's all the new words. It's quite a lot. And then to combine everything we learned in lesson 9, I have a comprehensive exercise for you. So here are 4 dialogues, and then I have from A to E 5 words. You have to decide where to put all those 5 words, right? Okay, you can again pause the video and then make your answer. First one, 上有一只小猫，房间外一只小狗。Second one, 他在家里学习。Third one, 王一雪说，你唱歌很。杨同乐说：“谢谢。” Next one， 陈天中说：“你下午去哪儿？”安妮说：“我下午还上课。” Okay. Now let's take a look at the answers together. First one， 椅子上有一只小猫。Right? 椅子 chair， 椅子 chair. So。On the chair, there's a little cat. 房间外 A 是一只小狗 right? Existential sentences. There is a dog outside the room. 房间外是一只小狗. Or if there is this choice 有 we can also say 有 right? 房间外有一只小狗. Okay, good. Second one, 他 D 今天上午在家里学习。他今天上午在家里学习。This morning， 他今天上午。Alright, next one， 你唱歌很。When we say someone can really sing well, we can say 好听， right? 好听。你唱歌很好听。And then you can answer with Thank you， 谢谢。Okay, last one， 你下午去哪儿？我下午还在学校上课。Right? 在学校上课。The location 在学校 and then we place it in front of the verb. 上课 is the verb, right? So we have to place the location in front of the verb. 我下午还在学校上课。Okay, so other than this, I have also homework for you. There are 4 pictures. Please use the phrases, the words, or the grammar points we learned in lesson 9 to try to describe these 4 pictures, right? These 4 pictures. And also this one. Yes. Feel free to pause the video or make a screenshot of the homework. And you can also type your answers in the comment section. We will help you to give you some feedbacks. Right? Okay, so last but not the least, again, as usual, a Hanzi chart of lesson 9, right? So these are basically all the new words we learned. And then if you have some more time, please try to recognize them without peeing. Okay, so that is everything about lesson 9. Thank you for studying with us. I will see you in lesson 10. 下次见。
大家好，欢迎回到我们的频道，我是菲菲老师。Welcome back to Mifi Chinese. Today, we learned the new lesson, lesson 10. The title is 这儿的苹果真便宜。这儿的苹果真便宜。苹果 apple, 苹果 apple. 便宜 affordable. We will learn this in the lesson. Okay, let's dive in. First of all, let's take a look of the objectives of this lesson. We will learn about product price, asking how much it is. And then language point, the adjectival predicate sentences. And then next we'll learn to ask questions furthermore, the interrogative pronoun 怎么样?怎么样? And then finally, we will know about the money we spend in China, 人民币. Okay, let's go. First up, warm up. I have 6 pictures as usual. Please match the pictures with the words. A. 衣服 衣服 B. 便宜便宜 C. 苹果苹果 D. 穿穿 E. 杯子杯子 F. 商店商店 Okay, if you have already your answer, let's take a look. First of all, let's see the words that we already know. So C, 苹果, from the title, we just saw, right? It means apple. Yes, apple. So it should be the first picture here. And then, what do we know? 商店, right? 商店. We learned 书店 before. Bookstore, 书店. So here, 商店, it just means in general, any store, any shop. 商店, right? So, could be this one, right? A shop, 商店. And then next one, 杯子, 杯子. Probably you know this, 杯子, it means cup, right? This one, cup. Okay, good. Then what else do we know? Next one, 衣服, 衣服. We will learn this in this lesson. 衣服, clothes. This one. Oh, sorry, this one. Even if this is also clothes, but yeah, this one. And then next one, 穿, 穿, the action to put on clothes. This one, D, 穿, right? Wear clothes, 穿衣服. Okay, this is warm up. And then I'm going to read through the text and then please read after me. 请问有杯子吗？有，杯子在这边。多少钱一个？这些5块钱一个，那些10块钱一个。我买这个吧。Now let's take a look of the new words from the text that we just heard. You can read after me. First one, 杯子，杯子。售货员，售货员。这边，这边。钱，钱。这些，这些。块，块。那些，那些。Okay, let's explain them in detail one by one. First of all, let's look at something we use every day. 杯子，杯子. It means cup, cup. So notice the character 杯 here. On the left is the wood radical, right? This radical, if standing alone, this is a 汉字 and it means wood. So actually in ancient China, many cups are made of wood. So till today, whether it's a coffee mug or a wine glass, any kinds of cup, you can call 杯子, 杯子. Okay, good. So when we count them, what is the measure word for 杯子? It's the general one. 一个杯子, 一个杯子. One cup, 一个杯子. Right? For example, 这个杯子太小了. 这个杯子太小了. This, right? This cup, 这个杯子, this cup. Measure word here, 太小了 is too small. 这个杯子太小了. This cup is too small. Next one. 昨天我买了4个杯子. Yesterday, I bought 4 cups. 4 cups, 4个杯子, right? The measure word in between number and the object. 4个杯子. Okay, so this is 杯子. Next one. 售货员, 售货员. Shop assistant or salesperson. And this is a long word. Let's break it down to make it easier. First one, 售, 售. This is a verb. It means to sell. And then 货, 货. This is a noun. It means goods or products. Right? So 售货, selling products. And then 员, 员. This means a person or a staff member. So 售货员, it literally means sell goods person. Right? So
like in a department store, and then you cannot find the price, and then you can say 问一下售货员吧。问一下 ask 问一下售货员吧。Right here 问一下售货员吧。Let's ask the shop assistant. Right? But I have to say that in modern China, in daily language, especially in small shops, people might just call them 服务员, right? This word, 服务员. 服务员, or more local, more native, you can even call them 帅哥 or 美女. 帅哥 just means a handsome guy, and 美女 means a pretty girl. Right? So if you see a male shop assistant, it's okay to call them 帅哥. Right? It sounds very casual, and it sounds very like, local and easy. Right? So 售货员 is kind of formal here, 售货员. Of course, it's correct. And then you will see this probably in your HSK exams, but in daily life, either 服务员 or just go with 帅哥 or 美女. Okay, 售货员. And then next one, 这边. From lesson 9, we learned 边, right? 上边, 下边, right? So let's review 边. If 边 standing alone, it means side or edge, right? So 这边, this side, or here, right? So if you want to if you want someone to sit with you, 来这边坐吧。来这边坐吧。Come sit over here. 来 come 这边 here 坐 sit. Come sit over here. 来这边坐吧。Next one, 我住在这边。住 live. 我住在这边。在 remember 在 is the word to indicate locations. Right? 我住在这边。I live on this side. I live here. I live on this side. Okay, next one. 钱, 钱, important word, 钱. It means money. Let's look at the left side of money right here. So this is actually the radical, meaning metal. So why 钱 has a metal radical? It's because in ancient times, money was made of metal coins, right? Either silver or copper in ancient Chinese. So one important phrase we will also learn today here. 多少钱?多少钱?多少? How much or how many? And in Chinese, there is no difference between how much and how many. It's the same. 多少? So 多少钱? How much money? Or how much, right? Asking for price. How much is this? 多少钱? Okay, so for example, 这些苹果8块钱. 8块钱. 这些苹果8块钱. These apples are 8 yuan. Right? We will explain 块 really soon. Okay, so we just put the number and then the currency unit. 块. So let's see. 块. So the explanation for silver dollars or paper money, but what does it mean? So in general, it is just the unit to call Chinese money, right? For example, 这些苹果15块钱. 15块钱. Right? Are these apples 15? 15. And then 这本书, this book, right? 本 is the measure word for 书, right? 这本书, this book, 40块钱. 40, 40, right? 40块钱. This book cost 40, right? 40. So 块, the unit for money. Okay, next one. 这些. So we already know 这, right? 这. It means 这. It means this, right? This. So what if we want to have a group of things, right? Instead of just saying this one, 这个, this one, we want to say a group of things. So we can add the word 些, right? 些 is for these things. So 些 is like the go-to word in Chinese if you want to turn one thing into a bunch of things, right? A group of things. So, for example, we also learned that, right? How to say that. So if you want to say those things, how do we say? So we just add 些 at the back of 那, right? So it becomes 那些, those things, 那些, right? For example, 这些人我都认识这些人 so we know 这个人 is this person, right? So if it's 这些人 these person, right? These person, yes, 这些人 So I recognize or I know all of these person, right? Yes, all of these person. And then 这些东西都是你的吗？都是你的吗？你的 yours, right? Are these things all yours? Right? Are these things all yours? Okay, very good. So let's move on. Next one, yes, 那些 right? 那些 we just saw 那些 those. 那些书是我的 those books are mine. Those books are mine. 那些人来做什么 Remember 做 We learned in lesson 9, right? 做 What does it mean? 做 So to do, right? To do or to make. So 那些人来做什么 What are those people coming here for? Right? What are those people doing? So 那些 Okay. So this is the last new word of this lesson. If you didn't catch all of it, if you haven't memorized all of it, it's okay. Rewind the video or watch it again until you really memorize them, right? So next, if you have memorized, let's do an exercise. Here I have the word in Chinese and also the pinyin above. So these are the meanings of these words. Your task is to connect the Chinese words with the right meaning, right? So you can pause the video here until you get your answer. Okay, so let's take a look together. First one, 杯子, right? This one, cup, 杯子, cup. And then 售货员, 售货员. So we said it's the word for shop assistant, salesperson, but it's the more formal way, right? 售货员, this one. Okay, next, 这边, 这边, this side or here. And then 钱, 钱, an important word meaning money. Okay, right here. And then next one, 这些, 这些. When we add 些, you turned one thing into like a group of things. So 这些, these, 这些. And then 块. 块 for silver dollars or paper money, the unit, right? The unit. And then 那些, 那些, those, right? Those. Okay, very good. Next, now we have the help of pinyin, right? Next, let's remove the pinyin and then see if you can recognize them with the hanzi, right? With just the hanzi. So, what are these two? Okay, first one, 杯子, right? This is 杯子, 杯子, cup or glass, cup. Next one, 售货员, 售货员, yes, shop assistant. And then, what about these three? Let's take a look. These are all like 这 and 那, right? Could be a bit confusing. 这边, 这边, 边 means side or edge. So 这边, this side or here. Next one, 这些, 这些, 些. When you turn one thing into a group of things, 这些, so these. And then when we change 这 into 那, which means that, so 那些 means those, those. Okay, next one, these two. These two, they are all related to money. The first one, the unit for money, right? The unit for money. And then 钱, money itself. 钱, money itself. When you see the metal radical here, right? Metal radical here. Okay, very good. And then last in this lesson, the part 1 of lesson 10, I'm going to introduce you something. It is the money that we spend in China, right? The currency that we use. So China's currency is known as 人民币. Right? It's called 人民币. Of course, RMB, if you see it before. Its units ranked from the largest to the smallest are 元、元、角、角 and 分、分. So actually we saw 块 earlier, right? 块 earlier. But why here it's 元? So actually 块 equals 元. So they're the same. They're the same. But in daily life, especially for example like in street markets, normally we will say 块 instead of 元. It's just like the difference between like $1 and $1, right? You have a different unit to call the money for more like casual ways, right? So 块 is the more casual way to say 元. And then 角, yes, we also use 角, but sometimes if you go to a local market, you will hear people say 毛, 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 毛. It means 角. Exactly the same, just different ways of calling it. And then 分, there's no like another name for 分, it's always 分. But of course, nowadays, there are like 分 is not used so much, right? Because it's it's so small. So normally it's 块and yuan. Sometimes there will be extended to 角 or 角 or 毛, but now not so often you will see 分. Okay, for example, 3元2角8分, right? This amount of money. So if we write it in digits, is this much, right? 2角8分, this much 人民币 equals, we can call it 3块2毛8分. 3块2毛8分. Okay, so these are the units of Chinese money. And also because we've already learned the numbers before, right? So now let's do a little exercise. Let's see how much, like how do we read those amount of money in Chinese? Right, okay, so first one, this much, we say 2分, 2分. So yeah, right here, the pinyin 2分. Next one, this much, 0.2, 2毛, 2毛, yes, 2毛. And then 3 yuan, we can also call it 3 yuan. 3 yuan is correct, but we can also call it 3块. 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 Okay, and then what about this much? 3.2 yuan. We can call it 3块2. 3块2. So here, pay attention. So I don't have the 毛 here. Right? I don't have the 毛 here. It's okay if you call it 3块2毛, 3块2毛. But you can also say 3块2. Like if there is already the 块, you can just eliminate the 毛. Right? People will understand that you mean 3.2 yuan. Okay, next one. What about this? 6块02分. 6块02分. So if here is the 0, right? You see the 0 here. We say it out loud. So 6块02分. 6块02分. Okay, last one. A bigger number. How do we say this? Okay, so we call it 202块2毛. 202块2毛. Okay, very good. Okay, so this is how we say it. This is how we call the money. What about, let's take a look of how actually Chinese money looks like. Right, so right here we have 6 different kinds of notes. Here I'm not showing the mao and fen. Actually, we'll also have the notes for mao and fen, but because we're not using them quite often right now, so I'm just showing you this 6. So in China, we have 1块, 1块, 5块, 5块, and then 10块, 10块, 20块, 20块, 50块, 50块,
And then lastly, 100块 or 100元, right? All of these, you can both call them like 100元 or 100块. 块 and yuan, both correct. So the biggest note in China is 100. Like stopping from here, we have no like bigger than this, 100. The pink ones are the largest. And also, we also have coins. So this is 1元 or 1块, 1块. And then 五角, 五角. So another way of saying 角 is 毛, right? 毛. So 五毛, 五毛. And then 一角 or 一毛, 一角 or 一毛. Okay, so these are the common cash, like Chinese yuan that we'll use in daily life. But if you have been to China or if you've heard it, yes, one thing that we don't forget is Alipay and WeChat Pay, right? So if you have ever been to China, you will see that actually nobody has cash anymore. Like sometimes maybe in street markets you will see still cash, but in daily life generally you don't need cash at all. Like it's been like 10 years I don't remember using any cash because everybody is just using like QR code. So WeChat Pay, 微信 WeChat 微信 or Alipay 支付宝 right? 支付宝. So anywhere you go, you just need to take out your phone and then scan the QR code and then you can pay, right? So probably the first thing you come to China and when you land, the first thing you do, download Alipay or download WeChat, right? You can like attach your own credit card to WeChat Pay and Alipay and you can use it directly. It's actually quite convenient. And also credit cards are not that like we don't use it that often in China. Of course, you can see places, but mainly like big places like big malls or like big restaurants, they accept credit cards. But if you want to go to like a street market or if you want to go eat somewhere in a small restaurant, they don't take credit card. So if you come to China, Alipay and WeChat Pay is something you will have to use. Okay, so that's some like side notes about money we use in China. And that is everything about part 1 of lesson 10. I will see you in part 2. 下次见。大家好，我是菲菲老师，欢迎来到我们的频道。Welcome back to Mifi Chinese. Today, we will learn the second part of lesson 10. Let's do it. First, let's see the text. I'm gonna read it through. Please read after me. 这儿的水果真不少。您想买什么？我想买2斤苹果。苹果3块5一斤，这些7块2。7块钱吧。好的，这儿的苹果真便宜。Okay, next I have 2 questions for you to solve. Please choose the right answer based on what you hear. First one, 这儿的水果 A 很少 B 真不少 C 真不多。Second one, 苹果1斤A 3块 B 3块5 C 7块2 Okay, I will read through the text again, and after we read it, please choose the correct answer. 这儿的水果真不少。您想买什么？我想买2斤苹果。苹果3块5一斤，这些7块2。7块钱吧。好的，这儿的苹果真便宜。Okay, did you get it? Let's take a look. First one, 这儿的水果 should be B, right? 真不少。这儿的水果真不少 from the first sentence here. Second one, 苹果3块5一斤。苹果3块5一斤, right? The original sentence here. Okay, so we have some new words, some new vocabularies in this text. Let's explain them in detail in the vocabulary part. First, let's read it through. 这儿水果
水果少少斤斤苹果苹果便宜便宜 Okay, first word, jar, jar. So actually we learned 这边in the previous lessons, right? It means, yes, 这边 means here or this side. So actually jar is another way of saying 这边, another way of saying here. For example, 请问这儿卖水果吗？请问 Right? Excuse me, or may I ask? 请问这儿卖水果吗？卖水果 selling fruit 卖 sell 水果 fruit. So excuse me, do you sell or do they sell fruit here? Right here. And then 这儿有一些苹果 Right? Remember 有 the existential sentences, right? It means that there are some apples here. 这儿 Okay, next one, 水果 we just saw our 水果 fruit. For example, 吃水果吃 eat fruits. 一些水果 Remember 一些 We learned in the previous lesson, right? 一些 some fruits. So for example, 你喜欢吃什么水果 How do we translate this sentence? 你喜欢吃什么水果 What fruit do you like to eat? Right? What fruit do you like to eat? And then next one, 水果店在哪儿？水果店 First, let's see 水果店 Remember 书店 So 店 shop, right? So 水果店 fruit shop 在哪儿 Where is something? So 水果店在哪儿 Where is the fruit shop? Next one, 少 So this is an important word and an important adjective in Chinese. So it means few or little. So in Chinese, we don't have the difference between the countable and uncountable nouns like few and little. There's no difference between this. It's all 少. And the opposite of 少 is 多. Right? It means a lot or many. So 多 and 少. We also learned to ask prices, right? In the previous lesson, yes, in the first part of lesson 10. So, for example, you want to ask how much is something. You say 多少钱, right? 多少钱？这个多少钱? How much is this? So, if we break it down, so 多 means many, 少 means little. But if we combine 多 and 少 together, it becomes one word, 多少. It means how many or how much. For example, so we can say 今天他买了不少水果. So when you say 少, it means few or little. But if you add 不少, remember 不, it's no or not. Right? So 今天她买了不少水果. She bought quite a lot of fruit today. Right? So even if you say 少 here, but it actually means quite a lot or many. Okay, and the next one. 她认识的中国朋友很少. So here, because the adverb here is 很, which means very. Right? 很 means very. So this one here, it expresses something is really a few. So 她认识的中国朋友很少. She knows very few Chinese friends. 朋友 friends. Okay, good. Next one. Next one is a very common measurement in China, and it is quite unique in China. So it's actually a measure word for weight. One 斤 means equals 500 grams, so half a kilo. So in China, when you go to the markets, especially street markets, you go to buy groceries, prices are almost always listed in 斤, so 500 grams, right? So it's not per kilogram. And then, for example, 我买了一斤苹果. I bought one jing of apples or 500 grams of apples. It's very cheap. 便宜. This means cheap. We will see very soon. All right, next one is the original sentence from the text. 苹果3块5一斤. So this means the price of the apple is 3.5, 3块5, right? The 块, the unit for money. 3块5一斤, so 3.5 yuan per 500 grams. This is the price of the apple. Okay, good. Next word. Yeah, speaking of apples, the word of apple itself. Apple, 苹果, 苹果. The measure word for 苹果, 个, 个, 两个苹果, 2 apples. 一些苹果, some apples. For example, 我去超市买了些苹果. I went to the supermarket and bought some apples. 超市, supermarket. Okay, good. Next one, 便宜. We see it earlier, right? 便宜. It means cheap or affordable. Affordable. For example, 这件衣服不贵，很便宜. This cloth is not expensive. It's cheap. It's very cheap. Cheap. Okay, 便宜. All right, so these are all the new words from text 2. Please, feel free to pause the video and then connect the Chinese words with its correct translation here. All right, so if you get it, let's take a look. So first one, 这儿, 这儿, here. 水果, 水果, fruit. 少, 少, it means few and little. What about many and a lot? How to say many and a lot? Should be 多, right? 多. And if we combine 多 and 少, 多少 together, it means how many or how much. Okay, next one, 斤, 斤. So here I just put it into 斤. So it's actually the measure for weight, 500 grams. 苹果, 苹果, apple, apple. Last one, 便宜, 便宜, cheap or affordable. Okay, now let's see the new words without pinyin. Please try your best to try to recognize them. First, these two. Okay, first one, 这儿, 这儿, here. 斤, the measure for weight. Then these two. 少, 少, few, little. And 便宜, 便宜, cheap or affordable. Okay, these two. Okay, so they have the same character, right? Same character, 果, 果. So 果 actually standing alone, it could also mean fruit. It could also mean fruit. But in daily life, if we want to say fruit, normally we still say 水果, 水果. Okay. 水果 and 苹果, apple. Okay, very good. So next, let's take a look of the language point of text 2. So this is quite an important one, and it sounds a bit difficult, but actually it's not so hard. Let's dive in. It's called adjectival predicate sentence. Adjectival predicate sentence. The definition is adjectives can be used directly as predicates, with adverbs of degree or negative adverbs optionally placed before them. What does it mean? It sounds difficult. What does it mean? So, in a word, in Chinese, you don't always need the word is or the to be verb. So you don't always need the 是, right? The to be verb of Chinese, 是. You don't always need it. So adjectives can act as the verb themselves. For example, let's see the examples here. 这儿的水果真不少. So first, can you locate which one is the adjective here? So it's actually 少, right? 少. It means little or few. We just learned this in the vocabulary part. Okay, what about adverb of degree? So it's this one. 真, 真. It means really, really. And then we also have negative adverb, which is 不 here, 不. So this actually is a quite special example because it combines both adverb of degree and negative adverb. So when you combine all of these three, 真不少, right? 真不少. We see this in the example sentence before, right? 真不少. Even if there is 少 here, but because you said this is not, right? 不, not few. So the translation of this example sentence is actually the fruit here is really not few, or there is so much fruit here, right? Okay, so the adverb of degree 真, negative adverb 不, and then adjective used as the predicate 少, right? Let's see more examples. So, for example, 我的房间不大。我的房间不大。房间 room, right? 房间 room. So, 我的房间不大。My room is not big. Or my room is small, right? Last one, 那个苹果好吃。那个苹果好吃。That apple is 好吃 is what? 好吃。Delicious, right? 那个苹果好吃. That apple is delicious. So this is the adjectival predicate sentences in Chinese. You don't always need a verb in the sentence. Okay, very good. So next, let's move on to text 3 of lesson 10. 这家商店衣服真多。这件100元，怎么样？好看，也不贵。小飞能穿，买一件吧。好的，小米能穿吗？不能，这些是女孩子穿的衣服，男孩子的衣服在那儿。好的。Okay, question 1. 这件衣服 A 20元。B 100元 C 110元 Second one 这件衣服 A 太贵 B 很贵 C 不贵 So question 1 should be B 100元 right? 这件100元 This one is 100 yuan. The next one 这件衣服 should be C 不贵 right? 好看也不贵不贵 Okay, let's see the new words. 商店商店衣服衣服件件圆圆怎么样怎么样贵贵穿穿女女男男那儿那儿 Okay, let's explain them in detail. First word is 商店商店 which means store or shop. Right? For example, 妈妈去商店买了几件衣服。去商店 go to the store. Right? 去商店 go to the store. Mom went to the store to buy a few pieces of clothes. Okay, next one. 这家商店很小，东西不多。This store or this shop is very small. It doesn't have many things, right? 东西 things 不多 not many. Okay, next word 衣服衣服 So this means clothes. Clothes is a general name for like all the clothes and anything that you put on your like put on could be called 衣服. So, for example, 这件衣服是谁的？这件衣服是谁的？ Whose cloth is this? Right? Whose clothes is this? 谁 who, right? 谁的 whose, right? Okay. Next example, 我在外面买衣服呢，不在家。I'm out buying clothes. 买 buy. I'm not home. 不在家 I'm not home. Okay, good. Next one. This is a very specific measure word. 件 it means piece. So you can use this to describe clothes. For example, 一件衣服. 一件衣服. Because we said before, between the number and the object, in Chinese, we always need a measure word, right? So here, 件 is the specific measure word for clothes. So other than clothes, 件 could also be used to describe things like matter, things. For example, 一件事, one thing. So between one and thing, we need 件 to connect these two. 一件事, one thing. Right? For example, 这件事妈妈不知道，你不要说。这件事 so this matter or this thing, right? Thing. And the next one, 我昨天买了3件衣服。3 clothes. So 件 3 clothes or 3 pieces of clothes, right? 3件衣服. Okay, next one. Now we see 元, right? 元. Previously, we learned 块, right? 块, a more casual way to say Chinese money. But here, 元 is the more formal unit. 元. For example, 这件衣服100元. It's telling you the price of this clothes, right? It costs 100元. 我喜欢的那个杯子卖20元。20元. That cup I like sells for 20 yuan. 喜欢 like. Okay. Right. Next one. This is a great question word. It means how or how about it, right? Asking how something is. So it is actually used to ask for someone's opinion. For example, you can say 这件衣服怎么样? How is this cloth? Or what do you think of it? Right? It's asking for opinions. 你觉得昨天的电影怎么样? What did you think of the movie yesterday? 电影 movie. What do you think of it? 怎么样? Right? Asking for opinion. Okay. Next one. 贵. 贵, it means expensive. So earlier we saw 便宜, right? 便宜, cheap or expensive. Cheap or affordable. So this one, expensive. 贵, expensive. For example, 这个手机太贵了. What is 手机? Remember? 手机. Yes, cell phone, right? So this phone is too expensive. 太贵了. It's too expensive. Right? 贵, expensive. Okay, next one. This is the verb for wearing clothes. So wear or put on. Right? For example, 她今天穿的那件衣服, the cloth she is wearing today, 很漂亮. It's very beautiful. Right? 她今天穿的那件衣服. And next one, 弟弟不想穿这件衣服，要穿那件. Little brother, right? 弟弟, younger brother or little brother, doesn't want to wear 穿 this cloth. Doesn't want to wear this one. He wants to wear that one. 要穿那件. He wants to wear that one. Okay, 穿. Right, next one. Let's memorize these two new words as a pair together because this one is 女, female or women. Next one, 男 male or men so 女 for example you can say 请女同学们来这边 女同学 is what 同学 students or classmates right 请女同学们来这边 so same logic here 那个男同学是谁谁 Who, right? Who is that male student? 那个男同学是谁？女 and 男。Okay, last word for this lesson, nar. So earlier we saw jar, right? Jar here. So of course, nar means there, there. For example, 我们去那儿玩吧。玩 remember? 玩。玩 means to play or hang out, right? So 我们去那儿玩吧。Let's go over there to play or to hang out. So same as before, please connect the right words with the right meaning. Okay, let's see. 商店 shop, store. 衣服 clothes. 件 the measure word for clothes, a piece of cloth. And then 元 the more formal way to say the money, right? More formal than 快 Okay, last one. 怎么样 how, or more specifically, how is something, right? Asking for how is something. Okay, and then let's move on. Okay, let's see. 贵 expensive. 贵 expensive. What about the opposite? What about cheap or affordable? Should be 便宜, right? 便宜. Okay, and then 穿 to wear or put on. And then 女 and 男, let's remember them as a pair. 女 female, 男 male. And last one, nar means there. Okay, yes, very good. Next, let's try to memorize them. Let's try to recognize them without pinyin. Right, okay, these two. 商店 store or shop. And then 衣服 clothes. So 件 piece, the measure word for clothes. And then 元, more formal way of saying 块 or saying Chinese money. 怎么样 right? 怎么样 So asking how something is or how is it? How 怎么样 And then 贵 expensive. 贵 expensive. Okay, these two as a pair, male and female. Last two. So 穿 the verb of wear and put on, and nar there. Okay, very good. So let's see the language point of this text. The interrogative pronoun 怎么样. So we actually already see 怎么样 in vocabulary part, right? But here, let's see the more detailed explanation. So definition is the interrogative pronoun 怎么样 is used to ask for opinions or inquire about a situation and so on. So remember actually in earlier lessons, in lesson 6, we learned 怎么, right? 怎么. Remember what does it mean? 怎么. So if only with 怎么, it actually means how to, right? How to do something. It implies like asking for the method to do something, But here, 怎么样, you're asking how something is, right? You're asking for the opinion. So, for example, what do you think? Right? How is it? What do you think? When we want to seek for opinions, inquire about a situation, you put it at the end of the sentence, right? For example, 这个杯子怎么样? 这个杯子怎么样? So, 这个杯子, this cup, right? When you say 怎么样, you mean
How is this cup? Asking for the opinion of the other person. How is this cup? And then you can answer with, for example, 我很喜欢, I like it a lot, and it's not expensive. 也不贵, right? 贵 expensive. Also, 这本书怎么样? 本 measure word for books, right? So 这本书怎么样? How is this book? Right? How is this book? And then you can answer with it's very good, it's a very good read, right? And then last one, 这个菜怎么样? 菜 is what? 菜 dish, right? Dish. 这个菜怎么样? So 这个菜不太好吃 is not very tasty, not very delicious. I don't like it. 我不喜欢 I don't like it. So 怎么样? Put it at the end of the sentence to ask for the opinions of other people about something. Okay. All right. After learning everything about lesson 10, let's do an overall comprehensive exercise. I have 4 questions, 4 dialogues here. Please choose from A to E and fill it into the 5 blanks in the dialogues. Okay, you can pause the video here and then let's see it together after you get it. Okay, let's see. First one, 请问这本书, right? Here we're asking for the price, right? How to say asking for the price, how much is something? We say 这本书多少钱, right? So C, 多少. Next one, 这个不便宜. So it's saying something is not cheap, right? So from A to E, only A, right? 杯子 is a thing, right? An object. So 这个杯子不便宜. 65块钱一个. Right? The price, 65块钱一个. It costs 65 kuai or 65 yuan. So 一块. Right. Number 3, 售货员 says. 售货员 is what? Remember? Yes, shop assistant, right? So the shop assistant says, D, 这些苹果很好吃. Right? To describe this bunch of apple, this group of apple, these apples, 很好吃. 这些你买一些吧. And then you can answer with, 好的，我买5个. So, okay, I will buy 5 of them. Okay, last one, 这件衣服. So it's a question here, right? So when we want to ask for the opinion of something, we can say, 怎么样? Right? So 这件衣服怎么样? B, 怎么样? Right? And then you can answer with 很好看. 很好看. It looks very good. It's very pretty. Right? Okay, very good. Did you get out of it? It's okay if you don't answer them all correctly. Of course, watch the video again or rewind until you get out of them, right? Learning language is always about repeat, right? Okay. Finally, I have homework for you. I have 4 pictures. Please use what we've learned in the lessons to describe these 4 pictures. Right? You can pause the video or you can make a screenshots. After you get it, please post your answers in the comment section, and when we see it, we will give you some feedbacks. Right? Okay. Last but not least, as usual, 汉字 chart. Right? 汉字. So these are basically the new words, new vocabularies from lesson 10. And if you have time, please try to recognize them. Right? You don't necessarily need to memorize how to write them at this stage, but it's very important that you start to recognize them. Right? Okay, so that will be everything about lesson 10. Thank you for learning with us. I'll see you in lesson 11. 下次见。
大家好，我是菲菲老师，欢迎回到我的频道。今天我们来学习第11课。Today we learn lesson 11. Let's go. The title of this lesson is 我读大学呢。我读大学呢。我 means I or me, right? 大学 we know 学校 which is school, right? And then 大 what about 大? Big,
So big school, literally big school. In Chinese, it means university. 大学 university. So I'm studying at university. Okay. First of all, let's take a look of all the objectives we're going to go through for lesson 11. First one, to express actions in progress. So in English, it's like I'm doing something. We will learn this expression in Chinese. Second one, the affirmative negative question pattern. Okay, what does it mean? We'll explain this in detail in language point session. And last one, the modal verb 要. Right? The previous, we learned one modal verb, which is 想, right? 想. So 想means want to, right? Want to. Okay, so very good. First of all, warm up. I have 6 pictures. Please match the words and then with these 6 pictures. You can pause the video here until you get the answer. Okay, let's look at it together. First one. So we learned 书店 before, right? 书店, it means bookstore, bookstore. So 书, book, 店, store or shop, right? So here, 饭店, 饭店. Remember what 饭 is, like in 米饭 or 吃饭. So 饭 means meal. So 饭店, meal shop, restaurant. Yes, restaurant. So it should be this picture, right? The first one. Okay, next one. F. 大学生, 大学生. So earlier we said 大学 is university. And then 学生, 学生 is what? Student, student. So 大学生, university student. Okay, next one. Looks like someone is driving. Yes, we will learn this word in this lesson. 开车, 开车, driving a car. 开车. Okay, next one. Someone is finding something. Someone is looking for something in her bag. Yes, 找, 找 is the action of looking forward. Looking for or finding. Okay, next one. Someone is asking for the direction. Ask, 问, ask. Okay, last one, sleep, 睡觉, sleep. Okay, did you get it all right? I will read it through. You can repeat after me. 喂，菲菲，你什么时候能到饭店？还不知道，正在找呢。他是不是在超市后边？是的，你开车没开车？我没开车，坐车呢。All right, next, let's go through all the new vocabularies of this text. You can repeat after me. 时候，时候，饭店，饭店，知道，知道，正在，正在，找，找，开车，开车，车，车。Okay, first word, 时候, 时候. It means a point in time. So before we learned the word for time, right? The abstract concept of time itself. How to say time? 时间, right? 时间. Yes, 时间. So what's the difference between 时间 and 时候? 时间, more likely the abstract concept of time, right? For example, 你有时间吗? Do you have time? 你有时间吗? And 时候, more often it means a specific time, a specific point in time, right? For example, if you ask 什么时候?什么时候? It means what time, right? What specific time you are referring to? What specific point of time you're referring to? 什么时候? Right? For example, 我这个时候回家。我这个时候回家。I go home, 回家。I go home at this time. Right? Here, time, it's not the absent abstract concept of time, but more likely a specific point in time. I go home at this time. Next example, 你什么时候去? When do you, what does 去 mean? Go, right? 你什么时候去? When do you go, right? So, 什么时候 can say what time or when, right? Okay, so 时候. Next one. 饭店. Earlier we explained this in the warm-up session, right? 饭店, restaurant. 饭 meal. 店 shop or store. So a store or shop selling meals, restaurant, 饭店. And then please pay attention here, the measure word for 饭店, 一家饭店, right? We learned it in 一家书店, right? The specific measure word for stores, shops, 一家饭店. For example, 那家饭店的菜很好吃。那家饭店的菜很好吃。The 菜, what does 菜 mean? The dish or dishes in that restaurant is very delicious. Next one, 我家外面有很多饭店。How do we translate this sentence? 我家外面有很多饭店。Right? There are, right, 有 the existential sentences. 我家外面有 so there are many restaurants outside my house or my home. Right? Okay. Next word. 知道 to know or to realize. 知道 to know. What about the negativity? 不知道 right? 不 we add this in front of a verb to mean negativity. 不知道 For example, 我不知道你的书在哪儿 What does 在哪儿 mean? 在哪儿 Yes, where is something, right? Asking for the location. So, I don't know where your book is. I don't know, right? Next one, we can also put it in this kind of structure. 你知不知道我要去上海? How do we understand 知不知道? So we know 知道 to know, to realize. 不 negativity. But here again, we repeat the verb 知不知道? So this actually, if we translate it word by word in English, it's do you know do you know or not that I'm going to Shanghai? Do you know or not? Right? So this is quite a unique expression in Chinese to asking questions like this, because in English, normally we don't ask, do you know or not? Right? It's normally just like, do you know that I'm going to Shanghai? So we will explain this structure in language points more in detail. This is the language point of this lesson. Okay, for now, let's move on to the next word. 正在. Yes, this is what we said to express in the process of. So something is happening, right? You can add 正在 before the verb to mean that this verb, this action is happening. For example, 我正在工作. What does 工作 mean? 工作 to work. So if we put 正在 in front of the 工作, it means I am working, right? If we remove 正在, 我工作, I work. And then if you put 正在 in front of 工作, I am working. 我正在工作. Yes. Next example, 他正在开车. 开车 means to drive a car. So how do we translate 他正在开车? Yes, it means she is driving or she is driving a car. Okay, very good. Next word, 找, to find or to look for.
Yes, here I would like you to pay attention because the 汉字 for 找 is quite similar to another 汉字. Can you recall? Which 汉字 looks really similar to 找? Yes, 我, right? 我. So you can find the difference that actually 我, there is just one more stroke right here, right? This is the only difference between 找 and 我. So please pay attention here and then try to differentiate these two 汉字. Right? Okay, 找东西, 东西 things. So 找东西 looking for something, finding something. 找人, 找人. 人 is what? Human, people, right? So looking for someone, looking for somebody, 找人, right? For example, 我有事找你. 我有事找你. What is 事? What does 事 mean? Thing, right? Matter, thing. So 我有事找你. I'm looking for you for something, right? I'm looking for you for something. I have something to tell you maybe, so I'm looking for you to talk something to you, right? Okay, next one. 我想找这个. 我想找这个. 想 want to. I want to find this, right? For example, you can go into a store and then you can say to the shop assistant. Remember what is shop assistant? We learned in lesson 10. 售货员, right? 售货员. Or in a more casual way, you can say 服务员. So when you go into a shop and then you can ask for something and then you say to the 售货员, 我想找这个. I want to look for this. Can you help me find this? 我想找这个. Okay, very good. Next word, 开车, 开车. 开车, to drive a car, drive a vehicle. Right? For example, 我不会开车. What does 不会 mean? 不会. I cannot drive. Or I don't know how to drive. And then, 你开车吗? 你开车吗? Do you drive? 你开车吗? Do you drive? Okay. Next one. So we're talking about 开车, right? 开车. So 开 is the verb for driving. Then let's talk about 车. So actually 车 here, more precisely, it means vehicle because in other scenarios, it doesn't only mean car, but in daily use, right? Daily conversations. Normally when you say 车, you mean cars. So let's look at other words that 车 can form. For example, 火车, 火车. 火, the literal meaning of 火 is fire, fire. So 火车 is actually train. 火车, train. Next one, 自行车, 自行车. Let me type the pronunciation here. 自, fourth tone, 自行. Second tone, 自行车, bicycle. Bicycle. So let's look at some examples. 我不想开车. I don't want to drive. I don't want to drive. And then you can also say 我买了一辆车. Fourth tone. 我买了一辆车. So here, 辆, it is the specific measure word for 车. 我买了一辆车. I bought or I buy a car. 我买了一辆车. Okay, very good. So that was all the vocabulary. Now let's look at the language point of this lesson. So it is called affirmative negative questions. The definition is affirmative negative questions follow the pattern something plus 不 or may plus something, where something is a verb or an adjective. 不 or may is used in verb affirmative negative questions, while 不 is used in adjective affirmative negative questions. Okay, I know it sounds confusing. What does it mean? Let's explain. So, first of all, let's look at the structure. First, you put, so scenario 1, first you put a verb, and then you put 不 or may,
And then you put the same verb here. Here is the same verb as before. So, for example, 你是不是菲菲？你是不是菲菲？ Can you guess the meaning of this sentence? Okay, let's take a look. First, 你, you, right? 你, you. And then 是, the to be verb, right? Is the to be verb. So here, the structure is exactly 是, the verb, plus 不, plus 是, again, right? 你是不是菲菲? Yes, so this sentence means, are you 菲菲? Are you 菲菲? So actually, if we translate it word by word, like literally, it would be, are you or are you not 菲菲? Right? But here, actually, it just means, are you 菲菲 in English? So to ask questions in Chinese, actually, we have two options. First one, of course, 你是不是菲菲? Can you think about how to change this sentence by not repeating the verb, like the other way of asking this question? We've learned it before, right? Using the 汉字吗. So this sentence would be 你是菲菲吗? Right? Both these ways are correct. And then it's just like up to your habit, up to your choice, which one you want to use. 你是不是菲菲? 你是菲菲吗? Right? So here is the verb scenario. Another example. 你去没去学校? 你去没去学校? Can you guess how to translate this one? All right. So you might have a question. Why we're using 没 instead of 不 here? So let's see the difference between these two. 你去不去学校? Actually, both of these two sentences are correct. But what is the difference? 去没去 means that did you go to the school or not? It's asking about the fact. But if we say 你去不去学校, it means are you going to the school or not? Right? It's asking your choice, your option. Is asking your future option. 你去没去? Did you do it already? 你去不去? Will you do it? Right? Please pay attention to these two differences here. Okay, let's see next scenario, adjectives. So for adjectives, we only use 不, right? Because to express the negativity for an adjective is always just 不. So, for example, 这件衣服好看不好看? 这件衣服好看不好看? What does it mean? 这件衣服 is what? 衣服, clothes. And then 件, we learned this before. It is the specific measure word for clothes, right? So 这件衣服好看 is what? 好, good, 看, to look, right? So same logic as 好吃 is delicious. So 好看, it can be translated into pretty or beautiful. So is this clothes beautiful? Or is it beautiful or not? 好看不好看? Okay, so these are the basic basic structure of how to use this affirmative negative questions. Next, let's do some exercise. First one, 他去哪儿了? 你 And then answer, like the other person can answer with 我不知道. So what can we put here in the blank? Next one, 昨天你书店 You can answer with 我没去. Third one, person A says 这件衣服 And then person B answer with 不贵. So what should we put in the blank here? You can pause the video here until you get the answer. Okay, let's take a look. First one, 我不知道, right? So of course the question is asking you, do you know or not? Right? So we say, 你知道不知道？他去哪儿了？你知道不知道？ So 我不知道。Right, next one, 昨天你去没去书店？ Right, because you can answer with 我没去。So it's asking you, did you go or not? 昨天你去没去书店？ Yesterday, did you go to the bookshop? Right, last one, 这件衣服贵不贵？贵不贵？不贵。So here is the adjective scenario. Right, 这件衣服贵不贵？ Is it expensive or not? It is not expensive. Okay, very good. So that is everything about the part 1 of lesson 11. I will see you very soon in the part 2. 再见。
大家好，我是菲菲老师，欢迎回到我的频道。Today we learn the second part of lesson 11. Let's go. 你还在读大学吗？对，我读大学呢，还是大学生。你们学习忙不忙？非常忙，我学医，我们的课很多。Okay, as usual, I have 2 questions. First one, 菲菲读大学 A 不 B 没 C 在 Second one, 菲菲很忙，有很多 A 课 B 书 C 椅子 Okay, listen to the text again and make your choices. 你还在读大学吗？对，我读大学呢，还是大学生。你们学习忙不忙？非常忙，我学医，我们的课很多。Okay, let's take a look. First one, 菲菲在读大学 right, from this sentence here. 我读大学呢 So, 菲菲 is in college, 大学 Okay, second one, 菲菲很忙，有很多 should be A, 课 right, 课 What is 课? Every lesson we say, for example, 第11课 right, lesson 11, 第11课 So, 课 here, lesson. From the sentence, this one. 我们的课很多 right? 菲菲很忙，有很多课 Okay, did you get it all right? Very good. Next, let's go through the new words from this text. 在读大学大学生学医 All right, first one, 在 it is used to indicate an action in progress. So in a word, in English, we say doing something, right? We express something is in progress. And in Chinese, we use the word 在. We will explain this in detail later in the language part, because this is also part of the language point of this lesson. So, for example, 我和他 me and him, 我和他在看电视。看电视 remember what is 看电视？看 to look or to watch, right? 电视 we said this is electronic vision. So what is it? TV, right? TV. So 我和他在看电视。We are watching TV. Okay, good. Next one, 我在开车，不能打电话。What is 开车？开车 from the previous lesson, right? 开车 driving a car. So I am driving a car. 不能打电话 I cannot call. I am driving a car. So maybe you have also found out the structure or the usage of 在 is to put it in front of the verb, and then you can transfer the whole sentence into something is happening. Okay, very good. Next one, 读 So actually before, we saw this word, right? We saw 读 before. It means, for example, if we say 读书
读书. What is 读书? To read a book. To read a book. So here is actually the second meaning of 读. It means to attend school. So for example, in the title of this lesson, we learned 大学, or 大学, university. So you can say 读大学, attend or go to university. So same logic, you can change 大 with, for example, 小学, elementary school. 读中学, 中 before we learn its center or middle. Right? So 中学 in Chinese is actually middle school. 读中学, attend middle school. Okay. So for example, 我妹妹正在读小学. 正在 it's the ing form, the something is in progress. So 我妹妹正在读小学. My younger sister is attending elementary school. And 你现在读大学吗？你现在 Are you attending university now? 现在 now. Okay, good. Next one. 大学. Yes, 大学. So we see this before, right? So university or college. So in the picture right here is actually the two most famous and also the two best universities in China. This one is 北京大学 and this one is 清华大学. They are both in Beijing. It's quite beautiful, the whole campus. So if you have any plan to visit Beijing, it's actually a great choice to visit the campus also. All right. For example, 你是大学老师吗? How do we translate this sentence? 你是大学老师吗? Are you college or university teacher? Okay. Next one. 我在北京大学学中文. 我在北京大学学中文. Okay, so here 在 is actually the first meaning that we learn, indicates locations, right? Indicates location. So I am studying or I study Chinese in 在 in 北京大学, Beijing University. Okay, good. Next word. So we have 大学. Then if we just add 生, 学生, or 学生 is student. So if we just add 大学生, then it becomes university student. For example, 我妹妹是大学生. My younger sister is university student. Also, 大学生忙不忙? Remember 忙? 忙? Yes, we learned this before, right? It means busy. So, are college students busy? 忙不忙? Remember this structure. We learned it in the part 1 of lesson 11, right? So actually, it's the same with, like these two sentences are actually the same. 大学生忙吗? Right? To ask questions. So here, 忙 is the adjective. So you can add adjective plus 不 plus again the same adjective. So it's the same as 大学生忙吗? Right? You're asking the question. Okay, very good. Next one, 学. 学, we've also seen this character a lot actually, right? So it's exactly the action we're doing right now. 学, to study or to learn. And then you can add directly what you're learning at the back. So for example, 学中文, that's exactly what we're doing right now, right? 学中文, learning Chinese. And 学唱歌. What is 唱歌? Yes, sing a song, right? So learn to sing a song, 学唱歌. Okay, next one. 妹妹在学中文. My younger sister is learning Chinese. Next one. 我想学中文，你呢? Remember what is 想, the modal verb? We learned it before. 想. I want to. I want to learn Chinese. 你呢? How about you? Okay, very good. Next one. 医. So we see 医生 before, right? 医生 means right here. 医生 means doctor. So if we only see 医, this character itself, it actually means medicine. but it's not, so pay attention to the difference between yi and yao. The pronunciation is like this, fourth tone. So yao, it means medicine, but it means like the one that we take, the pills, the thing to cure ourselves. But here, yi, medicine, it means the medical science, like the concept of medicine, right? So yi, for example, you can say 学医, 学 to study, to learn, right? And then we say you can put what you learn at the back. So 学医, to study medicine or to study the medical science. Okay, for example, 他学医, he studies medical science. And also, 医生非常忙. Yes, we see this before. 医生非常忙. Doctors are very busy. 非常 very, 忙 busy, 非常忙 very busy. Okay, so that's all the vocabularies of text 2. It's okay if you haven't memorized all of them. You can always watch the video again and then try to memorize them. And also, if you can, of course, try to memorize them without pinyin, right? Try to recognize the hanzi. Okay, so now, as we said before, let's explain the language point. Something is happening. So let's see the definition first. The temporal adverbs 在 or yes, 正在. So there are two ways of saying this, 在 or 正在. Both are correct. So the adverbs are placed before a verb expressing that an action is ongoing or a situation is continuing. So this lesson introduces two forms. Number 1, 在 or 正在 plus verb. Number 2, 在 or 正在 plus verb plus, what is this hanzi? Do you remember? Yes, 呢, right? 呢. And then additionally, there is a third form to express an ongoing action, verb plus 呢. So here we don't have 在 or 正在 anymore. We only have the 呢 at the end. And then for negative responses, the adverb 没 or 没有 is used. All right, so again, every time the definition is very abstract, it's very confusing. So let's explain them with examples. First structure, 在 or 正在 plus verb. For example, 你在读大学吗? Or, of course, 在 could be replaced with 正在. 你正在读大学吗? What does it mean? Can you please try to translate it? So, are you attending college? Right? Or are you going to college? So, 读 attending school. And here 大学 university. So, attending university. Right? So, this is using 在 or 正在 plus verb. Here 读 is the verb. And then second structure. So the same sentence, you can enter with 我在读大学. I am going to college. I am attending university. Plus 呢我在读大学呢我在读大学呢 Right, so these two, actually, the meaning is exactly the same, but there is like a subtle difference between the tone, right? Sometimes you may add 呢, maybe sometimes to soften your tone, and most of the time there is no big difference between these two. You can like interchange these two. And then last structure, verb plus 呢 directly. So this is actually kind of like an easier, simpler way to say the same meaning. So 我读大学呢, right? You just remove 在 or 正在, and then it becomes 我读大学呢, right? So this is an easier way to say it. So these three sentences, right, as an example. So we also say for negative responses, the adverb 没 or 没有 is used. So when you want to express negativity in doing something, you can say, for example, 我没读大学, right? You just add 没 in front of the verb, and then 我没读大学. Or you can keep the 在 here, right? If it's not negativity, it's just 我在读大学, right? 我在读大学. But if you want to express negativity, you just add 没 in front of the 在. And then third way, 我没有, right here, because we say 没 or 没有, right? So 我没有读大学. So these three sentences to answer 你在读大学吗? Are you attending university? And then you can answer with all three of these. These are all the same. The meanings are all the same. And also, in daily conversations, sometimes we would just say, can you make a guess? For simplicity, we just say, yes, we can just say 没有, 没有, I'm not. 你在读大学吗? 没有. Right. Okay, very good. All right, next, let's do some exercises about this language point. So, first one, 你在做什么呢? 我看电视. 我去看电影. 你去吗? 不去. 我学习. 你在买菜吗? 我买菜, 买水果呢. Okay, you can pause the video until you get the answer. First one, 你在做什么呢? What are you doing? 我在看电视, right? You put 在, or also here it could be 正在, right? It's the same. 正在. 我正在看电视, or 我在看电视. I am watching TV. Next one, 我去看电影. I'm going to watch a movie. 你去吗? Are you also going? Do you want to go also? 不去. I don't want to go, or I'm not going. 我学习呢. Right? 我学习呢. This is using the second structure here. The third structure here. 我读大学呢. So you just add directly 呢 after the verb, right? So here, 我学习呢. Okay, last one. 你在买菜吗? 我没买菜. Right? To express negativity, you add 没, or you can also say 没有. Or you can also say 我没在买菜. 买水果呢. 买水果呢. Instead of buying vegetables, I'm buying fruits. 水果, fruits. Okay, very good. All right, next, let's move to the third text of lesson 11. 弟弟起床没起床呢? 没起床呢, 还在睡觉. 还睡呢, 他今天去不去那里? 去哪里? 去超市. 我昨天问他，他对我说他不去，他今天要和小朋友们玩。Okay, good. So, first question, 弟弟正在 A. 玩 B. 起床 C. 睡觉 Second one, 米米问菲菲，弟弟超市 A. 在 B. 去 C. 去不去 Okay, let's hear again the text and then please choose your answers. 弟弟起床没起床呢？没起床呢，还在睡觉。还睡呢，他今天去不去那里？去哪里？去超市。我昨天问他，他对我说他不去，他今天要和小朋友玩。Okay, let's see. First one, 弟弟正在 C 睡觉 right? 弟弟起没起床呢？还在睡觉。 Second one, 米米问菲菲，弟弟去不去超市 ？Right? 问 remember what is 问 ask, right? So 米米 asks 菲菲，弟弟去不去 right? 去不去 go 弟弟 will go or not? Go or not to go? Okay, 去不去超市 Okay, so C and C. Very good. Next, let's look at the vocabularies. 弟弟弟弟起床起床睡觉睡觉睡睡那里那里哪里哪里昨天昨天问问对对说说要要小朋友小朋友 Okay, let's explain them one by one. First one, 弟弟弟弟 younger brother. Younger brother. So let's review a little bit of how to call your siblings. So first of all, of course, younger brother, 弟弟. What about older brother? Remember? 哥哥 Right, 哥哥 First tone and then neutral tone. Right, 哥哥 And then what about older sister? 姐姐 Right, 姐姐 Again, the second Hanzi is neutral tone. And then last one, what about younger sister? Younger sister? 妹妹 Right, 妹妹 So, 哥哥姐姐弟弟妹妹 Okay, 弟弟For example, 我弟弟今年5岁 What does 今年5岁 mean? Okay, so this is to say the age, right? 我弟弟今年5岁 My younger brother is 5 years old this year. Right, next one. 我是他的姐姐，他是我的弟弟。Right, this is like quite confusing or difficult, probably. 我是他的姐姐 I am his older sister. He is my younger brother. Okay, very good. Next one, 起床起床 So this is a new verb. 起床 So first, what is 床床床 is a noun. It means bed. Bed. So 起床 It means get out of bed or get up. 你起床了吗 Have you got out of bed? 弟弟不想起床，还睡呢。My younger brother doesn't want to get up. He's still sleeping. 还 still, right? Remember, 还 still. Okay, next one, 睡觉. So we have get up. Of course, we have to go to sleep. So that's 睡觉，睡觉。For example, 我昨天晚上没睡觉。我昨天晚上没睡觉。How do we translate this sentence? I didn't, may, right? May. You put may in front of a verb. I didn't go to sleep last night. Okay, next one. 我想睡觉。想 I want to sleep, right? I want to sleep. 我想睡觉。Okay, good. Next one. 那里，那里。Sounds familiar, this word, right? We've actually learned so many words that include 那。Can you recall some of them? Yes. For example, 那边, right? There or that side, right? 边 is more emphasizing that side, 那边. And also 那个, right? 那个, that or that one. And then if we want to say a group of things, 那些, right? So, good. For example, 你去那里找他吧。找 to find. So, go there to find him. Next one, 学校 外边有一家超市，那里有很多东西。OK， 那里有很多东西，东西 things, right? Things. And then 家 the specific measure word for shops. So how do we translate this whole sentence? This is quite long actually. So there is a supermarket outside school. There are a lot of things there. 那里 there. Okay, good. And then next one, 哪里 Now these two, it's really easy to like mix them with the other one, but actually it's very important you differentiate these two, right? Because one is asking where, and then the other one is saying there, right? Where and there. So the 汉字, right? The difference is there is a radical, right? The only difference between these two 汉字 is there is a radical on the left. So what is this radical? Or if we take this radical out and then standing alone, what 汉字 is this? The shape or the structure changed a little bit when it's a radical. So actually, if it's a 汉字, it looks like this, right? And the meaning? 口, right? 口 means mouth. So an easier way to memorize these two, the difference, you can imagine like this. When there is a 口 radical to the left, you are probably opening your mouth to ask a question. So that is where, right? 哪里 where. So this is probably a little tip for you to better memorize these two. Okay, for example, 学校在哪里？在 location, right? Indicates location. 学校在哪里？ Where is the school? Okay, next one. 你们要去哪里？Where are you going? Yes, 要 we will learn this very soon. 要 Okay, next one. 昨天we know 今天 today, 明天 tomorrow, and then 昨天 yesterday. Yes, let's type them here. 昨天 yesterday, 今天 today, and then 明天 tomorrow. Right? So these three, memorize them as a pair, as like a group, right? 昨天我没看见你 Yesterday, I didn't see you. 她昨天没来上课 She didn't come to class yesterday. Yesterday. Okay, good. Next one. 问 ask. 问 ask. So, for example, you can say 请问请is what? 请 So 请 is please, right? Please. So here, 请问 putting them together, it actually means may I ask? Or like, excuse me, may I ask? Right? Where is 医院 hospital? 校 here is the word in 学校. Right? So 校医院 normally it means the clinic or the school or the hospital in the school. So where is the school clinic? Then 您好，我想问一个问题。So here 问题 is the word for question. So ask a question. 问一个问题。Okay, good. Next one. We probably also see this a lot before. 说 to speak, right? 说 to speak. Now we are learning to 说中文 speak Chinese, right? So actually in English, we have the difference between 说, the difference between speak, talk, and say. But in Chinese, actually most of the time you can use 说 to like represent all of them. For example, 她会说中文 She can speak Chinese. Next one, 我不知道说什么 I don't know what to say. So here, say, and then here, speak, They are all the same 汉字. They're both 说. Okay. And then next one, 对. Here the meaning is to or towards. For example, 我有事对你说。有事 I have something, right? 事 thing. 我有事 I have something to say to you. Right? 对你 If we translate 对你 then it's to you. So I have something to say to you. 对你 Another example, 我女朋友对我很好。女朋友 girlfriend 女朋友 girlfriend. So 我女朋友对我很好。My girlfriend is very nice to me. 对我 to me. Yes. To me 对 Okay. Next one 要 So this is also another language point of this text. We will explain this more in detail in the language parts. Language point parts. Okay, so let's skip it and then see the last new word, 小朋友. Child or kid. So 朋友 is what? 朋友, friend, right? Friend. So 小 is what? Small or little, right? So the literal meaning of 小朋友 is little friend or small friend. But actually in the context of Chinese, in the daily language, it means child or kid. So for example, 小朋友们,你们好. So hello kids or hello children. Yes, next one. 小朋友们都喜欢来这里玩. The kids, 小朋友们 the kids, they all like to play, 玩 play. They all like to play here. Okay, very good. Right, so now let's move back to 要. Right, let's explain this in detail. The definition is here. This structure, 要 plus verb, indicates the intention to do something. For example, 他今天要开车出去玩. He and then so 今天 today, right? Today 他要 he is going to, right? Is going to 他要 he has the intention to. So he is going to. He hasn't done it yet, but he is going to 开车出去玩. 开车 drive a car 出去玩 go out and play or hang out. Right? So 他今天要 going to. Next one. 你们要去超市吗? Are you going to the supermarket? Supermarket. Going to, right? You haven't left. You're not going to, but you have the plan. You have the intention to do it. Last one. 我要在家里学中文. 我要在家里学中文. I am going to study Chinese at home. 在家里 at home. So if we want to translate 要, right? We can translate into is going to or is about to. Is about to. Okay? So, what about other modal verbs we've learned so far? Let's try to recall them. So, before we learned 会, right? 会. It means have the ability to do, right? And then another one, 能, right? 能. 能 is have the possibility to do. Right? We learned this before. So both 会 and 能, you can translate it into can. But in English, there's no difference between these two can, right? I can drive a car or I can go out today. These two, actually, the first one, I can drive a car, it means that you have the ability, you know how to drive a car, right? But second one, I can go out today. It means that the situation, the condition allows me to go out. Like I have the possibility to go out, right? So these are two other modal verbs that we learned. Also, another one is 想, right? We see this quite often today. Want to, 想, want to. So now the fourth one, the fourth modal verb we learn, 要, 要, is about to, going to, right? So now you can express your intention to do something in Chinese. Okay, very good. Then next, let's move on to, like after learning everything in lesson 11, part 2, part 1, let's combine them all and then let's do this exercise. So I have 4 questions. Please choose from A to E and then fill them in the blanks. First one, 你超市他没在看电视学习呢姐姐我们去玩吧好不好我不去我读书爸爸在做什么他在呢 Okay, so again, please pause the video until you get the answer. Okay, now let's look at them together. First one, 你 is asking a question, right? Asking a question. So, 你去不去超市? Are you going to the supermarket? 你去不去超市? What about the other way of asking this question? If we don't use 去不去, we only use the verb once. How do we ask this question? 你去超市吗? Right? 你去超市吗? Okay, next one. 他没在看电视，正在学习呢。She's not watching TV. She's studying. Right? 正在学习. She is studying. All right, next one. 姐姐，我们去玩吧，我们去那里玩吧。Right? We go play there. 好不好？ Is it okay? 好不好？我不去。I'm not going. 我要读书。I am going to study. I am going to, or I'm about to study. Last one. 爸爸在做什么? What is Dad doing? So asking what he's doing. 他在睡觉呢。How do we translate 他在睡觉呢? He is sleeping. Right? We have the 在, and then we have the 呢. Right? What about, like, how can we change this sentence? Without changing the meaning, but maybe let's change, like, how to express something is happening. So, first one, 他正在睡觉. Right? 正在. Or we can say 他睡觉呢. Right? 他睡觉呢. The pinyin here is not correct. Should be ne and e, neutral tone. 他睡觉呢. Right? He is sleeping. Okay, very good. Next one, homework. So I have 4 pictures. Please type your answers, fill in the blank. You can use, like, there is no absolute right or wrong answer. You can use any expressions that we used in this lesson to fill in the blank. This one. And this one, and last one is this. Yes, you can pause the video or make a screenshot. Okay. Finally, the Hanzi chart. Right, Hanzi chart. Basically, all the new vocabularies that we haven't seen before, the new Hanzi in this chart. All right, so this is everything about lesson 11. I will see you in lesson 12. 再见。大家好，我是菲菲老师。Today we enter lesson 12. Let's go. The title of this lesson is 昨天下雪了。昨天下雪了。It snowed yesterday.
All right, so first let's see the objectives of this lesson. First one, we'll describe weather conditions and we'll describe the medical condition. Third one, le. You have probably seen this one from the previous sentences. So this time is the first time that we talk about this in detail. And then le is a Hanzi you will see constantly in Chinese. It's very important. And then next one, we will put le into use, and then we will learn the tai something le pattern. Okay, let's go. First of all, as usual, I have 6 pictures for you. Please decide which picture match which phrase or words. You can pause the video until you get the answer. Okay, let's see them together. First one, 水. Yes, we know 水, right? 水, it means water, water. So 水, this picture, right? And then 生病, 生病. When we were learning doctors, that chapter we learned probably 生病. It means get sick, right? Get sick. So 生病, picture C, this one. And then when you are sick, when you 生病, you go to see the doctor. So you can say 看病, 看病. So 病 here is sickness. So 看病. 看 means look, right? Look. So kind of it feels like you have your sickness getting checked. So 看病, this one. And then next we have 2 weather conditions. First one, 下雨, 下雨, 雨, rain. So this one. And then 雪, 雪. It's also in the title, right? 雪. It means snow, snow. So look at the Hanzi of 雨 and 雪. So for 雪, it is actually 雨 changed a little bit of its form to become the first part, the upper part of 雪. Right? So these Hanzi are all actually connected. Right, last one, 冷, 冷. This is an adjective. It means cold, cold. So this one. All right, very good. Next, I'm going to read through the text. You can read after me. 今天天气怎么样？这里的天不太好，下雨了。雨大吗？有点大，我觉得很冷。Okay, I have 2 questions for you. Please choose from A, B, and C to fill in the blank here. First one, 菲菲那儿的天气 A 很好 B 很不好 C 不太好 Second one, 菲菲觉得 A 不冷 B 很冷 C 有点冷Okay, so some of the words in the options are actually new vocabularies in this lesson. Probably you didn't get them all, but that's okay. Let's hear again from the text what is said. 今天天气怎么样？这里的天不太好，下雨了。雨大吗？有点大，我觉得很冷。Okay, so first one. 菲菲那儿的天气 Let's see the original sentence. 天气怎么样？不太好 right? 不太好 So this one should be C. 不太好 And then 菲菲觉得我觉得 So 很冷 It should be B. 很冷 Right. So actually for the first one, what's the difference between A, B, C? 很好, 很不好, and 不太好. Actually, all the Hanzi we have learned, right? All the words we have learned, but can you tell the difference? What about 很好? 很好, 很, very, right? So 很好, very good. What about 很不好? So what's difficult is probably between 很不好 and 不太好. So if we translate it literally, 很不好, very not good. And what about 不太好? Not very good. So that is also actually exactly what it means. 很不好 it's not good. It's quite bad actually. And then 不太好 it's not so good, but it's not so bad that you cannot accept it. It's just not so good. All right. Okay, very good. So next, let's see the vocabularies of this text. 天气天气这里天下雨了雨有点儿觉得冷Okay, let's explain them one by one. First one, 天气So 天 we know, right? 天 what does it mean? 天 it means sky, right? Sky. Okay, and then 气 if we see 气 separately. In English, you also have it, right? In English, we have so we would say this, right? 气 Not a very common word, but if you understand, you understand, right? 气 right? Something maybe, I don't know, chakra. Okay, so 气 Now you learn Chinese. You know actually 气 in Chinese, the 汉字 looks like this, right? And then the meaning is actually air. Air. So 天气 the air in the sky. So how do we understand this word? It actually means weather. Weather, right? It's an overall name for all the weather conditions. Weather. Right. So for example, you can say 好天气 好天气 good weather. 坏天气 bad weather. 坏 means bad. 坏天气 bad weather. So you can ask 今天天气怎么样？今天天气很好。怎么样 is what? Remember? 怎么样？怎么样 means how is something, right? So 今天天气怎么样？ How's the weather today? How's the weather today? And then you can answer with today the weather is very good. 今天天气很好。天气。And next one. So earlier we said 天 means sky, right? 天 means sky. But in daily conversation, in spoken language, you can also just say 天 to mean 天气. Right? So here, this 天 is actually a short version of 天气. So it doesn't mean sky anymore. 今天的天不好 in this sentence. So yeah, you might ask, when does it mean sky and when does it mean weather? And how do we differentiate? So as we said before, Chinese is a language that is highly depending on context, right? So here, 今天的天不好. Could it be that someone is saying the sky today is not very good? Probably, but not so likely, right? When you hear people say 今天的天不好, normally it means the weather today is not good. Right? For example, also you can say 明天的天 明天是好天吗? Right? Not so likely they are asking you, is the sky tomorrow going to be good? Right? Most likely they say, is the weather tomorrow good? Right? Going to be good or not? 明天是好天吗? 天 Okay, good. Next one, 雨 we see it before, right? 雨 a way to memorize this 汉字 take a look at the center part, right? There are 4 dots in it, and then there's like a circle, like a square outside. So probably you can imagine it as here's an umbrella, and then these 4 dots are the raindrops. So 雨 okay, rain. 大雨 big rain, 小雨 a small rain, and then 雨天 Here it means a rainy day. You can say 今天是雨天 Today is a rainy day. 今天是雨天. Okay, good. Next one. What about the verb? What about the verb? So in Chinese, if you want to say it's raining, we actually always combine it with 下雨. 下 before we learn it, right? What does it mean? 下雨. Below, down, bottom, right? Any of these meanings. But actually, 下 can also be used as a verb. It means drop. So 下雨, kind of like the raindrops are dropping. 下雨. So 外面下雨了. 外面下雨了. It's raining outside. Here we see 了 again, right? 了, but don't worry, we'll explain this in the language point. Okay, 下雨. Next one, 觉得. 觉得. So here, 觉得, we translate it into feel, right? Feel. I feel. 我觉得. So in English, actually, another word is think, right? Oftentimes you can say, I think something. Right? So in Chinese, you can use 觉得 also. 我觉得, I think. For example, 你觉得我怎么样? How do we translate this one? 你觉得我怎么样? So, what do you think of me? 怎么样 is like asking for opinions. How is something, right? 你觉得我怎么样? How do you think of me? Right, next one. 他觉得这儿的饭不好吃. He feels or he thinks the meals here is not delicious. 好吃 delicious. Right? Okay, 觉得 I think 觉得我觉得 Okay, next one. 有点儿 So here actually are the last 汉字 here are it's optional. Depends on accent, right? Because honestly speaking, I think HSK, because it's a textbook developed in Beijing. So oftentimes we see R in the textbook. But because I'm from Sichuan, I'm from the south of China. So normally when we speak, we don't say R very often. Like when you go to the north part of China, you will hear R a lot, especially like Beijing or northeast China, 东北, northeast China. You will hear R a lot. But when you come to the south, like Shanghai or, I don't know, Guangzhou or Sichuan, like my home, you don't hear R at all. So here, R is optional. You can say 有点儿, or you can also say 有点. Like, for example, like in Sichuan, we just say 有点. It means rather or a bit, a little bit, right? A little bit. For example, 我有点冷. I am a little bit cold. I'm a bit cold. Or you can say 我有点冷, right? 我有点冷. All right, next one. 杯子里还有点水. 杯子里还有点水. How do you translate this one? There's still, right? 还 still. There's still a bit water in the 杯子 is what? 杯子. Cup. So there's still a little bit of water in the cup. 有点儿. Okay. Next one. 冷 means cold. Right? Cold. Okay. So now we see cold. Let's review a little bit of how do you say different levels of. Here could be cold. It could also be any other adjective, right? Different levels of something. So first of all, how do you say not cold? Not cold. 不冷, right? 不冷, not cold. And the next one, not so cold. Still a little bit cold, but not so much. Not so cold. 不太冷. All right. Okay. So next one, of course, the neutral, normal, cold. And then next one, what about very cold? Very cold. How to say very? 很冷, right? Or another one, 非常冷, right? We also learned 非常 before. 非常 means very cold. 非常冷. Okay, good. All right, and then next one, 这里. This one is easy, right? Because we see a lot of these kind of words before. Last lesson we learned 那里. 那里, it means there, right? So 这里, here, 这里, here. For example, 我要在这里买些水果. How to translate? 我要在这里买些水果. 要 is what? 要. We learned it in lesson 11. 我要. I'm going to, right? I'm going to buy, 买, buy, to buy. 些 is when you turn one thing into a group of things. So, 我要在这里买些水果. I'm going to buy some fruits here. I'm going to buy some fruits here. All right, next one. 你喜欢这里吗？你喜欢这里吗？Do you like it here? Do you like it here? Okay, very good. All right, next one is the important 汉字 we said, 了, right? 了. So let me explain this to you in detail in language part. All right, here it is. First, let's see the definition. The modal particle 了 is placed at the end of a sentence or at a pause within a sentence to indicate a change or a new situation. For negative responses, the adverb may is used, and le is omitted at the end of the sentence. Okay, what does it mean? Again, confusing. All right, so let's explain. Let me give you an example. First, we know this sentence. 我冷. What does it mean? 我冷. I 冷 cold. Right? So this is I'm cold. Right? 我冷 I'm cold. This is a very neutral like status, right? I'm cold. Right? But if you change it into 我冷了, if you add 了, then here it is indicating a change or a new situation. Before, I'm not cold, but now I am cold. I become cold, right? Another example, we learned the phrase 下雨, right? 下雨. So if we only say 下雨, it is a neutral status of the action of raining, right? Raining. But if you add 下雨了, it means before it was not raining, but now it starts to rain because it is a indication of the change, right? The new situation is it is raining now. It was not raining before, right? What about, okay, next one. Let's see. We can also say 12点. 12点. Remember this? When we're learning how to say time. 12点, it means 12 o'clock, right? 12 o'clock. So 12点 is just neutral status, 12 o'clock. But if you add 12点了, what does it mean? What is 12点了? It means now it's 12 o'clock. Before it was maybe 11:50, 11:58, and now 12点了. Now it's 12. The new change, the new situation is time has like arrived 12点. All right, okay. Did you get it? Okay, good. So the example here, first one, 下雨了. Yeah, we see it, right? 下雨了. It's raining now. 12点了, 吃午饭吧. Now it's 12 o'clock. Let's eat lunch. 弟弟起床了吗? Asking, like right now, right this time, has 弟弟, younger brother, get up or not, right? 起床了吗? Right? Same thing. 你吃饭了吗? have you eaten? Right? Asking about right now, have you eaten? Right? I want to know the newest situation. Right? Okay. So let's see the second part. For negative responses, the adverb may is used. So the positive sentence, of course, 我吃饭了, I have eaten. But if you want to change this sentence into a negative one, we say 我没吃饭,我没吃饭. 我没吃饭. And le is omitted at the end of the sentence. What does it mean? So you cannot say this is wrong. This is wrong. You cannot say this. 我没吃饭 is correct. 我没吃饭了. Why? Let me explain you the logic behind this. So 我吃饭了, it is telling you a situation, right? It means I have eaten. But 我没吃饭, it is another situation. It means that I have not eaten. If you put may and le together in one sentence, then you're having two situations existing at the same time, right? It's like Schrodinger's eating, something like this, right? Have you eaten? Have you not eaten? Right? So don't put le together with may. If you want to put it into a negative form, just say 我没吃饭. Okay? Right? So this is the modal particle le. Did you get it? All right, next, our second language point of this lesson, non-subject predicate sentence. Okay, confusing. Non-subject predicate sentences are composed of words or phrases without distinct subjects or predicates and are commonly used in colloquial, okay, this word is hard for me to pronounce, speech. Right, okay, what does it mean? Again, actually, every time when we learn language points, like all the definitions are somewhat confusing and then you don't understand what it means, right? I don't want you to feel like stressed when reading these definitions. First, I'm always going to explain it in examples or simpler words. And second, the purpose of us learning languages is, of course, not to remember all of those definitions, right? As a native speaker, if you ask like any Chinese, what does it mean? If you even like, this is the Chinese sentence here of this definition. If you read this sentence to them, I would say 98% of people don't understand what it means. So of course, I don't want you to remember it, but because we're following a textbook, because we're following a scientific structure. So why we always like tell you these different definitions is because we want to tell you the most correct way of explaining it. But of course, let's really learn them through conversations, examples, and like real words. All right, so let's see. What does it mean? The sentence we learned earlier, 下雨了,下雨了. This, as you see, there is actually no subject in this sentence, right? If I ask you to find the subject, is it rain? No, it's not rain. Rain is not the subject here, right? There is no subject in this sentence. But the same sentence in English, right? 下雨了, if we say it in English, it's raining, right? This is the sentence. So here, what is the subject in this sentence? Rain? It's not rain, right? The real subject of this sentence is it, right? It. But actually, it is not like a real subject, right? You're not like, what is it, right? Here, it is more like a abstract or like a borrowed subject. Because in English, we always need a subject to complete a sentence. That is decided by the structures of these two different languages. So here, I would also like to introduce you another concept. You don't need to memorize this, right? Just to like know it as a reference. So Chinese is actually a topic prominent language, right? What's important is more the topic So here, 下雨了, the topic is what? Even if the subject is not rain, but the topic is rain, right? So we only need topic. But in English, English is actually a subject prominent language. In all of the sentence, we need a subject. So here, even if it doesn't necessarily really need a subject, but because we need to complete the sentence, we still need a borrowed subject, which is it, right? It. So these are the two differences between these two languages. You don't need to memorize this, right? Just know this. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lesson. And let's stop here. I will continue with text 2, text 3 of lesson 12 in next lesson. I'll see you. 再见。大家好，我是菲菲老师。Today we continue with part 2 of lesson 12. Let's go. 昨天下雪了。是的，太冷了。你昨天没来公司，生病了？对，我昨天去医院看病了。Okay, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, 菲菲昨天了 A. 生病 B. 上班 C. 去公司 Number 2, 菲菲今天了 A. 在家里 B. 去医院 C. 来公司 Okay, let's listen to the text again and then you can make your answers. 昨天下雪了。是的，太冷了。你昨天没来公司，生病了？对，我昨天去医院看病了。Okay, let's see. First one, 昨天 Okay, 生病了。生病了。This sentence. 我昨天去医院看病了。So, Mimi is asking, 生病了，你生病了吗？菲菲 answers, 对 yes, 生病了。Okay, second one, 菲菲今天。This is kind of tricky, this one. So, from the original sentence, 菲菲今天, right? Probably you want to choose B, right? Because 菲菲 says 去医院, right? 菲菲去医院, right? Probably you want to choose B. But the correct answer of this one is C. Let's see why. So, 菲菲 says 昨天 yesterday 昨天去医院了 But today the conversation happens with Mimi, right? 你昨天没来公司 So the conversation happening today means that they are already in the company having this conversation. So this one, 菲菲今天 today 来公司了 She's in the company today that she can have a conversation with Mimi. Right? Okay, let's talk about, so 公司 is the new vocabulary from this lesson. Let's talk about it in the vocabulary part. All right, very good. So next, let's read through the new words. You can read after me. 下雪来公司生病看病Okay, first let's see 雪 it means snow. So from part 1 we learned rain, right? How to say rain. 雨 right? 雨 looks like this, right? And then if we squeeze 雨 smaller, it becomes the upper part of 雪, right? It becomes the radical of 雪. So there are actually a lot of 汉字 related to weather, also related to 雨, for example, 雾. So again, the logic is the upper part gives us a hint about the meaning, right? It's something related to the rain. And the lower part gives us a hint about the pronunciation. So the lower part, standing on its own, it also pronounces 雾, right? This one, 雾, fourth tone, it means fog. Fog. Okay, so this is just one example. And from 雪, we can have words like 下雪, right? 下, we said it in rain. It means to drop, right? To drop. So 下雪. Snow, like it says snow is dropping or it's snowing, right? It's happening, snowing. 下雪. To snow, the verb. All right, 大雪, big snow, and 小雪, a small or a little snow. Okay, let's see sentences. First one, 我喜欢下雪天 sorry. 我喜欢下雪天 I like, right? 喜欢 I like 下雪天. 天 we said 天. 天. 我喜欢下雪天. What does 天 mean? So here, 天 means day, right? Day. So from part 1, we said 天 could mean weather, right? So here, I like snowy days. 我喜欢下雪天. Here, 天 means day. Okay, next one. 外面在下大雪. Remember 在? How do we translate this sentence? So 在 means if you put it in front of a verb, it means something is happening, right? 下大雪, it's snowing heavily. So 外面在means it's happening right now. So it's snowing heavily outside now, right? Okay, so very good. And 下, right? We just mentioned it. So rain or snow come down or fall, or like it's dropping, right? It's falling. So 下雨, to rain, 下雨了, it's raining. 外面在下雨, it's raining outside now, right? 在 means it's happening. Okay, next, 来. So we learned 去 before, right? You remember 去? It means 去, to go, right? So you can remember 来 as a pair. 来 come, 去 go, right? For example, 来学校 come to school. If you say 去学校 go to school. And then 来这儿 come here. 来这儿 come here. Okay. And then for example, 他来中国1年了. How do we translate this one? We have 了 here, right? 他来中国1年了. He has come to China for 1 year. Okay. Next one. 晚上来我家吃饭吧. 吧. Remember? 吧. We learned it in lesson 7, right? If you put 吧 at the end of a sentence, it means it is a soft tone to say a suggestion or advice or request. Right, so here, 晚上来我家吃饭吧. Come to my house to have dinner tonight. Right, it's like a soft tone to give you a suggestion or I'm requesting you, I'm asking you to come. Right, 晚上来我家吃饭吧. Right, okay, good. Next, 公司. Company or corporate. 公司. For example, 一家公司. 家, we said before, it is the measure word for shops, stores, or enterprises. So here, 公司, it's an enterprise. So 一家公司, a company, right? A company. We use a measure word to connect the number and the object, the noun, right? 一家公司, a company. For example, 我在这家公司工作10年了. I have worked in this company, 这家公司, this company, for 10年. 10年 is how much? 10年. 10 years. Okay, next one, 生病. Fall ill or get sick. Get sick, 生病. For example, 我生病了. I got sick. 我生病了, I got sick. 你昨天没来公司，生病了吗？没来公司 we just learned 来 right? So yesterday 昨天 yesterday you didn't come to the company. Are you sick or did you get sick? 生病. Okay, next one. 看病, 看病. So actually, in 生病, 病 here, it is a noun. It means sickness. So 生病, 生 is the verb here. So 生病 together is get sick. So 看病, 看 means what? We learned 看 before. 看 means to see, right? To see. So see sickness. It actually means to have your sickness get checked, right? So it could also be translated as see a doctor. See a doctor, doctor. So 看病 works. You can also say 看医生. So this is literally see a doctor, right? So to say 看医生 also works. Same meaning, 看医生. For example, 我要去医院看病. I'm going to the hospital, 医院. I'm going to the hospital to see a doctor. So this sentence you can also say 我要去医院看医生. It's the same. All right, next one. 我生病了，要去看病. So I got sick. I'm going to 要去, right? I'm going to see a doctor. Okay, good. All right, so the language point of this lesson, we learned le before, right? And then we also learned tai. So here, this is a fixed pair, right? This is a pattern. Tai something le, right? You can put an adjective in here. So this pattern expresses a very high or intense degree of exclamation. For example, 太冷了，太冷了。冷 cold. So 太冷了 it's so cold, right? It's really, really cold. 太冷了 right? It's an exclamation. Next one. 太好吃了 What does it mean? 太好吃了 is what? 好吃 delicious, right? So 太好吃了 it's so delicious, right? It's very, very delicious. Now, you can try to make your own sentence. You can put whatever adjective you know in between. 太 something 了 For example, 这个杯子太小了 This cup is too small. 我们今天太高兴了 Today we are so happy. Right? Okay, so this is an easy one. You can replace here with any adjective you know. Right? Okay, 太 something 了 All right. Okay, so next, let's move on to the third text of this lesson. Let's read it through. 医生，我病了，我看看，你觉得怎么样？我很冷。好的，吃一点药，今天休息半天吧。好的，回家后再喝些热水。Okay, let's see. First one, 菲菲觉得 A 很热 B 很冷 C 有点冷 Number 2, 医生对菲菲说今天吧 A 上班 B 下班 C 休息半天 Okay, let's see the text again. 医生，我病了，我看看，你觉得怎么样？我很冷。好的，吃一点药，今天休息半天吧。好的，回家后再喝些热水。Okay, let's see. First one, 菲菲觉得 Here, 你觉得怎么样？ The doctor asks, how do you feel? How do you think? And then 菲菲 answers, 我很冷。Right, so here, 菲菲觉得 B 很冷。And second one, 医生对菲菲说今天今天休息半天吧 It's a suggestion, right? We put 吧 at the end. 今天休息半天吧 This is a new word. We'll see it in vocabulary. 休息半天 means take half day off. Right? New words. 病一点儿药 天天回回在喝喝热热水水 Okay, let's explain. First one, 病. Yes, we see it earlier, right? 病 itself, it could be as a noun, means sickness itself, but here it is actually a verb. So it is a shorter way to say get sick, right? So you can say 你病了吗? You can also say 你生病了吗? It is the same, right? Because we say Chinese is a language that if we can make it simple, we will try our best to make it simple. So 你生病了吗? 你生病了吗? We don't want to say so long. We want to take away the verb. We want to take away 生. So you can just say 你病了吗? Are you sick? Okay, next one. 我今天病了，不能去公司了。I'm sick today. I got sick today. I cannot go to the company. So you might wonder, how can I tell when it's a noun, when it's a verb, right? So again, you decide when, like according to the context, right? 我今天病了. So for sure here, it means you got sick today. It cannot be sickness, right? It doesn't work. So of course, here is the verb form. Okay, next one, 药. It means medicine. So when you get sick, what do? You take medicine. Take medicine. So in English, here the verb we use is take. But in Chinese, we use the verb 吃. What does 吃 mean? 吃, to eat. To eat, right? So here, even if it's to eat, but in English, it's to take pills or take medicine. Okay, and then for example, 我生病了，要吃药。I got sick. I'm going to take medicine. 药。And then 医生说这个药要吃2个星期。Okay, very long. This sentence is quite long. How do we translate it? So first, let's break it down. 医生说, the doctor says, right? 说 say or speak. 医生说这个药 this medicine, right? 这个 this medicine 要吃要 here going to, right? 要吃2个星期 2 weeks, right? So doctor says I have to or I'm going to take this medicine for 2 weeks. Right. Okay, good. 药 medicine. Next one. 一点儿 It is a numeral measure word. It means some or a bit, a little. What does it mean? For example, let's put it into example. 你吃一点儿水果吧。Have some fruit, right? Ba, a suggestion. So have some fruit, right? Would you or you have some fruit? Or 太贵了，便宜一点吧, right? 贵 and 便宜, we learned it before, right? What does it mean? 贵, expensive, and 便宜, the opposite, cheap, right? So 太贵了, it's so expensive. 便宜一点吧, right? So it's like, can you like lower the price a little bit, right? It's like bargaining when you're bargaining. 便宜一点吧, 一点, a little bit, right? So here again, are optional. You can say 一点. That's completely fine. Right? It's just a difference between accents. 一点. So, for example, 太贵了，便宜一点吧. Without the r, 便宜一点吧 works also. Right? Remember in part 1, we also learned 有点, right? 有点. Then what is the difference between 有点 and 一点? This might be the point where a lot of people get confused, right? So the English translation, they both have a bit, right? A bit. But in like real usage, it's actually quite different. We can differentiate it by what type of word it is. So 一点儿, earlier we said it's a numeral measure word. And then 有点儿 is a adverb. Right? So the function is to describe adjectives. For example, I'm a little bit not happy. 我有点儿不高兴. But for 一点儿, it is used to describe the number or the amount. For example, 杯子里有一点水. You might ask, here it's the same. Here it's the same 有一点儿. Why it is not the adverb which is used to describe adjectives? That's because here, even if we have 有 here, but 有 belongs to the first part of the sentence. You actually break it down like this. 杯子里有 there is in the cup a little bit of water. Right? So it's still used to describe the amount. Right? For example, another sentence. 我吃了一点儿水果. Right? 我吃了一点儿水果. I ate some fruits, or I ate a little bit of fruits. All right, so here it is used to describe the amount of 水果, fruit. But in 有点儿, it is used to describe the adjective, right? For example, you can also say 我有点儿累. 累 means tired. So I'm a bit tired, right? Here it is used to describe the adjective 累, tired. These are not interchangeable. You cannot say 我吃了有点儿水果. It's not correct. Okay, I hope I explained this clear. If you still have any questions about this, feel free to type it in the comment section and then I will answer it. Next one, 天. In part 1, we see 天 means weather, right? For example, 今天是好天. Today is a day with good weather. Here, it is the other meaning, day. So, for example, 几天, right? Asking 几天, how many days, right? How many days? 几天? Or we can also say 第一天, the first day, right? For example, 你去几天? How many days will you go? And 今天是我上大学的第一天. Today, 今天 is the first day I go to college, right? 第一天. Okay, what about, so now we have two meanings of 天, right? First one, weather, and then day. What about the third one? Do you know one more meaning of 天? It means sky, right? Sky. Okay, good. Next one, 回. It means to return or to go back. For example, 回家, go home or return home. And then 回国, what is 回国? 国 is what? Country, right? Country, for example, 中国, right? So 回国, go back or return to the country. 回国, 回学校, go back to school. For example, 我今天不回公司了. Today, I don't return to the company. Right? I'm not going back to the company today. And then, 他今年8月回国. He go back to the country in August. 8月, August, this year. Right? Okay, so how do you remember the 汉字回? It's quite unique, right? It's like two squares inside one another. So probably you can, I would remember it as, think of it as a maze, right? It's a maze. So if you don't know how to continue in the maze, one thing you can always do is return to the starting point in the maze, and then you can go again, right? So this is return, right? Okay, next one. 在. This is an important 汉字. You will see this quite often. 在, it means then.
So let's put it in a sentence to explain. 你们吃了饭再回家吧。You eat meal and then go back home. So it actually means you do one action after you do another one. So you do this action after you do the one before 在. So you go home after you eat, right? 在. Okay, for example, also, let's see another one. 你回家再吃吧. So here we have two verbs. 回家and 吃. Right? Which one we do first? We do 回家 first, right? And then we do 吃. So one action after another. You do this action first, and then you do the second action, right? You go home and then you eat, right? This is 在. But let me remind you here. So in English, sometimes we have sentences like, and then she went home, right? We have sentences like this. So here, and then you cannot say 在. For example, 在他回家了. So this is not correct. This is not correct. You cannot say it like this. You can only put it in the sentence between two verbs. It works. So in English, this is translated in then in English. And this is also then in English, right? But you cannot use and then directly translate it to 在 and then use it in Chinese. So just for your reference, if you want to express this, and then you should use 然后. We will learn this in the future. We will learn this in the future, just for your reference. If you want to say and then, comma, and then the sentence, you need to use 然后. 然后. Right? But for now, please use 在 only in the sentence between two verbs, right? And then. Okay, good. All right, next one. 喝. To drink. 喝水, drink water. 喝茶, drink tea. Right, so now you know 吃 to eat, and then to drink 喝. Right? 她喜欢喝中国茶. She likes to drink Chinese tea. Right? 天气太热了，多喝点水吧。天气太热了。热 we'll explain it means hot. So it's too hot. Drink more water. Right? It's also a suggestion, right? In a soft tone because we use 吧 here. Okay, good. Next one, 热. It means hot or warm. It could be used to describe weather or also like something, an object is hot. For example, like water is hot. Right? For example, 很热, very hot. 天气热, right? The weather is hot. 今天天气不太热. Today, the weather is not very hot. Also, 昨天很热. Yesterday, it was very hot. Okay. Next one, 水. Water, right? We see this before already. 热水, hot water. 请问有热水吗? Excuse me, or may I ask, do you have hot water? Okay, 我想喝水. 想, the modal verb, meaning want to. So, 我想喝水, I want to drink water. Okay, after learning everything of lesson 12, let's combine everything and then do this comprehensive exercise. Right? I have 4 sentences here, and then you can pause the video here and then resume after you have your answers in, and we will see it together. Right? Okay, let's do it. First one, 外边正在下. Should be 下雪, right? 下雪. It's snowing outside. 太冷了. Right? Here you see the exclamation mark, right? So you remember the fixed pair, right? 太冷了, 太 something 了. Right, next one. 他去公司工作了, right? 工作了 here means the change of the status. So earlier, he was not going to the company to work, but now the status changed. He go to the company to work, right? So in English, we can translate it into he has gone to the company to work. Okay, the doctor says, 医生，你觉得怎么样? Right, this is the original sentence from our text. So how do you feel? Right, 你觉得怎么样? And you answer, 我很冷. I am very cold. I feel very cold. Okay, next one. 你昨天去医院看病了吗? Right, did you go to see the doctor yesterday at the hospital? Right, 没有，我今天去. No, I will go today. Okay, did you get it all right? Next one, homework. I have 4 pictures. Please use any new words or expressions that you learned in this lesson and describe the picture that you see. There is no definite right or wrong answer. If the sentence work, it's fine. You can also use phrases, words that you learned from previous lessons, right? Okay, you can pause the video or make a screenshot and post your answers in the comment section. Okay, last but not the least, as usual, our Hanzi chart, right? Try to, if you have some extra time, try to make sure you can recognize, right? At least recognize all of these Hanzi. You don't need to, of course, if you can, it's the best. But if you cannot, don't feel pressure to force yourself to learn how to write it, but at least try to read it, right? Okay, that's all for lesson 12. I will see you in next lesson. 再见。
大家好，我是菲菲老师。Today we learn lesson 13. The title of this lesson is 请给我一杯茶。请给我一杯茶。Okay, first of all, the objectives of this lesson. First of all, language point, double object sentences. We will explain this in detail in the language points. And then the modal verb, 可以, right? One more modal verb. And then the verb plus 一下 structure, right? So for this lesson, we have 3 language points. And then finally, let's learn some common expressions for ordering food. Okay, very good. First of all, let's read through the text. 黄老师，我可以再问您一个问题吗？可以，你有什么问题？那个小店卖不卖手机？我不知道，你可以打电话问一下。Okay, as usual, 2 questions. Number 1, 白芳芳想再问黄老师。A, 一个问题。B, 2个问题。C, 这个问题。Number 2, 黄老师，那里卖不卖手机 ？A 知道 ，B 不知道 ，C 也想知道。Okay, let's hear again. 黄老师，我可以再问您一个问题吗？可以，你有什么问题？那个小店卖不卖手机？我不知道，你可以打电话问一下。Okay, first one. 想再问黄老师 original sentence 一个问题 right 我可以再问您一个问题吗问题 here means question the new vocabulary of this lesson 一个问题 a question so we should choose A right 一个问题Number 2黄老师知道 or 不知道黄老师 says 我不知道Right, 不知道 So we should choose B. A and B. Did you get it right? Okay, so now let's go through the vocabularies. You can read after me. 可以在问题卖打电话一下Okay, first, 在 we just learned this Hanzi recently, right? The meaning we learned the first time was, can you still recall?
It means then, right? Then we do one thing and then we do another one, right? For example, 我吃苹果在睡觉. How do we translate this one? 我吃苹果在睡觉. I will eat the apple and then go to sleep, right? One action after another. So today we learned the second meaning of 在. It means once more or again. For example, 我想再吃一个苹果. Here we have only one verb, right? The only verb here is 吃, right? So it doesn't mean we do one action and then we do another one. So here, 我想再吃一个苹果. I want to eat one more apple. One more apple. Okay, and then 我要再读一本书. I will read one more book. And then this word that we always say, 再见. Now, can you guess what is how do we understand this word literally? We know it means goodbye, right? Goodbye. So 再 here it means again, and 见 means to see. So it literally means I will see you again. 再见, I will see you again. Okay, very good. 再. And then next one, 问题, 问题. It means question or problem. So the measure word for 问题 is 个, 一个问题, one question, 一个问题. And then if we see 问 alone, this word alone, it could be a verb. It means to ask. So 问问题, 问问题, ask question. Ask question. For example, 我有一个问题. How do we understand? 我有一个问题. I have a question. 我有一个问题. I have a question. And then 我想问你一个问题. 我想问你一个问题. How do we translate this one? So here, 问, the first one, it's the verb, right? I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Okay, 问题. Next one, 卖. Before we see already 买, right? 买. It means, what does 买 mean? It's third tone, 买. It means to buy, right? To buy. So now we learn the word for to sell. For example, 卖书. 卖书, sell books. 卖车, sell car. 卖衣服, 衣服, sell clothes. Right? So you can just add what you want to sell directly after 卖. So it becomes you are selling that thing. Okay, for example, 那边在卖什么东西? Remember here 在. 在. It means if we put 在 in front of a verb, it means that action is happening. Right? So this person is asking, what is selling over there? 那边在卖什么东西? And then next one, 他在一家商店卖水果. 他在一家商店卖水果. Here, this 在, it's in front of. 一家商店 is the location, right? It's in front of a location. So here, 在, it means, it indicates the location. Right? So 他在一家商店卖水果. He sells fruits in the shop. 商店, shop. Next one, 打电话. 电话, what does it mean? 电话. It means phone, right? Phone. And then what about cell phone? How do we say cell phone? Can you still remember? 手机, right? 手机. We said 手, it means hand. And then 机, it means machine, right? So 手机, cell phone. So 打电话, make a phone call. Make a phone call. For example, 老师在打电话呢. The teacher is making a phone call. 打电话, make a phone call. And then 我打电话问一下. 我打电话问一下。一下 we will learn this very soon. So 问一下 it just means I will make a phone call and ask. I'll make a phone call and ask. 打电话。Okay. Next one. So that's all of the vocabularies. Now let's see the language point of this lesson. First one, 可以. The modal verb 可以. The definition is this in structure. So 可以 plus verb. This in structure indicates possibility, capability, or permission. If we translate 可以 into English, we can translate it into can. For example, 我们现在可以吃饭了吗? Can we eat now? Can we eat now? So actually, so far, we have learned 3 words that can be translated into can, right? So here, 可以, and then 能, right? One more. What's one more? 会, right? What is the difference between these 3? First of all, 会, the most different one, right? 会means when it means can, it means a skill. Normally, it's a skill or a knowledge that you learned. For example, 我会说中文. In English, I can speak Chinese. 我会说中文, but here 会, this can, it means that 中文 is a skill that you learned, that you practiced. But for for 能 and 可以, if you say 我可以说中文, or normally it's a question 我可以说中文吗? It is asking for permission here. 我可以说中文吗? Can I speak Chinese? You're asking for a permission. You're asking for if there is the possibility for you to speak Chinese. So it is different. And then for 能, so the meaning is quite similar. If you say 我能说中文吗? Same meaning. You're asking for a permission. You're asking for the possibility. 我能说中文吗? Right? So here, 可以 and 能, they also indicate capability. Like 我可以说中文. It has the meaning that I have the ability to speak Chinese. Same thing. No. So here, permission. This one, capability. Capability. And then 会, it's a learned skill or knowledge. Right? Okay, that's the difference. And then between 可以 and 能, there is one more difference. So for this question, 我可以说中文吗? You can, for simplicity, you can directly answer with 可以. 可以. You can do this. 可以. But you cannot. So 可以 is correct. But you cannot answer with just 能. If you answer only with 能, then it sounds a bit too short. So it makes it unnatural. Right? Okay, that's the difference between these 3. A bit complicated, right? We need more memorization. We need more practice here. Okay, next one. Let's see the sentence, example sentences of 可以. For example, 我们现在可以吃饭了吗? Can we eat now? 我可以坐在这儿吗? Right? Asking for permission. Can I sit here? And then you answer, 可以,你坐吧. Yes, you can. Go ahead. Go ahead and sit down here. 可以,你坐吧. So, as we said before, if here we change it into 能, is it correct? It's not correct. Right? Sounds unnatural. 能,你坐吧. Weird. So, 可以,你坐吧. Okay, so for the negativity, we say 不可以,不可以. For example, you can say 我可以坐在这儿吗? If you want to reject, you can say, for example, 不好意思或者对不起, right? I'm sorry, 不可以. I'm sorry, you cannot. Okay, very good. Next one, we have one more language point for text 1. So the structure is verb plus 一下. The definition is, in this lesson, the verb plus 一下 structure indicates that an action is performed as a quick attempt or it is brief. So, for example, 你看一下时间，现在几点了? Right? So let's see the first half first. First half here. What does it mean? How do we translate it? 你看一下时间。你看一下时间。So we know that you want to know the time. You look at your watch, right? It is a very short, it's a very quick attempt. You just do it like this, and that's it, right? It's not 你看时间. If we say 你看时间, it implies that you are maybe staring at your watch for a long time. So 你看一下时间，现在几点了? What time is it now? So, like, look at your watch or take a look at the clock. 现在几点了? Right? Okay. And then one more example. 我们休息一下吧。休息, what does it mean? We learned it in the previous lesson, right? 休息, take a rest, right? 我们休息一下吧. So here, you only want to 休息 for a very short time. It's just a quick break. It's not you rest for good, right? So 我们休息一下吧. What about 吧? What does 吧 mean here? It is the suggestion, right? The soft tone for suggestion. So the person who is saying this, 我们休息一下吧, it means that let's take a short break. Right? Let's take a break. Okay. Other verbs that we can use here. Can you think of any other verb plus 一下? So now we have 看一下, 休息一下. For example, you can also say 读一下, 读一下. So if you're reading a book, then normally it's 读书, right? Because probably you're going to read it for a long time. But what about 读一下? Could be, for example, read the sign, right? You're walking on the street and then you say, read the sign. So you can say 读一下, 招牌. 招牌 means sign. So 读一下招牌吧. Just look at the sign real quick, right? And then, for example, 去一下, right? 去一下. 去一下. For example, 去一下洗手间. 洗手间 means the restroom. 去一下洗手间. 我去一下洗手间. I will go to the restroom shortly, right? Because it's a very quick attempt. You go to the washroom for like maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes tops. So it's a quick attempt. You can say 不好意思,我去一下洗手间. What else? 坐一下, right? 坐一下. It's quite like you can use it for a lot of things. 坐一下. You do something, it's a quick attempt, really fast. 做一下饭吧. Right? When you want to ask somebody to cook, and then because you want to like kind of imply that this is not a tough job, it's just like really easy. So 做一下吧. 你做一下饭吧. Just cook, right? 做一下饭吧. Right? 一下. Okay, so this structure is very useful, right? 做一下吧. Verb plus 一下. Okay, so that's everything about part 1. I will see you in part 2 of lesson 13. 再见. 大家好,我是菲菲老師. Today, let's continue with part 2 of lesson 13. 請給我一杯茶. Okay, first, let's read through the text. Text 2. 女士,請坐. 您喝什麼? 我看一下. 請給我一杯牛奶. 好的,您還要什麼? 我還沒吃早飯,再要這個麵包和牛奶吧. Okay, as usual, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, 菲菲要喝 A. 水 B. 茶 C. 牛奶. Number 2, 菲菲還想吃 A. 包子 B. 麵條 C. 面包和鸡蛋. Okay, let's listen to the text again. Meanwhile, you can make your choices. 女士，请坐。您喝什么？我看一下，请给我一杯牛奶。好的，您还要什么？我还没吃早饭，再要这个面包和鸡蛋吧。Okay, did you get it? So first one, 菲菲要喝 the original sentence right here. 请给我. So asking 您要喝什么? What do you want to drink? 请给我一杯牛奶. 牛奶. New vocabulary we will learn in this lesson. 牛奶 here it means milk. Okay, second one. 菲菲还想吃. So this one right here. 再要这个面包和鸡蛋吧. So we should choose C. 面包和鸡蛋. Yes, 面包 and 鸡蛋. Both new vocabularies in this lesson. We will talk about it later. 面包 means bread and 鸡蛋 means egg. Okay, did you get it all right? Very good. Next, let's see the new words. You can read after me. 服务员，服务员，女士，女士，请，请，坐，坐，给，给，杯，杯，要，要，早饭，早饭，这个，这个，面包，面包，鸡蛋，鸡蛋。Okay, first one, 服务员. We actually see this before, right? When we were learning 售货员. Yes, 售货员. So we said 售货员, shop attendant, but in a more shop assistant, but in a more formal way. So you can say 服务员. It's still not like super casual. It's still quite formal, but it's better than 售货员, and it's used more in daily conversations. So here, 服务员, other than shop assistant, it can also mean attendant, waiter, waitress. So in a restaurant, you can also say 你好，服务员. Right? 你好，服务员. Okay, so in most of the restaurants or especially like street restaurants, smaller places, it's okay if you just call them 你好，服务员 to draw their attention, and then they will come to you. Next one, 女士, 女士. It means lady or madam. It's a very polite way, it's a very formal way to call a lady or a madam. Yes. So in Chinese, you put the surname before 女士, right? So because in English it's the opposite, right? But in Chinese, for example, 这是李女士, 李女士. So 李 is the surname. We said 李 is the most common. Maybe there's like most people in China have Li as their surname. So 李女士 and 张女士, another surname, right? So put the surname before 女士. And next one, 女士们, 先生们. Here, 们, what does 们 mean? So if we put it after a human, a person, it means it makes it plural, right? So 女士们, ladies. And then 先生们, we will learn it very soon. It means gentlemen or sir. So 女士们, 先生们, ladies and gentlemen. Literally, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. 大家好. So like, hello everyone, right? 女士. Next one, 坐. 坐 means to sit. 坐下, 坐下. So 坐 alone can be a verb. It works fine. Or you can also say 坐下. 下. We know it means in general drop, down, below, right? All of these meanings. So 坐下, sit down, right? So both of them works as a verb. For example, next one, 他坐在我后边. 他坐在我后边. What does 在 mean here? 在. So when it's before a location, it indicates this location, right? 他坐在我后边. So she sits 后边. What is 后边? She sits behind me. 坐. Okay, very good. Next one, another very commonly used verb, 给. 给. It means to give. Give. You can add to someone after 给 and then immediately something. For example, 给你一个苹果. So give you an apple. Give you an apple. And then 给我一杯水. How do we translate this one? 给我一杯水. Give me a cup of water. Yes, very good. All right, next one, 请. It means please, right? Or it could also mean request, ask. For example, 请坐. Please sit down. 请坐, please sit down. 请喝茶. What does 喝 mean? Remember? 喝. It means to drink, right? To drink. So, 请喝茶, please drink tea. When you have guests in your house, normally in China, the first thing you do, you make tea for them, or it could also be water, but to show that you are really welcoming them and then you want to like treat them well. So normally you make tea for them and then you serve the tea and then you can say, 请喝茶, please drink tea, 请喝茶. Okay. And then, for example, 请给我一杯热水, 谢谢. How to translate this one? 请给我一杯热水, 谢谢. Please, 给 is what? Give, right? Give. You just saw it. 给. So, 请给我一杯热水. Please give me a cup of 热 hot. Right? So, 请给我一杯热水. Please give me a cup of hot water. Thank you. 请. Okay. So basically you can put 请 before any verb to mean that you are being polite. You want to like softly ask them. Okay. Next one, 杯. Right? We actually see this before. So 杯, standing alone and also with 杯子. Right? So 杯子, it means cup, the noun, the cup. But 杯 could also be the measure word, right? If it's between a number and an object, then it is the measure word for tea. 一杯茶, a cup of tea. Or 一杯水, a cup of water, right? So, 今天早上我喝了一杯牛奶. What does it mean? This morning, I drank a cup of milk, 牛奶. Okay, good. 杯. The next one, 要. So before we actually see one of the meaning of 要, we already learned it, right? For example, how to translate this sentence. 我要去学校. 我要去学校. It means I'm going to school, right? It means a plan, something that you're going to do. So here is actually the second meaning of 要. It means to demand or to ask for. For example, 我要一杯热水, 谢谢. I would like or I want to have a cup of water. You're asking for something, you're demanding something, right? 我要一杯热水, 谢谢. So here, next one, 我想要一个手机. 想要, 想, what is 想? Want, right? Want. So 我想要, I want to have, I want to ask for, or I want to demand a new 手机 is what? 手机. Cell phone, right? So I want to have a cell phone, right? Okay, so two meanings of 要. First, going to do something, plan to do something. Second one, demand or ask for. Okay, perfect. Next one, 早饭. 早饭. Fan is what? Meal, right? And then 早, morning. So morning meal, breakfast. 你吃早饭了吗? Have you eaten breakfast? 今天的早饭很好吃. Breakfast this morning is very good. Is very delicious. 早饭. Okay, next one. Oh, by the way, if you want to say dinner, how do you say dinner? Dinner. 晚饭. 晚, evening, right? The meal that you eat in the evening, dinner, 晚饭. What about lunch? Lunch. So you can say 午饭, right? 午 means noon. So the meal that you eat during noon, lunch, 午饭. Okay, perfect. Oh, and by the way, according to like different provinces, some places you might hear 中饭, because 中 is also middle, right? 中 means middle or center. So the meal that you eat in the middle of the day, 中饭, lunch. Okay, perfect. Next one, 这个, easy, right? 这个, this, 这个. 我要这个, 谢谢. I want, so 要 here, right? I want to have this one. Thank you. 我要这个. 我喜欢这个杯子. I like this cup, right? 这个. Probably the word that you will use very often when you haven't learned a lot of vocabularies. Like when you go to a restaurant, 我要这个, 这个, 这个, you just like point to the things that you want. And then you say this, 这个. And then that will be fine. They can understand you perfectly. Okay, next one. 面包. 面包, 面包, bread. What about 面条? 面条. What is 面条? 面条, noodles, right? Noodle. So what is 面 here? 面 here actually, or also 面粉. 粉. If 粉 stands alone, this word is 粉, third tone. If 粉 stands alone, it means powder. So actually, 面粉, it means flour, right? So 面条, 条 means anything that is shaped like a string or like a longer shape like this. So 面条, a string made of flour. So noodle, right? Easy to understand. And 包, 包, it means the bun, right? The bun. So 面包, a bun made of flour, bread, right? Bread. Okay. The logic behind Chinese is actually super straightforward, right? So for example, 我喜欢吃面包. Easy, right? 我喜欢吃面包. I like to eat bread. And then 我早上吃面包和牛奶. I eat bread and 牛奶 milk. I eat bread and milk. Yes, milk in the morning. Okay, next one. 鸡蛋. 鸡蛋, it means egg. And specifically, egg made by hen, like chicken egg. Yes, 鸡蛋, because 鸡literally means chicken. And 蛋, it means egg. So if you change the word here, 鸡, to other animals that can produce eggs, 鸭蛋. 鸭, it means duck. So 鸭蛋, duck's egg, right? 鸭蛋, because in China we also eat 鸭蛋, but most times duck egg is made into something like more like a pickle, right? You like it's very salty, and then you can eat it with porridge or something that doesn't have much flavor, right? Okay, so let's change it back to 鸡蛋. 鸡蛋. Okay, 一个鸡蛋. The measure word for egg is 个. 一个鸡蛋. 我昨天在超市买了鸡蛋. I bought eggs in the supermarket yesterday. Okay, right. So that is all the new vocabulary of text 2. Now let's see the language points. First of all, let's see the definition of double object sentences. The definition is a double object sentence is one where a verb takes two objects. In this lesson, we focus on double object sentences formed by 给. What is 给? Remember, 给. It means to give, right? To give. And 问, to ask, right? To ask. So again, every time the definition is quite complicated, right? But don't worry. This is actually exactly the same in English, the structure. For example, think of a sentence. Give me a cup of milk. So here, give, 给, right, is the verb. And then 给我, me. So here, 我 is the first object. And then give me what? 一杯牛奶, a cup of milk. So here, milk or a cup of milk is the second object here. So the sentence 给我一杯牛奶. First, 给 the verb, and then 我 the first object, 一杯牛奶 the second object. So in English, this sentence structure is exactly the same. So this is not a new grammar that you never saw before. It's not unique in Chinese. Please give me a cup of milk. 请给我一杯牛奶. Completely corresponding, right? These two. Okay, so let's see more example sentences here. First one, 请给我一杯牛奶, right? And then 我给安妮一个苹果. So here, 给, again, verb. 安妮, the person, the first object. 一个苹果, a apple, the second object, right? Okay, next one. 我问老师两个问题. I ask the teacher 2 questions. So here, 问 the verb, right? Verb. And then 老师 the teacher, so the first object. 两个问题. This is the second object, right? Okay, this is quite easy. So every time we learn language points or grammar, there's always going to be a lot of definitions. But don't worry. So after you get it, after you understand it, and after you can use it, you can just delete the memory of this definition in your head. Right? You don't have to memorize it. Right? So save your brain for something more useful, something more practical. Okay, very good. That's everything about text 2. Now let's see text 3 of lesson 13. Okay. 先生，请坐。您要什么？我要一斤饺子。好的，一斤饺子40个。40个太多了，我要一半吧。半斤20个。您想喝什么？请给我一杯茶吧。Okay, first question. 陈鹏鹏想吃 A. 米饭 B. 饺子 C. 米饭和饺子 Second one. 陈鹏鹏想喝 A. 水 B. 茶 C. 牛奶 Okay, let's hear again. 先生，请坐。您要什么？我要一斤饺子。好的。一斤饺子40个。40个太多了，我要一半吧。半斤20个。您想喝什么？请给我一杯茶吧。Okay, let's see. So, 陈鹏鹏想吃 he wants to eat 饺子。Right? He asked for 我要 he asked for 饺子。So we choose B 饺子。And then 陈鹏鹏想喝 he wants to drink请给我一杯茶吧，茶. You probably see this before already. This is a new vocabulary in our lesson, but yes, in English, some places is also called this. 茶, tea. Okay, so B and B. Did you get it? Okay, very good. New vocabularies. For this text, we have only 3. Yay! So, first one. 先生, 一半, 茶. Okay, let's see. 先生. So earlier we talked about 女士, right? 女士 the formal, the formal, the polite way to call a lady or a madam. So here, 先生, the gentle, the formal way to call gentleman or sir. 先生. So 女士们, 先生们, ladies and gentlemen. And then if you want to call it with the surname, same logic with ladies. So you put the surname before the 先生. So 李先生, Mr. Li. 王先生, Mr. Wang. Right, okay, very good. So 先生, actually, anybody learn Japanese here also? If you learn Japanese, you might hear this word also quite often, sensei. So in Japanese, sensei means teacher. So it is actually the two, like in Japanese, they use exactly these 2 characters. They call it kanji, which is Hanzi. So in the ancient China, 先生 actually also means teacher. It's just that it's developing through time. And in modern Chinese, in modern conversations, we actually use it more in the meaning of gentleman and sir. Some occasions you can also hear people use 先生 to mean teacher, but most of the time it means gentleman or sir. Okay, next one. 一半,一半,半 means half. So 一半, one half. 这一半, this half. 那一半, that half. Right? For example, 这个面包我吃了一半. 这个面包我吃了一半. So this bread I ate half. Okay, so when we were learning time actually, so 3点半. Now, what time is 3点半? 3:30, right? 3点半, 3:30. Half of 3 o'clock, like from 3 to 4, half of them. So 3:30. Okay, so actually let's see something back in the text here. When Chen Pengpeng was ordering his 饺子, he said, 我要一斤饺子. 斤, do you still remember what is 斤? So it's a unique unit in Chinese, right? We learned it before. So it's actually 500 grams. If you go to especially places where they sell dumplings or noodles, they especially sell those. When you order by 斤. You order by the weight. So, but 斤 here we see in the text, it's too much, right? 一斤, it's already 40 dumplings. It's actually quite a lot for one meal. So, except 斤, we have another unit, which is called 两. 两. So, 两 is the unit lower than 斤. Every 两 equals 50 grams. 50 grams. So when you go to a place and then you order noodles or dumplings, you can say 我要一两. So theoretically it means I want 50 grams, right? But in real situation, they're not just gonna give you 50 grams. Basically, when you say 一两, you mean I want small size. If you say I want 二两, you mean I want to have a middle size, like middle portion. And if you say I want 三两, it doesn't mean that they'll only give you 150 grams, but it means give me a large portion. Right? So basically you go to a place and then you order 一两,二两,三两. If you go to a place and then you tell them 我要一斤, then they're gonna think, okay, you are really hungry. Right? Okay, so 一两,二两,三两. Okay, very good. Next new word, 茶. 茶, it means tea. 喝茶, drink tea. And the measure word for 茶, we can use 杯, right? A cup of tea. So 一杯茶, 热茶, hot tea. For example, 很多中国人喜欢喝茶. Many, 很多, right? 很多, many Chinese people like to drink tea. Okay. 桌子上有一杯热茶. Existential sentences, right? We learned it before. How do we translate this one? 桌子上有一杯热茶. There is a cup of hot tea on the desk or table. Right? 茶. Okay, very good. Next one. That's all for text 2 and 3. So after learning everything from lesson 13, let's do a comprehensive exercise. So for sentences or dialogues here, you can pause the video here, make your answers, and resume when you are ready. Right? Okay, so if you are ready, let's look at this together. First one, 请我一杯热水. So here, 请, you're asking for something, right? So 请给我一杯热水. Please give me a cup of hot water. Next one, 我们要一斤饺子. We would like to have, we are asking for 一斤饺子. So even if it translates into demand, right? But it's not a very, not polite way to say it. It's okay to say this. It's not like bossy, like I demand. It's not like this. It's just I want to have. If you want to make it more polite, maybe say like, add a 谢谢 at the end, right? You can always add a 谢谢 at the end. 我们要一斤饺子，谢谢. Okay, so we would like to have 一斤饺子，一斤饺子。Next one, 我坐这儿吗? So again, asking for permissions, right? So in part 1, we learn 可以. We say when you want to ask for permissions, you can use 可以, right? Can I sit here? Or may I sit here? Next one, 没问题here. Actually, it means no problem. You can remember this as a fixed pair. No problem, 没问题, right? 请坐, please sit. Okay, last one. 这个商店卖不卖手机? 这个商店卖不卖手机? So here, 卖不卖, the structure we see before, right? Verb plus 不 plus verb. If you want to change this sentence into another way of saying this, we don't use verb 不 verb structure. Instead, we just ask the question directly. How should we change it? We should say 这个商店卖手机吗? Right? Both of these are correct and same meaning. And then you can answer with 你可以去问一下. Right? 你可以去问一下. Maybe this one is more difficult. So you can maybe rule out all of these and then you know we should choose A. 你可以去问一下. So 一下, what does it mean? Do you remember? It means to do a quick attempt, right? So instead of asking like forever, instead of like a action that is lasting for a long time. So to ask for something, it's very quick, right? It's just like one sentence. It takes you like maybe 2 minutes. So 你可以去问一下, quick attempt. Okay, that's it for the exercise. Did you get it all right? If you didn't, that's okay. You can go back to the vocabulary part and then review. Right? Okay, next one, homework. I have 4 pictures for you. Please fill in the blank here using everything we learned in lesson 13. There is no absolute correct answer. If you can make the sentence complete, it's fine, right? Okay, you can make a screenshot or pause the video, and after you have it, you can post your answers in the comment section and I'm going to give you a feedback. Right? Okay, last but not least, again, Hanzi chart. These are all the important Hanzi that you need to recognize. Again, you don't have to force yourself to know how to write them, but please try to recognize them without pinyin. Okay, that's everything for today. Thank you for learning with me. I will see you in lesson 14. 再见。大家好，我是菲菲老师。Today, let's start with lesson 14. The title of this lesson is 我看了一个电影。我看了一个电影。I watched a movie. Okay, first of all, let's go through the main objectives of this lesson. There are 3 language points of this lesson. First one, the aspect particle le. So we've learned the first meaning of le, right? Today we're going to see the second meaning. And then the adverb do. Probably you've seen this already in the previous texts or example sentences, but today let's dive in the details of what does this actually mean. And then last one, separable words. Okay, let's dive in. 你们上火车后看见王老师了吗？没看见。中午车开后，有些人在看书，有些人睡觉了。你呢？我看了一个电影。Okay, I have 2 questions for you as usual. First one, 陈鹏鹏，王老师 A 正在看 B 没看见 C 看见了。Second one, 陈鹏鹏在火车上 A 读书 B 找王老师 C 看了一个电影。Okay, let's see the text again and you can make your choices. 你们上火车后看见王老师了吗？没看见。中午车开后，有些人在看书，有些人睡觉了。你呢？我看了一个电影。Okay, first one, 陈鹏鹏。
没看见. Right here, 没看见, original sentence. So we choose B, 没看见. Right, next one, 陈鹏鹏在火车上. So what is he doing on the train? 我看了一个电影. The title of this lesson, right? 我看了一个电影. So we choose C, original sentence. 看了一个电影. Okay, very good. B and C. Next, let's go through the new words. You can read after me. 上火车火车中午开有些有的了 Okay, first one 火车火车 it means train. So before we see 车 when 车 stands alone we said it means what? 车. Right, it's car, right? 车 car. Okay, so actually if we want to say the full name of car, it should be 汽车. 汽车. But for simplicity, because the car is the vehicle that we see the most in daily life, so for simplicity, if you just say 车, then most of the time you mean a car, right? A car. So you can add other words in front of 车 to make it other vehicles. For example, 火车, it becomes train. So for example, 坐火车, right? Take a train. 坐, the literal meaning of 坐 means to sit, right? To sit. So sit in a train, you are taking the train. So 坐 is the verb we use in Chinese to mean take a train. Okay, next one, 火车, right? 火车, 开火车, the verb to mean drive a train is 开, right? So if we delete the 火 in between, what does it mean? 开车. Then it's just drive a car, right? Because we say when 车 stands alone, it means a car. Okay, for example sentences, 我们坐火车去北京吧。去 to go, right? So let's take a train to go to Beijing, right? Okay, next one, 你们的火车几点开？几点 What is 几点 We learned this in the previous lesson, right? 几点 What time? 开 So what time your train, so even if it means drive here, but actually when we translate it in the meaning, it actually means what time your train leaves, right? Leaves. Okay, 火车. Next one, 上. So before we learned 上, we say that it means the above or up, right? All of these similar meanings, 上. So here we can use 上 as a verb. It means go up or board, right? We can have it before a vehicle, a transportation, and then it means that you are boarding. For example, 上车 to go up a car, to like get inside a car. And then 上飞机 board a flight. 飞机 flight. 上飞机 board a flight. 上火车 right? You're going up the train, right? You're boarding the train. So, for example, 我们什么时候上飞机? What is 什么时候? It means what time, right? When. So, when do we board the flight? 上车后我睡了一觉. After I get on the car, I fell asleep. Right? Okay, 上. Next one, 中午, noon. So, let's review together some other words that can mean different time of the day. Let's start with morning. How do we say morning? 早上. 早上. Morning. And then it's this time between morning and noon. This is quite unique in Chinese. So in English, we have morning, and after morning, it's going to be noon, right? But in Chinese, we have 上午. So normally this time is between probably 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So anytime after you have breakfast, that is not no more like a literal morning. And then, but you're not reaching noon yet. So this time we call it 上午 in Chinese. After 上午,
is the word that we're learning right now. 中午, 中午. And then after 中午, we have afternoon, right? Afternoon. It's 下午, 下午, afternoon. So actually these three words are quite straightforward. The second hanzi is 午, 午. If you have 午, like standing alone, it means noon, noon. So you have the upper noon, you have the central or middle noon, which is noon, like literally noon, and then you have 下午, so afternoon, right? So these three words, and after that we have evening and night. So in English you have a difference between these two, right? Evening and night. But in Chinese, normally we just use this one word, 晚上. So it could mean evening and night at the same time, right? So 早上, 中午, 早上, 上午, 中午, 下午, and then 晚上. So 5 words to describe different days, different time of the day. Okay, good. For example, 今天中午真热. 热, remember, 热. It means hot, right? So the noon of today is very hot. 真热 is very hot. And then 我们中午去北京饭店吃饭吧。我们中午去北京饭店吃饭吧。Let's go to 北京饭店 to have a meal at noon. Right? At noon. Okay. Next word. 开. So earlier we saw it already, right? To drive or to depart. When you are saying a car, 开车, it means that you are driving the car. You're like someone, maybe yourself or someone is driving the car. But when you use it to describe trains or like planes, bigger transportations, so you don't actually mean that someone is driving the car, but most of the time you mean that this vehicle is departing or leaving, because even if like in the meaning, actually it's the same, right? But you cannot be like you yourself literally driving the train, right? So it means to depart or to leave. For example, 火车开了. 火车开了. Le here, change of status, right? 火车开了. So before the train was not moving, and now it's departing, it's leaving, so you can say 火车开了. Right? 看, see? 火车开了. The train is leaving. The train is departing. Right? Okay, next one. 车什么时候开? When does the car or the vehicle leave? Right? 开. Okay, next one. 有的. So here, you can have a fixed pair, which is 有的, and then you can add a sentence, comma, 有的, and again, you can add a sentence. What does it mean? Let's see it in an example sentence. 有的人喜欢吃包子. 有的人喜欢吃面条. So if we translate this sentence, some people, 有的人, some people like to eat 包子. 有的人喜欢吃面条. Some people like to eat 面条. Right? So it's like some, something, something. And then some, something, something. Right? For example, 有的小朋友在玩. Some kids, right? Some children are playing. Some are reading a book. Right? Also, you can replace 小朋友 here with also objects, right? The sentence here we have are all people, but you can of course change it into objects. For example, 有的苹果好吃, 有的苹果不好吃. Some apples are delicious, some are not. Right? Okay. And then 这些书有的还是新书呢? 这些书, these books, some of them are still new. Right? 有的, some. Okay, so similar to some, to 有的, we have another one that is 有些. So in the meaning, that actually these two are quite similar. 有些学生在上课. Some students are having a class. 有些在外面玩. Some are playing outside. Right? So these two are the same. 有些人不喜欢看书. Some people doesn't like to read a book. 喜欢看电影. They like to watch a movie. Right? 有些.
Okay, so we said that these two are the same. Then what is the difference? Are these two interchangeable? The answer is when they mean some things, some people, these two are the same. They are interchangeable and the meaning is the same. But you have to pay attention. So before, when we were learning 有点, 有点儿, right? 有点 or 有点儿, both right? Or 一点儿, right? We said, what's the difference between these two? Do you still remember? 有点儿 and 一点儿. So we say 一点儿. We use it to describe the amount, right? For example, 一点儿水, right? A little bit of water, 一点儿水. But for 有点儿, you can add a adjective to mean the extent of like this adjective, which is a little bit. So, for example, 我有点儿, you can say 热, right? 我有点热, I'm a bit hot, right? I feel a bit hot. So the extent of how much you feel hot. So 有点儿. Then here 有点儿 can be changed to 有些, meaning is the same. 我有些热, I'm a bit hot. 我有些热. So here 有些 it could mean some, but it could also mean a bit. A bit. But the important thing is this 有些, this a bit cannot be changed with 有的. So 有的 it has only the meaning of some. You cannot say 我有的热. And this is not a correct sentence. You can only say 我有些热 or 我有点热. Did you get the difference? Okay, very good. Next one, the first language point of this lesson. Let's see the second meaning of 了, the aspect particle 了. The definition is this structure indicates that an action has been occurred or been completed. What does it mean? Let's see with an example. 我看了一个电影. 我看了一个电影, which is our title of the lesson, right? 我看了一个电影. So here, when you have 了 after a verb, it means that this action has been completed, or it has occurred. So 我看了一个电影. The action of watching a movie is completed. It's done. 我看了一个电影, right? I have watched a movie. This action of watching a movie is done. And then 我买了一个新电脑. How do we translate this one? 我买了一个新电脑. I bought a new computer, right? I have bought a new computer. The action of buying things, 买, buy, is completed, right? Okay, so what if we want to say the negativity form? This structure is used to negate. So 没 plus 动词. So you want to say, I didn't go to the supermarket to buy something. 我昨天没去商店买东西. I didn't go. Right? This is the negative form for you didn't do something. The action is not completed, has not occurred. For example, 我没看电影. 我没看电影. I didn't see a movie. 我没买新电脑. I didn't buy the new computer. 没. Okay, so after seeing the new definition, the new meaning of 了, let's review a bit. What is the difference between these two? Before, the first meaning we said it means change of status, right? Do you still remember change of status? Can you give me a example sentence? So we can say 下雨了, right? The one that we saw before. 下雨了. Before, it was not raining, but now it's raining. So the change of status. The status of raining has changed. Okay, and then so let's see the difference in two different sentences. Let me give you two different sentences. 我吃饭了 and 我吃了饭. So these two, can you try to translate them? And can you tell which one means change of status and which one means the action has been completed. Okay, so let's see. 我吃饭了. Here, it's actually the change of status. 我吃饭了. So it means before I was not eating, but now I'm going to change this status. I'm gonna change from not eating to eating. So normally when you say this sentence, 我吃饭了, normally you are, like the context, the scenario is normally you are saying to other people, I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat. 我吃饭了. I'm going to eat. And what about 我吃了饭? So of course this is the action has been completed, right? 我吃了饭. So it means I have eaten. I have done the action of eating my meal. So occurred or has been completed. I have eaten. 我吃了饭. Because here you put this 了 right after the verb, right? So normally if you put 了 right after the verb, it means I have done something. The action has been completed. Let's see one more. You can say 我去了中国 and 我去中国了. Yes, can you again differentiate these two? Which one is change of status? Which one is action has been completed? Okay, let's see. 我去了中国. Right here, 我去了中国. The 了 is right after the verb 去, right? So 我去了中国. I went to China. Right? I went to China. 我去了中国. The action of going to China is completed. 我去了中国. Then 我去中国了. 我去中国了. I will go to China. Right? It has this meaning implied. 我去中国了, change of status. Before, I was not going to China, but now I'm going to change the status and I'm going to China. Right? Also, very similar if you change 中国 to 学校. This one is more natural actually than 去中国 because you could be like telling other people I'm going to school, but instead maybe you're not gonna tell people like say like indicating or telling them your next schedule, but your next schedule is such a big thing that you have to travel really far to another country, right? So normally 我去了学校 a more natural sentence. So 我去了学校 I went to school. Right, this thing happened before. And then 我去学校了 I will go to China. I will go to school. Right, okay, so that's the difference between first and second meaning of 了, right? How do we differentiate this? Normally, right after verb, or Chinese is a language highly dependent on context, right? So you can see this based on the context. Okay, good. Next one, separable words. Let's see the definition together. It's quite long. In this lesson, words such as 上课, 下课, 上班, 下班, 说话, 读书, 睡觉, 看病, and 生病 belong to a special type of verbal structure. These words can be either combined or separated. When combined, they function as single words. When elements are inserted between their components, they become phrases. Therefore, they are referred to as separable words. When separable words are split, the types of elements that can be inserted are limited. Okay, really long definition. So let's see what does it actually mean. So in Chinese, there are actually basically I would say 3 type of verbs if we divide it based on if it's separable or not. First one, of course, separable words. Second one, inseparable words. And third one, verbs that has only one 汉字. So when we're talking about separable or inseparable, of course, they are multiple 汉字 so that we can separate them, right? But if there's only one 汉字, of course, it's again inseparable. So let's see an example right here. 睡觉, 上课, 下班, 生病, 说话. So can you tell what's in common between these 5 verbs? What is in common? Maybe a bit difficult, but can you try to find out? So the difference, the thing in common is actually these words are actually all verb plus object. The structure is all like this. If we see inside these verbs, for example, 睡觉, here 睡 is actually the verb, and then 觉, if we separate it, 觉 can stand alone and it means sleep, the noun sleep. So it is the object here. And then 上课, 上 is the actual verb here. 课 means class. So the whole verb actually means taking class. We see it together as a word, but again, it's separable. You can see it as 上 and then 课. 课 himself can be an object, can be a noun. And then 下班, right? 下班, same logic. 下 is the real verb here. And then 班 is the object. It can stand alone. It means work or job. And then 生病, same. 生 is the real verb here. 病, sickness, illness is the object. And then 说话, 说话, 说 is the real verb here. It means to speak, to talk. And then 话, it means speech. Okay, so that is what separable words mean. And you can insert elements, components between these two. For example, 睡了觉, 睡了觉. 睡了觉 just learned, right? You put 了 right after a verb, where 睡 is the real verb in this one. So 睡了觉, I have slept. Right? The action of sleeping has been done. Okay, 睡了一觉. Here we add 一. So I take, so it feels like I take a nap, right? 一觉, I take a nap. 上了课, I have taken the class. And then 上中文课, you can add not just 了, you can add also, for example, 中文 to describe what classes you're taking. I'm taking Chinese class, right? 上中文课, right? 下了班, I have like got off work. 生了病, I've got sick. 生了大病, right? 大, so it means big, right? 大病, when we say 大病, when we use 大 to describe sickness, it means that I'm sick heavily. 生了大病. 说了话, I have said. 说了很多话, I have said a lot, right? And separable verbs. And then what about inseparable verbs? Now we're seeing all of these are separable. What about inseparable verbs? For example, we can use 学习. 学习 is inseparable because 习, standing alone in modern Chinese, it doesn't have a meaning that can stand alone. So 习 itself, it doesn't mean study or learning anymore. You have to use it together with 学, so that's why it's inseparable. 学习. Also other verbs, for example, 喜欢. 喜欢, it means to like, right? If we separate it, 欢, it doesn't stand alone to mean any object in modern Chinese, so it has to combine with 喜欢, right? So 喜欢 is one word. Also 觉得, I think, 觉得, right? 我觉得, I think. 觉得 also inseparable because the itself, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have like a very like a solid object noun meaning, right? So it has to combine with 觉得, I think. You cannot say 我觉了的. It's not correct. Right? It's not correct. So how do we differentiate? How do we know which words are separable, which are not? First of all, if you learn, so this is not something that you need to really memorize it, right? This is not necessary for you to do this. I would say if you learn more words, if you have a habit already, you will naturally differentiate. You will naturally know which words are separable, which are not. Also, if you really want to differentiate them, I would say you can try to separate them, and then you see if the second hanzi has a meaning on itself or not. For example, you separate 觉得, and it doesn't mean anything, so you will know this is inseparable.
right? Okay, so these are the 2 language points of text 1, and we will continue lesson 14 in the next video. I'll see you. 再见。大家好，我是菲菲老师。Today, let's continue with part 2 of lesson 14. First of all, let's go through text 2. 你们会说汉语了，也会写汉字了吗？我们都会写了。老师，我听不见。请大家不要说话，请听老师的问题。你们都会写哪些汉字了？我会写这些汉字了。您看。Okay, as usual, let's go through 2 questions related to the text. First one, 同学们汉语了。A 想说 B 不会说 C 都会说。Okay, second one, 陈鹏鹏王老师在说什么 A 听见了 B 没听见 C 不想听 Okay, let's listen to the text again. 你们会说汉语了，也会写汉字了吗？我们都会写了。老师，我听不见。请大家不要说话，请听老师的问题。你们都会写哪些汉字了？我会写这些汉字了。您看。Okay, first question. 同学们 Here we should choose C, right? Original sentence. First one. 你们会说汉语了。Okay, second one. 陈鹏鹏 Right, 陈鹏鹏我听不见 Right, 我听不见 So we should choose B, right? B. 老师，我听不见 I can't hear 我听不见 So we should choose B, 没听见 Okay, C and B. Did you get it all right? Now, next, let's go through the new words. You can read after me. 写都听见不要说话汉语汉字听哪些字 Okay, first one 写 So we have learned to read, right? To read. Let's review a little bit. How do we say to read in Chinese? 读 right? 读 Okay. 读 second tone 读 And then after we can read, of course we can write, right? Write. So the word for write is 写 For example, 写汉字 write 汉字写书 write a book, right? Write. Okay, 请在这里写你的名字 Please write your name here, right? 在这里 here 在 If it's before a location, then it is indicating that location, right? It connects the location. So, 请在这里写你的名字 Please write your name here. Okay, next one, 他会写一些汉字 What about 一些 right? 一些 So, 一点 we know is 一点 we know is a bit, right? A bit. So, if it's 一些 xie means something that is in a group, more things in a group. So 一些 we can translate it into some. 她会写一些汉字 she can write some characters. If it's 一点 then she can write a little bit of characters. Okay, 一些 And then next word 听见 hear 听见 To say the negative form 没听见 I didn't hear 没听见 So next one we have to actually differentiate 听不见 and 没听见听不见 is more emphasizing can't hear. For example, if the environment is very loud, is very crowded, is very loud, you cannot hear, you say 我听不见 If, for For example, you missed it. You were not paying attention and then you missed it. You say 没听见. It's more emphasizing. I didn't hear. Didn't hear. So 听不见 and 没听见, both of them are the negative form, but the meaning is there's a difference in the meaning, right? So you have to pay attention here. For example, 我说的话你听见了吗？对不起，我没听见。Right? Did you hear what I say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Didn't hear. Okay. Or I didn't get it. I didn't listen. Right. Next one. 我听不见老师说的话。I cannot hear what the teacher says. This is probably because, for example, the classroom is very crowded, it's very loud. You cannot hear, right? The difference. Okay, 听见. Next one. 不要，不要。不 and 要 we both learn it, right? So if we put it together, it means I don't. Right? Don't. For example, 不要唱歌了. Don't sing. Don't sing. 爸爸在工作呢. Father is working. Right here, 在 it's before a verb, so it means that the verb, the action is happening. Right? 爸爸在工作呢. So my question is, why do we use 了 here? How do we explain the 了 here? Okay, 不要唱歌了. It means change of state, right? Change of status. Before you were singing, and then I'm telling you now, please don't sing anymore. Please change the status of singing to not singing. 不要唱歌了，爸爸在工作呢。Okay. 你不要说了，我不想听。你不要说了。Don't say anymore, right? You don't say anymore. I don't want to hear it. 了 again, same logic, change of status. Before you were talking, and now please don't talk anymore. I don't want to hear. I don't want to listen. Okay, next one. 说话, 说话. Actually, you have seen 说 many times, right? 说 to speak. 说话. Same thing. To say, to speak, to talk. This is what we talked about in the previous lesson, the separable verbs, separable words, right? Because 话 itself can have a meaning. It means speech, it means language, it means anything that you say. Right? Okay, for example, 我女儿2岁了，还不会说话。My daughter is 2 years old. 还不会说话. She still cannot talk. Next one. 昨天他和我说了很多话. Right? So here you can see that the word, the separable word, is separated, and then the components in between is actually quite long, right? 说了很多话. 昨天他和我说了很多话. Here, what is the meaning of 了? What is the meaning of 了? So here, it's not the change of status anymore, right? It's the new meaning that we learned in the previous lesson. It means that the action has been completed. 昨天他和我, 昨天 yesterday, right? So he talked to me yesterday, right? So here we have 了, the action of talking has been completed. So yesterday he talked to me like for a lot. He said a lot of things to me. 说了很多话，很多 many, a lot. So he said to me a lot yesterday. Okay, 说话. Next one, 听 听. We have already 听见, right? 听见. So here, 听 again is the verb that you can also use independently. 听, For example, 听歌, 听歌, 听课, 听课, 听歌, listen to the music, listen to the song. 听课, listen to the class. 听课. For example, 她很喜欢听中文歌. She really likes to listen to Chinese songs. Okay. 你听火车来了. 你听, right? It's like you listen, like here, right? Listen. The train is coming. 火车来了. Train is coming. Okay. Next one. 哪些 easy one, right? Easy. We learned 那些这些 these those. So 哪些 we're asking which ones. For example, 哪些书是你的? Which books are yours? 今天我们要做哪些事？事 What is 事 Things or matters, right? Things. So what do we need to do? What are we going to do? 要做 going to do. What are we going to do today? Right? 是 So 哪些 if you use 些 you are implying it's a plural, right? Which ones? If you say 哪个 right? 哪个 then it's more which one? Which one? The singular form. Which one? Okay, very good. Next, 字 we actually know this from 汉字, right? 汉字 Chinese characters. So 字 means character, one single character. 汉字写字 write a character. And then next, 个 the measure word for 字 we can use 个一个字 one character. 我弟弟还不会写字 My little brother, right? 弟弟 little brother still cannot write characters. 他写了20个字，想休息一下。他写了20个字，想休息一下。What is 了 here? 了 It's right after the verb, so the verb has been completed, has been done, right? 他写了20个字。He has wrote 20 characters. He wants to take a break. 字 okay. Next one, 汉语 Chinese language, the language we are learning right now, right? 汉语 Okay, for example, 学汉语 studying, learning Chinese. 汉语歌 Chinese songs. 汉语课 Chinese lessons. Okay, for example, 我喜欢学汉语 I like to study Chinese. 他是我们的中文老师 He is our 我们的 our Chinese teacher. Okay, so I think you might have a question, right? Because we have learned 汉语 and also 中文. What is the difference between 汉语 and 中文? So, for simplicity, in our everyday conversation, in our everyday language, actually these two are have the same meaning. They all mean Chinese. 汉语 Chinese, 中文 Chinese, right? So you can use both. It's the same. But if we really want to know what is the subtle, the little difference between these two, let's take a look at the words themselves. 汉语. First of all, what is Han? Han. It actually means the Han ethnic group. The Han ethnic group, which is the major, like the biggest ethnic group in China. So for example, I am also from the Han ethnic group. I'm also Han. So the language, 语 language, right? So the literal meaning of 汉语 is language used by the Han ethnic group, right? Han ethnic group, 汉语. And then 中文, 中 here it refers to 中国, 文 also language, speech, language. So the language used in China, used by Chinese. So actually, if we really wanted to like differentiate these two in meaning, they are a little bit different, but you only need to know that actually in daily language, let's just use them equally, like it's the same, right? And then after 汉语 and 中文, we have another one. Probably you've heard it before, which is 普通话. 普通话. What is 普通话? It is actually Mandarin. Mandarin, right? Mandarin. The language that we are speaking right now is the standard official language of China. 普通话, Mandarin. So, of course, we have a lot of dialects in China. So, for example, I'm from Sichuan, the Sichuan province. So, we have Sichuan dialect. If you're from, for example, Beijing, right? Beijing, you actually also have Beijing dialect. The dialect in Beijing is not the 普通话, is not the standard Chinese that everybody use. Also, like Shanghai, you have Shanghai dialect. So, 普通话 Mandarin is also the language that we are speaking right now. Right? 普通话. Okay, so we have three. 汉语, 中文, 普通话. Okay. Next word. 汉字, right? 汉字. We're so familiar with this already. 汉字, Chinese character. 汉字. 写汉字, write character 一个汉字 same measure word right 个一个汉字。我想学习写汉字 I want to learn to write Chinese characters。他觉得写汉字非常好玩。玩 is what? 玩 to play, right? To play. So 好玩 same logic with 好吃 right? 吃 the verb to eat. If you add 好 good before 吃 it becomes delicious. So if you add 好 before 玩好玩 it could mean it's very interesting, it's very fun, it's very interesting. So 他觉得he thinks writing Chinese characters is very interesting. 非常好玩 Okay, next word. Next, let's see. This is also a new word and also a language point. It is called do. The pronunciation, first tone, do. So let's see the definition. The scope adverb do means all, both, or in general. The object being generalized is placed before do. When negating, the negative word is placed after do. Right, okay, let's see in examples what exactly this means. So, first sentence, 我们都会写了。我们都会写了。How do we translate this one? We all can write. We all can write. So it actually means that all of us, we can write, right? All of us. So in English, you can actually have two ways of saying this. For example, let's use another example. The meals are all good. Or we can say, all meals are good. All meals are good, right? So both of these two structures, both of these two are correct, but in Chinese, let's see here, the object being generalized is placed before do. So what is the object being generalized here? It is the meals, right? Meals. So we have to put it before do, then our sentence becomes meals. What? Meals is 饭, right? 饭. 饭都 all good. You can say delicious, right? All delicious. What is delicious? 好吃, right? So 饭都好吃. 饭都好吃. All meals are delicious. The meals are all delicious. If you change it, for example, if we change it following the English structure, for example, all meals are good. 都饭好吃. Then this sentence doesn't exist, right? This is a wrong sentence. So the only choice is 饭都好吃. We put the object that is being generalized before 都, so 饭都好吃, right? Okay, so for example, let's see another example sentence. 同学们都没听见. 同学们都没听见. 没 the negative word, right? So we put it after the do. How do we translate this one? 同学们都没听见. The students all didn't hear. The students all didn't hear. 同学们都没听见. All of the students, they didn't hear, right? Okay, so about the negative word, it's not that if it's after a do, it have to always be may. No, it doesn't work like that. It follows what the verb is. For example, if you say 听见, the negative word for 听见 is 没听见, right? 没听见. But for example, you can also say 同学们都不去. All students, they don't go, right? They don't go. So the negative word for 去, to go, is 不去. So all students, they don't go, right? The negative word is depending on what the verb is. So you put it after do, right? First of all, object that is being generalized, and then do, and then negative word, and then you have your verb, right? 同学们都不去. All students don't go. What if we change it into 同学们都没去? 同学们都没去。What's the meaning? 同学们都没去。All students, they didn't go. Right? Didn't go. We say the difference between 没 and 不。If they didn't do something, we say they 没去。If we say they are not going to do something, 同学们都不去。They don't do it. Right? Okay, this is scope adverb. 都 right? 都 I hope you understand this. If you have any further questions about this, you're more than welcome to post it in the comments and then I will answer it. Right? Okay, so let's go to the third text of lesson 14. First of all, let's read it through. 明年女儿上中学，对，儿子也上小学了。我们家有了一个中学生，还有了一个小学生。上学后，他们都忙了。是的，太晚了，睡觉吧。Okay. First question. 明年女儿 A 上小学 ，B 上中学 ，C 上大学。Second one. 孩子们都忙了。A 上学 ，B 上学前 ，C 上学后。Let's listen to the text again. 明年女儿上小学，对，儿子也上小学了。我们家有了一个中学生，还有了一个小学生。上学后，他们都忙了。是的，太晚了，睡觉吧。Okay. First one, 明年女儿。明年女儿 right? Exactly same, exactly original sentence. 明年女儿上中学 right? 上中学 So we choose B, 上中学 Second one, 忙 right? Let's locate the keyword 忙 busy, right? 忙 So 上学后他们都忙了。上学后 we choose C, right? 上学后 So B and C. Did you get it? Okay, let's see the new words. Please read after me. 明年，明年，上，上，中学，中学，小学，小学，中学生，中学生，小学生，小学生，上学，上学，他们，他们，他们，他们，他们，他们，晚，晚。Okay, let's see them one by one. First one, 明年，明年, next year. So we learned 年 means year, right? 明年. So what about this year? How do we say this year? Yes, right here. 今年, right? 今年, this year. And then what about last year? Last year. 去年, 去年, last year. 去年. Okay, for example, 明年哥哥上大学. Next year, little bigger brother, older brother, go to university. 哥哥, older brother. 我们明年要去北京玩. We're going to travel to Beijing next year. 明年, next year. 上, we see this quite often, right? 上. So here, actually the definition we see is begin to do something at a fixed time. A bit abstract, right? A bit abstract. Let's see. So normally we put it before a school. For example, 上小学 primary school, 上中学 middle school, and 大学 university. Right? So if you use 上 plus this school, it means that you're attending this school. You're going this school. And then 上课, you are taking the class. 上班, you are going to work. 我8点上课, I take class at 8 o'clock. Begin to do something at a fixed time. So I do my classes at 8. 弟弟明年上小学. Little brother goes to primary school next year. So he begin to go to primary school next year. Right? So normally 上, we can connect this with school, class, or work. That something that you have to do. Right? Okay, 上.
Next one, 中学, easy, right? 中学, middle school. We see this quite often. 中学, 中学生, if we add the 生, 学生, so it becomes middle school student, right? 学生 we know student. 中学生, middle school student. 小学, 小学, primary school. So in China, normally we go to primary school from 6 years old to 12, 6 years of primary school. And then 小学生, right? 小学生. If you're a primary school student, you are 小学生. Okay, 上学, right? 上学. So 上, same word here, right? 上, begin to do something at a fixed time. So 上学, go to school. You start to go to school, right? 上学. 我今天生病了，不去上学。I'm 生病 is what? 生病 get sick, right? I'm sick today. I'm not going to school. 妹妹上了一年学. Again, 上学 is a separable verb, right? So we can insert 了一年 between 上学. It means my little sister has been attending school, has been going to school for a year. 学了很多东西. She has learned many things. Okay. And then next, let's see 3 pronouns. 他们, and 他们, right? We've seen this before actually. So 他们, they, them, the more general 他们. So you can just mean both male, female, and all of them in a group, right? 他们, more general one. And then here we have 他们. So this with the female 汉字 right here with 女 on the left, specifically you're referring to a female group of people, right? They, them, all female. And then if you use this 他, so 他 means object or animals, right? So 他们, you're referring to some things or some animals. For example, 我家有一只猫和一只狗。我很喜欢他们，他们 I really like them. So them here, you're referring to the dog and the cat. Okay, all right, next word, 晚. Before we actually see this already, right? For example, we know 晚上. It means evening or night, right? 晚上. So actually, when 晚 standing alone, it can be an adjective, means late. For example, 太晚了, it's too late. 我们回家吧, let's go home. 对不起，我今天来晚了. I'm sorry, I arrived late. I come late today, right? 晚. So what about 早? The word 早. So before we learned it means morning, right? Morning. 早饭, breakfast, morning. So actually, 早 standing alone, it could also mean early. Early. For example, you can say 太早了, right? 太早了. It's too early. 太早了, right? Okay, 晚. Right. Next, after learning everything, after learning all the new words from lesson 14, let's do the comprehensive exercises. I have 4 groups of sentences, and then please fill in from A to E these 5 words into the blanks, right? You can pause the video here and resume after you get all the answers. Okay, so let's see it together. First one, 我写了很多汉字, right? I wrote or I have written a lot of Chinese characters. 我写了, right? 了 after the verb, it means that the action has been done. Right, next one. 他没听见老师说什么。他没听见 He didn't hear what the teacher was saying. 他没听见。你们昨天在车上做什么了？ What did you do in the car yesterday? Right? 我看了一本书. I read a book. 有的人在睡觉. Some people are sleeping, right? 有的, some people are sleeping. Last one, 明年上学后, right? After 明年上学后, after going to school next year, 他们都忙了. They all become busy, right? 了 here, change of status. So we can translate it as
they all become busy because before they were not busy and now they are. So 他们都忙了，都 in general, all, both, right? So we put the object that is being generalized before 都, so 他们 they all become busy, right? Okay, very good. Did you get it? All right. Next, homework of lesson 14. I have 4 pictures here. Please use everything you learned from lesson 14 to fill in the blank in the sentences, right? So there's no absolute right or wrong answer. You can use whatever you learned in the class. Okay, last but not least, again, our Hanzi chart, right? These are all the important characters that you are supposed to recognize, right? At least recognize in lesson 14. Okay, so that's everything of lesson 14. I will see you in next lesson. 再见。大家好，我是菲菲老师。Today, let's learn the last lesson of HSK 1. After today, we will officially finish all the book, and next lesson is going to be HSK 2. Okay, let's dive in. First of all, let's see the main objectives of this lesson. First one, we will learn how to express travel intentions and plans. Second one, the language point, the coordinate compound sentences. Okay, let's read the first text. You can read after me. 你们爱吃哪个菜？我喜欢这个，也喜欢那个。这些菜都好吃，还很好看。我爱吃中国菜，也喜欢做。大家多吃点儿。Okay, as usual, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, 米米问大家吃哪个菜？ A 好 B 爱 C 不爱 Second one 米米说大家 A 吃点儿 B 少吃点儿 C 多吃点儿 Okay, let's listen to the text again and you can make your choices. 你们爱吃哪个菜？我喜欢这个，也喜欢那个。这些菜都好吃，还很好看。我爱吃中国菜，也喜欢做，大家多吃点儿。Okay, so did you get your answers? First one, 米米问大家，问 what is 问 ask, right? 米米问大家爱吃哪个菜 right? Here, the question 爱吃哪个菜 so we choose B, original sentence, right? Okay, second one, 米米说，米米 says 说大家 Okay, let's see. We choose C, 多吃点 the original sentence here, right? 大家多吃点儿，大家多吃点 C. Okay, so let's go back to the text. What does 多 mean here? 多, do you still remember 多? Yes, it means a lot, many, right? So here, 大家多吃点儿. This is actually a suggestion to say everybody eat more, right? 多吃点儿，点儿，一点儿 a bit, some, so 多吃点儿. It is a suggestion to make to people while like this is quite a habit in China. So normally people would like to encourage you to eat more. So they would say 多吃点儿, right? Eat more. Okay, so let's see the new words. We have only 2 for text 1. You can read after me. 爱 哪个 Okay, so 爱 right? A really important word. Actually, here the definition is like or be fond of, but we can also say it means love, right? I love you. 我爱你. Here, love 我. Here, I is love, right? Love. Okay, 我爱你. And then 爱看电影. 看电影 is what? 看电影. 看 to look, to watch, or to see, right? And then 电影 movie. 电 the literal meaning of 电 when it's standing alone, it means electricity or electronic. 影 the meaning is shadow, or you can say vision, right? These meanings. So if you combine electricity with shadow,
here actually it means movie. So 爱看电影 like to watch movie or love to watch movie. Okay. For example, 你爱看什么电影？你爱看什么电影？ What movie do you like to watch? 姐姐很爱学习。姐姐 what is 姐姐 Older sister, right? 姐姐 older sister likes to study a lot, right? 很 so very or a lot. So here, yes, the translation is love, but in daily conversations, when you say 我爱做什么, right? I like to do something here. It doesn't necessarily mean that you really love it. It could also express that you like to do it or you are fond of this thing. Okay, next word. 哪个 easy, right? Easy. We see this before. 哪个 which, right? Which. So 这两个手机你想买哪个? Right, here are two 手机 cell phones. Which one you want to buy? Right? Which one? 哪个? So 个 we know is a measure word, right? So 个 can be changed to other measure words. For example, 哪件衣服是你的? So here it also means which. We just change the measure word 个 into 件 because we're talking about clothes, right? 衣服. So the correct measure word for 衣服 is 件, right? 件. Okay. For example, we can also say 哪只你喜欢哪只小狗? Right? We know that the measure word for animals is 只, right? 只一只小狗. So here, 哪只小狗? Which puppy do you like? Right? Okay, so remember to change the measure word according to the object. Okay, very good. So that is all the new words. Now let's see the language point. The language point of text 1 is called coordinate compound sentence. So definition is, a coordinate compound sentence consists of two or more clauses that are logically related and structurally parallel. In this lesson, we focus on the coordinate compound sentence, something, 还 or 也 something. All right, so let's put the definition into examples to understand. For example, first one, 我喜欢这个，也喜欢那个。Right? Yeah. Okay, so here we're expressing two meanings which are related and structurally they are parallel. 我喜欢这个, I like this. I also like that. So we use 也 to connect these two parts. 我喜欢这个，也喜欢那个. I like this. I also like that. Right? Okay, so again, let's pay attention in Chinese sentences. We don't need and to connect these two sentences, right? So 我喜欢这个, that's it. 也喜欢那个, also like that, that's it. Right? Okay, second one, 王老师是北京人，李玟也是北京人. Right? Okay, so these two, the meaning is related. It's talking about both of them are from Beijing, and then the structure is also parallel, right? So 王老师是北京人，李玟是北京人. Right? If we don't add the 也, these two sentences, the structure is exactly the same. And then, so we can add 也 after the object, 李玟, right? 李玟, right? Okay, so last one. 我喜欢喝中国茶，还喜欢吃中国菜. Right? So, 还 here, you might have a question. What is the difference between 还 and 也? Okay, so in translation, they could both mean also, right? I like to drink Chinese tea. I also like to eat Chinese meal, Chinese cuisine. Okay, so here, there is actually just a little difference between 还 and 也. So in 也, these two parts are more like they are exactly equal. They're the same. 王老师是北京人 also. Li Wen, another person, he's also from Beijing. Okay, so here, 还喜欢吃, it expresses a little bit of furthermore, right? The meaning of furthermore, in addition.
right? I like to drink Chinese tea. Furthermore, I also like to eat Chinese cuisine, right? Okay, so there is just this subtle difference in the meaning, right? But you can just consider them the same meaning. I like something, I also like something, right? Okay, very good. So next, let's see text 2. 你们都想去哪儿？去年我和男朋友去了西安，今年我想去北京。前几年我去了西安，非常好玩。今年我也想去北京。我和王老师都是北京人，北京非常漂亮。Okay. First question. 菲菲和她男朋友去年去了 A. 西安 B. 北京 C. 学校。Second one. 王老师和菲菲都是 A. 西安人 B. 北京人 C. 哪里人 Okay, let's listen to the text again. 你们都想去哪儿？去年我和男朋友去了西安，今年我想去北京。前几年我去了西安，非常好玩。今年我也想去北京。我和王老师都是北京人，北京非常漂亮。Okay. So first one, 菲菲和她男朋友去年去了 right? 去年我和男朋友去了西安。西安 we choose A, 西安。And then 王老师和菲菲都是they are both 都是北京人。So we choose B, 北京人。Next, let's see the new words. You can read after me. 去年男朋友几年好玩西安北京Okay, let's see these two nouns first. Beijing, we know, right? Beijing, the capital city of China. And Xi'an is actually also quite famous. Probably you've heard of it or probably you've been there. So it's another city in the northwest of China. And for what's famous, first of all, it's the ancient capital of many dynasties in China. For example, the Tang dynasty, the capital city was in Xi'an. And of course, a lot of people come here to see the terracotta warriors, which dated back more than 2,000 years ago. And then, of course, Xi'an is a very delicious city. I really enjoy food from Xi'an. So if you have the chance, make sure you visit Xi'an. Okay, so let's explain the new words. First one, 去年. So before we actually learned 去年 last year. What about 今年? Yes, it means this year. What about next year? How to say next year? 明年, right? 明年. Okay, so 去年今年明年. Right? Okay, for example, 去年我还在上中学。去年我还在上中学。还 here it means still, right? Still, 还 still. So last year I was still going to 中学 middle school. Right? Okay, 那是去年的事了。那是去年的事了。This was something happened in last year. Right? Last year. Okay, very good. Next one. 男朋友 boyfriend. So 男 it means male, and then 朋友 it means friend. So if you can combine male or men with 朋友, so it literally becomes boyfriend, 男朋友. What about girlfriend? Can you think of how to say girlfriend? Yes, so girlfriend, 女朋友, 女 woman or female. So girlfriend, 女朋友. For example, 她的男朋友是医生。Her boyfriend is a 医生 doctor. 医生 doctor. Okay. 我和我的男朋友是中学同学。Me and my boyfriend are 中学同学. So we are classmates from middle school, 中学. Okay, next word, 几. So we see this before already, right? 几, but it was with a different meaning. So we say that 几 is used to ask how many or how much, right? But only when the object you're asking, the number is below 10, right? For example, you can ask a kid, 你几岁了? How old are you? 你几岁了? Or 桌子上有几个苹果? Right? It's a question. 桌子上有几个苹果? How many apples are on the desk, right? Okay, so in this lesson, we learn the second meaning of 几. It means a few or several, right? Again, still under 10, right? When you say 几, you know, like in your head, you know you're talking about something that the number is under 10. So, for example, 几天前我看见他了. So here, it is not a question anymore. Instead, 几天 means a few. So, 几天前, a few days ago, 我看见他了. I saw him. A few days ago, I saw him. 几天前我看见他了. Next one. 我想去书店买几本书. 买几本书. Again, this is not a question, right? This is a statement sentence. I want to go to the bookstore to buy a few books. 几本书. 本, the measure word for books, right? 几本书, a few or several books. 几本书. Okay, very good. Next word, 年. We see this before already, right? 年. So, year. 几年. So here, if it's a question, if you see a question mark, right? It's asking you how many years. But if it's a statement question, for example, you can say 几年前, right? 我来中国了. 几年前我来中国了. So a few years ago, right? Here it's not a question anymore. Instead, it means a few. Okay. For example, 你来中国几年了? Question, right? 你来中国几年了? How many years have you been in China? Second one, 他学习中文2年了. He has been studying Chinese 2年了 for 2 years. Right? Okay, good. Next word, 好玩. Again, the R is optional. It is a accent from the north part of China. So in the south, you could also hear people say 好玩. 好玩. Okay, so let's see the meaning. It means fun or interesting. So the word is actually combined by 好 plus 玩, right? 好, it means what? 好. Good, right? Good. 玩, to play. So 好玩, good to play, actually means fun or interesting. There are a lot of words in Chinese, especially adjectives, are combined like this. For example, we see 好吃 quite often, right? 好吃, it means delicious. So 好, good. 吃, eat. Good to eat, it means delicious. Also, 好喝, right? 好喝, something, the drink, if it's delicious. We can say 好喝, 喝 to drink. Good to drink, the drink is delicious. Right? Okay, very good. Also, for example, what else words can you create in this way? You can try by yourself. For example, also 好看, right? 这本书很好看, right? 看, read. Here, if we're talking about a book, so it's to read. Good to read. This book is really good, right? It's good to read. 好看. Or 电影好看. The movie is very good. Okay. For example, 我觉得这里不太好玩. 觉得. Do you still remember 觉得? It means I think, right? So I think here is not very interesting. It's not very fun. 不太好玩, right? 不太, not very fun, right? 北京好玩吗? Is Beijing interesting? Is Beijing fun? 北京好玩吗? Okay, that is everything of part 1 of lesson 15. Let's continue part 2 in the next lesson. I will see you. 再见。大家好，我是菲菲老师。Today, let's continue with part 2 of lesson 15. This is also the last part of the whole HSK1 book. Okay, let's go. 你们的飞机到北京要几个小时？9个小时。我家人都在北京，星期天我姐姐也有时间，她可以去机场接你们，你们也可以住我家。我们星期日早上8点到大兴机场，早不早？不早。谢谢老师，那我们和您姐姐在大兴机场见。Okay, first question. 安妮坐去北京 A 火车 B 飞机 C 出租车。李老师的都在北京A 家人 B 朋友 C 学生 Okay, let's hear the text again. 你们的飞机到北京要几个小时？9个小时。我家人都在北京，星期天我姐姐也有时间，她可以去机场接你们，你们也可以住我家。我们星期日早上8点到大兴机场，早不早？不早。谢谢老师，那我们和您姐姐在大兴机场见。Okay, so let's see. 安妮坐。Here we're asking for the transportation, right? So we see 你们的飞机，飞机 airplanes, right? 火车 let's see, 火车 is what? 火车。Trains, 火车 and then 出租车 it means taxi, 出租车 okay, and then next one 李老师的我家人都在北京 so we choose A 家人 right? 家 we learned before it means family or house, right? Family so 家人 we also learned 人 means human, people So even if 家人 is a new word, but maybe you can guess 家人 means my family members, right? 我的家人 my family. Okay, so very good. Now let's see the new words of this lesson. You can read after me. 飞机要小时家人时间机场接住早那 Okay, let's see. First one, 飞机 We explained before, 飞 it means to fly. 机 means machine. So a machine that helps you to fly, then it's 飞机. Right? Also, there are other words in Chinese is constructed like this. For example, we can say 手机, right? 手机. 手 means hand. 机 machine. So a machine that you use in your hand, 手机 cell phone. Okay. And also, we can say 耳机 R, it means ear. So a machine that you use on your ear is actually headphones, earphones, right? 耳机 Okay. So 飞机 we say 坐飞机 take a plane 上飞机 board a plane. For example, 我们坐飞机去北京吧 Let's take a plane to go to 北京。在飞机上，我认识了一个中国朋友。在飞机上 here 在 it's indicating the location, right? So on the plane, I met a Chinese friend. Okay, 飞机。Next one, 要 need or to take. So actually, we have seen 要 before, right? And this is already the third meaning of 要. The first one, for example, 我要去学校. Here, what does 要 mean? 我要去学校。So 去 the verb. So when you see 我要去学校 I'm going to do something. I'm going to the school. So here it means plan to do. 要 plan to do. Second one, we also learned the second meaning of 要. For example, 我要这个谢谢 I would like to have this, thank you. Or I will take this, thank you. Right? So it means demand or ask for. Right? 我要这个 Okay, so here, today we learned the third meaning of 要. It means need. For example, 你做饭要几个鸡蛋？做饭 to cook, right? 做饭 So, how many eggs do you need to cook? How many eggs do you need? And then, 你买电脑要多少钱？你买电脑 So, how much money you need to buy the computer? Right? Need. Okay, and then 我们开车去西安要6个小时 So, we drive to 西安 need or takes 6 hours. Right? Okay, so 3 meanings of 要. First, plan to do, and demand or ask for, and then need or to take. Right? 3 meanings of 要. Okay, this is a bit difficult. I could understand because like the meanings could be a little bit confusing. So what we do is we put them into, like instead of memorizing the meaning separately, let's always put them into sentences to understand, to differentiate the meaning, right? That's going to be way easier. Okay, next word, 小时. 小时, it means hour. 小时. For example, 一个小时. 一个小时. 一个小时, 1 hour. 一个半小时. 半 is what? 半 half. Right? 一个半小时. It means 1 hour and a half. 1 hour and a half. If we say half an hour, how to say half an hour? 半个小时. Right? Okay, so the difference is like this. 半个小时, half an hour. 一个半小时, 1 hour and a half. Right? These two we have to differentiate. Okay, and then also 几个小时. How many? Here, if it's a question, if you have a question mark, how many hours? 几个小时. Or if you don't have the question mark, if it's not in a question, 几个小时 could mean a few hours. Right? Okay. For example, 我们2个小时后在学校书店见. 后 after, right? 后. So let's meet 见 to see, right? So let's see each other. Let's meet at the bookstore of the school 2 hours later. Right? After 2 hours, 2 hours later. 我今天上了4个小时的课。上 in lesson 14, we learned it means to take a class, right? To go to a lesson. So I took 4 hours of class today, right? 小时. Okay. So here, 小时, the English translation we see it's hour. What about we want to say, for example, 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock. How do we say 3 o'clock? We say 3点. 3点 is 3 o'clock. If we say 3个小时, 3个小时, it doesn't mean 3 o'clock anymore. It means 3 hours, right? So let's differentiate 3 o'clock, 3点, and 3 hours, 3个小时. Okay, good. Next word, 家人, 家人, we explained earlier, right? 家人, family or family members. 我爱我的家人. I love my family. You can also say 我爱我的家. It also means I love my family. 我爱我的家人. Here you are more like emphasizing a little bit more the person, the people in your family, right? I love my family. Okay. 星期天我想和家人去外边玩，外边 outside. So on Sunday, 星期天, I want to hang out. I want to play with my family or family members outside, right? Okay, 家人. Next word, 时间. 时间. We actually also see this before, right? 时间, it means time. Or a duration of time, or also the abstract concept of time. For example, 没时间, right? 没时间, I don't have time. 我没时间, I don't have time. 很长时间, a long period of time, a long time, 很长时间. For example, you can say 他去了很长时间. He went for a long time. 他去了很长时间. So here, time, a long duration of time. 我现在很忙，没有时间. I'm very busy right now. I don't have time. 你在这家公司工作多长时间了? How long have you been working in this company? 多长时间了? 时间 here also a duration of time. How long time? So my question is, if you want to say, what time? For example, what time? Or when do we go? You want to ask first. Let's see. What time do we go? So here, more likely, you're asking for a specific timing, right? Specific timing. So we should use what time? 几点, right? 我们几点去, right? 我们几点去? You're asking a specific hour on the clock. What time? 几点? And then we can also ask when, right? When do we go? So in Chinese, we can say 我们什么? Here, what word we should use? We learned this before. We learned this before. 我们什么时候去? Right? 时候. It's more like a specific point of time. Right? So 时间, a duration of time. 时候, a specific time. When do we go? When? 什么时候? Okay, good. 时间. Next word, 机场, airport, 机场. So here, 机 is actually short for 飞机, so airplane. 场, if we see this word alone, it actually means a area, a place, right? A location. So a place where there are airplanes, we can understand it as 机场, right? 机场, airport. Okay. 我们去机场要多长时间? How much time we need to go to the airport? Right? 明天早上我要去机场接朋友. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to, right here, 我要去. Here, 要, it means I'm going to. I have the plan to do. 我要去机场. 接朋友. 接, we will learn this new word very soon. Okay, 接朋友. Right, so 接, it means to meet, to welcome, but, so this is definition you will find in the textbook, but I would say, so let's remember it, pick up someone. For example, 接人, pick up someone. 接朋友, pick up my friends. 接孩子, pick up my children. Right? 妈妈来学校接我回家. Mom come to the school to pick me up to go home. Right? 接我. 下午4点你可以去接一下王先生吗? 下午4点, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Can you please go to pick up Mr. Wang? 王先生, Mr. Wang. Right? Okay, 接一下. So here, in the previous slide, 明天早上我要去机场接朋友. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to the airport to pick up my friends. Right? 接, pick up. Okay, next word, 住. To live or to stay. So in English, if you live somewhere, like if your house is in somewhere, you say you live there. If you just you're living in a hotel, let's say for a couple of days, normally you say I stay at the hotel, right? But in Chinese, we use 住for both meanings. For example, 住几天, live for a few days, or if it's a question, how many days do you live? Right? And then 住在这儿, live here, right? 在 indicating the location. 住在这儿, live here. For example, 我们要在这里住3天. we're going to stay here for 3 days. So here 3 days. 我们要在这里住3天 stay for 3 days. 你现在住在哪儿? So it's asking where do you live now, right? So we can see both stay and live, both long term and short term. We all use 住。你现在住在哪儿? Where do you live now? Okay, good. Okay, next word, 早. We actually mentioned this when we were learning 晚, right? 晚. So 晚, it means evening. But if it's an adjective, it actually means late. So again, 早, it means morning, but if it is an adjective, it means early. For example, 早点儿, 一点儿, a bit, right? A bit. So 早点儿 is like, for example, 来早点儿, right? 你来早点儿吧. Come more earlier. Right, a bit more earlier. 你来早点吧. We can say 很早, very early. 不早, not early. For example, 我们早点去机场吧. Let's go to the airport earlier, right? 吧. If you put 吧 at the end of a sentence, it means suggestion, right? 我们早点去机场吧. 时间还早呢，我们再睡半个小时吧. 时间还早呢, so the time is still early. Let's sleep for half an hour more, right? 半个小时, half an hour. Okay. Next. 那. Okay. We learned this before, 那, right? It means that, right? It means that. But here is actually another meaning of 那. It means then. For example, 妈妈，我写了1个小时的字了。那休息一下吧, right? Mom, I have been writing characters for an hour. And then your mom says, then take a rest, right? Take a rest, take a break then. So in English, we can put the then at the back of the sentence. But please pay attention in Chinese. Please always put 那, which means then at the beginning, right? 那休息一下吧. Then take a break. If you say 休息一下吧, 那 okay, it doesn't sound very natural, right? So let's put the 那 at the beginning. For example, 下雨了, it's raining. 那我们在家里玩. Then let's hang out at home. 那 okay, very good. So after learning everything from lesson 15, let's do the comprehensive exercise. You can pause the video here. I have 4 sentences for you, and then please choose from A to E to fill in the blanks. You can resume the video after you got your answers. Okay, so let's see. First one, 这本书有15课。我们, right? This book has 15 lessons. 我们都学了. 都, it means all or both, right? So we have learned them all, right? 都学了. Okay. 我的家人都爱喝茶. 爱喝茶. Here, 都 should be 都, right? 都, The pinyin is wrong. The pinyin is actually another pronunciation of 都 we will learn in the future when it pronounces as 都. 我的家人都爱喝茶. My family or my family members, they all love to drink tea. 我们明天晚上6点到. 你觉得早不早? 你觉得早不早? Actually, this is the original sentence from the text, right? 你觉得早不早? Do you think it's early? It's too early? 不早. It's not early. Okay. 他们想坐 take transportation, so we choose 飞机, right? To take airplanes to go to Beijing. 你们呢? Sorry, here should be 呢. 你们呢? What about you? What about you guys? 我们没有时间. We don't have time. We cannot go out. We cannot hang out. 我们没有时间. Okay, very good. Next is, again, homework of this lesson. I have 4 pictures. You can take a screenshot or you can pause the video. And then please use anything you learned from lesson 15 to fill in the blanks to make it a full sentence, right? You can try to make the sentence as long as possible. And you can type your answers in the comments, and I'm going to give you a feedback. Right? Okay, so Last but not the least, the last few Hanzi of lesson 15. Not much. We have only these. So far we've done all lesson 15 in the first book, right? So you've done really a great job. So now you can take some time to review everything from HSK 1, and then in the next week, next lesson, we will start HSK 2, right? Okay, so I will see you. Bye.